The Time Cube. Book 11 of the Evaran Chronicles. Written by Adair Hart. Narrated by Michael Wolfe. The story so far. In The Arrival, the Evaran Chronicles prequel, a space and time-traveling being known as Evaran rescues Jake Melkins and Kathy from a Sesselter slaver named Greco. It is Evaran's first adventure in the Milky Way galaxy and introduces him to Earth. In The Awakening, Book 1 of the Evaran Chronicles, Dr. Albert Snowden and his niece, Emily Snowden, are abducted by an alien race known as the Crotivore. They are rescued by Evaran and V, Evaran's trusty, mobile artificial intelligence, who drop them back off on Earth. In The Fredorian Destiny, Book 2 of the Evaran Chronicles, Evaran returns to check on Dr. Snowden and Emily, and they ask to travel with him. Evaran accepts. They then help Fredoria, a planet of human ex-slaves, become a full trade partner with the Kregan Star Empire, the local galactic superpower in Earth's region of the galaxy. Hampered by Ceros and bounty hunters, they secure the Archeron for the Fredorians to give to the Kregan Emperor. In The Purification, Book 3 of the Evaran Chronicles, they fight the timeline invaders known as the Purifiers, a human supremacist group led by the Overlord that tries to change Earth's history. In The Time Refugee, Book 4 of the Evaran Chronicles, they tangle with Bilazine, a rogue time traveler, while helping Jane Trellis, a time refugee who is pulled out of her timeline. In The Evaran Origin, Book 5 of the Evaran Chronicles, they discover Evaran's origin and meet Leverin, another one of Evaran's plane forms, while fighting the Time Wardens, a timeline void race that hunts rift travelers. In The Shadow Connection, Book 6 of the Evaran Chronicles, they group up with Jake Melkins and the non-human community to defend Earth from the ambitions of Kaltoris, a dimensional being that rules over a vast empire encompassing worlds in many dimensions. In The Human Factor, Book 7 of the Evaran Chronicles, they head to AD 10105 and deal with a ruthless AI known as Salazar, in addition to fixing the timeline. In The Cosmic Parallel, Book 8 of the Evaran Chronicles, they leap from parallel timeline to timeline in a trap designed by the Mortani, plane refugees who blame Evaran for their situation. In The Unification, Book 9 of the Evaran Chronicles, they travel to AD 514-723 to unify humanity while dealing with an extra-dimensional threat. In The Portal Effect, Book 10 of the Evaran Chronicles, they deal with Zika, a rogue time traveler who enjoys zapping people to the past and altering timelines. This book continues their adventures. Evaran's technology. Torvata. His disc-shaped ship that can travel through time and space. It is roughly 15 feet tall by 30 feet wide. The interior contains 6 dimensional rooms, an open area with a semi-transparent floor and sides, and a roof that can be transformed by hard holograms. A shielding around the Torvata prevents most matter from entering. Universal Interface Card, UIC. A credit card-sized device carried on his belt that allows access to most technological systems that do not have an artificial intelligence in them. It can also view limited information on biological systems. Augmented Reality Interface, ARI, an interface that only he can see around him. Utility Handle, a hilt-like device carried on his belt that can extend morphable matter in any shape, typically a baton or staff, can also fire repulsion, grappling, heat, mist, sticky globules, and stun beams. Illumination Orbs, small orbs on his belt that provide lighting and can hover. Projection Orb, an orb that allows projections to be sent to it from remote sources, such as Evaran's ring or the Torvata. Ring, a ring that can provide holographic projection and also scan. Prologue. Dalton Kingston was tired of hopping timelines only to find them occupied by some group wanting power. The large concrete and steel building he retreated to appeared to be safe for the moment. He had used the stairs to reach the 41st floor and found an office to settle down in. This Earth was just entering an information revolution. Unfortunately, a strange alien race had attacked the planet. The attackers wore odd armor that looked more ceremonial than functional. He sighed as he sat in a chair. The computer on the desk was ancient. A 15-inch screen and a small keyboard sat in front of it. The last timeline he had jumped from had no civilization. He had left the jungle world after spending time trying to find anything. His mind wandered to his original Earth. He missed his wife, daughter, and son. But he hated the irradiated wasteland and having to live in underground bunkers. When mutants had invaded his bunker, he had lost his family. It seemed miraculous that he had escaped. Exiled to the surface, he should have died from radiation sickness. Instead, he had found a cube-shaped device with green crystalline cubes that allowed him to jump timelines. He knew he could never go back there, even if he wanted to. He did not have the means to do so. He pulled out the device and tapped it on the side. A tray slid out, revealing 11 cells. Each cell originally held a green crystal cube, and only one remained. Every time he placed one in the holder on the top face, it opened a portal that allowed him to hop a timeline. The first Earth he had visited had been his favorite. It was where he had gotten his nanotech from. The civilization there possessed advanced technology, and they had easily cured his sickness. After 5 years there, he had become a scout spectre, an inspector of sorts. As part of his job, he had been enhanced with a tough nanosuit that allowed him to change into various modes and outfits. At the moment, he used his scout spectre mode. A dark blue mesh underarmor covered him from head to toe and formed the first layer. On top of that resided armored silver pads in various sizes and shapes that segmented the suit. Some pads were larger, like the two that split the chest or the ones that resided on the quads, while others were smaller, similar to the ones on the abdomen or the knees. The helmet contained 3 distinct areas. The silver front plate had a thin, glowing blue slit that ran across his eye region and went down over his nose in a T pattern. Black pads covered the sides, and the top and back were a solid dark blue piece. On his left forearm, a wide, barrel-shaped nanoshield could form that took a lot of damage. A multi-purpose handle, or MH, was holstered to his thigh. The MH contained a meshed grip over most of it, except near the end, where it flattened out some. It extended into a variety of close-quarter weapons, but he mostly used it as a stun baton. A retractable stun gun, or RSG, could form on his right hand. It wrapped around his fingers in a rectangular block with a small front extension and button on top to fire. Both the MH and RSG were helpful since, as a scout spectre, he often traveled to places where equipment was limited. He had received genetic engineering in the form of supercells that allowed for rapid cellular regeneration. His hands and forearms had undergone significant alteration, providing useful abilities, from scanning or illumination from his right palm to using his left inner forearm as an interface. His augmented reality interface, or ARI, helped him immensely. He had grinned when told that he was truly a cybernetic being. Footsteps marching upstairs echoed out. Dalton stood and placed the last green cube into the timeline-hopping device. This Earth would soon be enslaved. He had lived through one version of that, and he was not ready to live through another. As powerful as he knew himself to be, taking on an advanced army from space did not seem feasible. Pounding on the door preceded its eruption into a shower of wooden splinters. Dalton grimaced at the odd-looking attacker that strode through. Although humanoid, it wore a large, gold metallic mask that resembled a canine of some sort. Black and gold armor covered most of the body. The parts uncovered revealed tan skin underneath. The staff the assailant wielded ended with a glow that matched the eyes on the mask. an impressive sight meant to intimidate. But Dalton remained unimpressed. He pressed on the device. A portal opened next to him. The attacker growled in an unfamiliar tongue and shot him with a beam. His kinetic shielding lit up as he dropped the melted device. He jumped through the portal. Everything pulsed green for a moment. Dalton assessed the new environment as he fell through the air. He had learned to go as high as possible when jumping timelines, since appearing underground or underwater was never good. The portal closed as soon as he stepped through. Apparently, it knew to allow only one thing to pass. The ground approached fast as he scanned the surrounding environment. Wherever he was, it had an atmosphere not suited for humans. His ARI showed low levels of nitrogen, and it was warmer than he had expected it would be. He wondered if the device being hit affected where the portal led. He extended his hand and legs and covered the gaps with a thin membrane formed from his nanotech suit. It allowed him to glide and also gave him an opportunity to determine where to land. He studied the unusual structures that dotted the mostly forested landscape. The round buildings had only a few stories. Life sign detection showed some insectoid creatures moving about. He navigated to a clearing and landed. Gravity was lighter than what he was used to. His heartbeat shot up as he looked into the sky. 2 suns indicated he was not on Earth. Unusual structures and various insectoid races who appeared to be frightened of him based on how fast they scurried away surrounded him. He had landed in some sort of a large open-air marketplace. He retracted the membranes into his suit. 2 aliens stepped into the clearing. Dalton's ARI highlighted various aspects of the aliens. They had snake-like white bodies covered in scales, and they stood around 9 feet tall. Blue patches appeared near the neck and tail. 2 massive arms hung off to the side, and it shocked him to see that the tail had what looked like a third arm with a meaty hand at the end. Segmented black metallic armor protected the arms and tail, while a solid plate with orange highlights covered the chest area. The flattened head contained 4 beady eyes that were exposed from the wraparound helmet. The heavy weapon the main arms held, and the smaller weapon the third hand held, made him wary. They ranked up there with some of the weirder races he had seen. The aliens pointed their weapons at Dalton and uttered a gravelly cacophony of sounds. He suspected they were trying to talk to him, but he did not understand their language. He moved back each time they slithered forward. An emblem on their chest armor had a gold circle with a red dot in it. That, along with their armor and weapons, gave him the impression that this was an advanced species. One of the benefits of his genetic engineering was that it boosted his gut feelings on things. Over many years, he had learned to read and trust it. It made dealing with strangers much easier. Everything about the aliens told him that they were bad news. He raised his hands up. "I come in peace." They shot at the ground in front of him. He activated his camouflage shielding and jumped back before taking off. As he ran, he formed his RSG. He figured the aliens would have trouble navigating the dense nearby forest he entered. The aliens shot at him, hitting him in the back. Dalton stumbled. Apparently, they saw through his camouflage. They must have either enhanced senses or perhaps thermal sensors. He rolled over and used his RSG to shoot a light stun beam at the chest of the alien on the left. It tipped over and moved slowly. The loud shriek startled him. The other one charged forward. Dalton hopped up and pressed into the forest. The light stun shot had not fully neutralized the alien. Although medium and heavy stuns were available, they cost additional charge units. Light was 1, medium 2, and heavy 3. His RSG, with a capacity of 25 charges, now had 9 charges. He needed to find some place safe to gather his bearings and discover more about his location. That would be done on his own terms, and not as a prisoner. He wished he could jump to another timeline, but that was no longer possible. He tapped at his upper right arm, causing a servbot to emerge. It possessed 2 circular dark gray discs with a black nanoswarm between them. Each disc had a slight hump to it. He remembered others saying it looked like a cookie sandwich. He had 2 of them. but he used one in case he needed the other later. "Evat, scout the area," said Dalton. "Of course," said Evat, in a female voice-over comms. Evat was a virtual intelligence that allowed Dalton to interact with his nanotech and, by extension, his servbots. Although Evat had no initial personality, Dalton had given her a female voice and persona for interaction purposes. She also appeared in his ARI. Her processor was embedded inside him, and ever since he had gotten his nanotech, she had been his constant companion. The servbot morphed into a small drone with a red light and took off into the air. The alien firing haphazardly into the forest reminded him that he would probably now be pursued. That seemed to be a common theme when hopping around timelines. His ARI displayed a bird's-eye view of the immediate area. The aliens might shoot down his servbot, but it would self-destruct if needed to avoid capture. It was time to survive. Chapter 1. Dr. Albert Snowden enjoyed watching people fly between buildings in a tunnel of light. It was Sunday morning, AD 514-723 on Earth, and he had arrived on Friday to spend the weekend with Kes, his evolved human girlfriend. Saturday had been fun. Kes had invited quite a few friends to have a cookout on the roof of the large cylindrical building that served as her home and headquarters. Evaran was cool as always, and he even cracked a few half-smiles. V hung out in projected mode and high-fived anyone who came near. Dr. Snowden's niece, Emily, was a ball of energy, but that was to be expected when Jelton Stollerin, who was her boyfriend and also a Rift Guardian, had attended. It seemed natural for both Dr. Snowden and Emily to have their significant others there with them. Dr. James Bryson, Dr. Snowden's close friend, had also come. Dr. Bryson, in his casual outfit, had been his usual self and cut nonstop jokes. His wife, Karen, appeared concerned most of the time. Dr. Snowden understood she felt like she had been pulled into Evaran's orbit, but this was one of the few times that Dr. Snowden saw her happy. Jake Melkins, another close friend of Dr. Snowden, had also attended. That was not a surprise to him, as Jake was close with everyone. His youthfulness and playful nature made everything easier. It had brought a smile to Dr. Snowden's face when Jake lit up at seeing everything. It had delighted Dr. Snowden when Ambassador Yago, a dog-like alien representing the Wutan Empire, had popped in. Dr. Snowden loved to hear about how everything was going, and he considered Ambassador Yago a good friend. He also became pals with Jake, but that did not surprise Dr. Snowden. The crisp and clear night had enhanced the atmosphere. After everything Dr. Snowden had encountered in previous adventures, it felt good to ease back and relax. Their last adventure had been 2 months ago, so it was January 9th, 2013, back on Earth when they had come to the future, and July 4th, AD 514-723, where they were. Everyone had already left earlier that morning, and Dr. Snowden looked forward to spending the day alone with Kes. "Someone's enjoying the view," said Kes as she slid up behind Dr. Snowden and hugged him. He turned his head and smiled at her. Her tan skin and form-fitting light gray outfit went well together, and fashion was something she enjoyed. She stood around 5 feet 10 inches, and her shoulder-length brown hair flowed freely. Her eyes could change color, and at the moment they were silver with hints of black outlines in them. He was not a marathon runner by any definition, but she looked like she was someone who could not only do those but also compete in fitness contests. The advantages of having a part of your body be a nanoswarm. Dr. Snowden smiled as he placed his hands over hers. "I sure am. I'll never get tired of coming to the rooftop and looking out. The amount of work that's gone on here since our last visit is astonishing." "I like to think so," said Kes. She laid her chin on his shoulder. "I'm so glad you and your friends came out. It was fun meeting them all." "Yeah, I figured you might like Jake and Jelton. They accompanied us on the last outing." "Emily is close to both of them. Obviously more with Jelton." Dr. Snowden smiled. "Oh, yeah, she is." "It was good to visit with Dr. Bryson again and also meet Karen," said Kess. "I know he was happy to see you. I was glad Ambassador Yago dropped by. He's always fun to be around." "He likes that he was included," said Kess. She stood next to him and grabbed his hand. "I have to wrap up a few things this morning, but then I'm all yours for the day." He faced her, and they shared a deep kiss. "I'll be here." "You better," said Kess, flinging her arm in the air and snapping. Dr. Snowden laughed. The arm motion and snapping had become popular in the Alliance, as it was called. They spanned many systems, with Earth as the center, and comprised a massive amount of species. He had attended some of the science gatherings and enjoyed the discussions. It put into context how far behind Earth was from his time period compared to the civilizations that had attended the events. Every time someone spotted him, they would fling their arm in the air and snap or offer a high five, assuming they had an arm to do so. It seemed strange that the motions were what most remembered about the Alliance formation. "Okay, I'll be back," said Kess. She pecked him on the cheek. Dr. Snowden had already spent 2 nights with her and looked forward to more. Kess disappeared as she walked down a curved ramp that led to the level below the roof. He spun around and focused on the cylindrical buildings. He loved that they were spread out, and between them were patches of untouched nature. That allowed for better conservation efforts, and with his enhanced senses, he witnessed various animals moving around. Light footsteps behind him caught his ear. It was his niece. He turned his head halfway. "Emily!" She smiled as she stood next to him. "Hey, Uncle Albert." He eyed her. "I thought you would have gone back to Jelton's place to hang out." She shrugged. "I'd love to, but it looks like we have a summons. Well, 2 of them." "2? Really?" "Yep. Evaran is already getting what he can from them, but he wanted us to meet in an hour to discuss them." Dr. Snowden sighed. "Oh, I planned to spend the day with Kess." "Bring her along like Jelton did on the last one," said Emily. He nodded. "If she's up for it, I have no complaints." He studied Emily. "You could have contacted me." She smiled. "Yeah, but I wanted to see your face in person when you found out where the summonses were." She extended her personal support device, or PSD, and emitted a holographic projection. Dr. Snowden studied the galactic region that Earth was in. His interest peaked as Emily kept zooming out to the Milky Way galaxy, then the local supercluster, and then to an even further view. His eyes widened when the Horologium-Reticulum Supercluster was highlighted. Various metrics showed the nearest part of it to be roughly 700 million light-years away, with the farthest being 1.2 billion light-years away. Other statistics, such as the thousands of galaxies, popped up. "Wow," he said. "And do we have 2 there?" "Yep," said Emily. Dr. Snowden rubbed his chin. "That doesn't seem coincidental at all. What else is known about these summonses?" Her PSD showed 2 horizontal banners, each with a location and time index. The first one mentioned rescuing Dalton Kingston. The second said to go to an unknown region of space. "Who the heck is Dalton Kingston?" asked Dr. Snowden. His eyes narrowed. "More importantly, that's a name I would expect from Earth. What's he doing way out there?" "No idea, but the time index also shows it to be roughly 800,000 years in the future." Dr. Snowden shook his head. "So very far away and in the future. Maybe humanity has spread out that far, although that doesn't seem like enough time to get there. Unless rifts are involved," said Emily. He wagged a finger at her. "Right. Well, this should be interesting." He looked out over the guardrail. "I guess Evaran is already digging into details on both." She nodded. "As expected. I wish Jelton would come, but he has other things to attend to. Even though we could drop him back in his timeline a moment after he left with us, his mind is focused on building a new Rift Guardian colony. Understandable. Well, I'm sure Kess would want to come, and she might even sass Evaran if he says otherwise." They shared a laugh. Dr. Snowden grinned. "At least this time we get a heads up before being dragged into something." "Yeah." He recalled their last adventure, which had started off with a powerful junction dimension being named Zika, sending him to the past. He much preferred the traditional getting a summons, planning for it, then visiting. He adjusted his glasses. "Let's go see what this is all about." Emily looked around her living quarters aboard Evaran's ship, the Toravada. It was quiet, and after visiting Dr. Snowden, she had 30 minutes before everyone got together to discuss the summonses. She smiled at Mr. Smith, her stuffed tiger that her deceased father, Dan, had gotten her. Mr. Smith sat on a dresser and had witnessed every adventure she had gone on. She wondered how the outings would change if Dan were present. The change from how she used to be versus where she was now also crossed her mind. Mr. Smith was a symbol of a simpler past. Her eyes misted. She visited the bathroom and washed her face and hands. As she dried them, she studied herself in the mirror. A day ago, Jelton had snuck up and hugged her from behind. He had a recent body adjustment that allowed him to be more human in the nether regions, and it was more than she could have imagined. She already missed him, and his presence had made her day. He was second in command for the Rift Guardians, and any time he spent with her came at the cost of his duties, so she was happy with whatever time she got. She had had a good visit with Evaran and V earlier in the morning. As they did not sleep, they were readily available when she explored the tower where Kess was headquartered. It amazed her how fast Kess had gotten the Alliance up and running. The cylindrical towers dominated everywhere, with patches of unbridled nature between them. It was odd to go from a highly advanced building to raw nature in only a few steps. She remembered V trying out his PSD on one of his segmented arms. Evaran had given it to him after their last adventure, and V had been a pattern-creating machine over the weekend. After she verified that she was cleaned up, she visited the conference room early. It was empty, as she had expected, so she got some orange juice and took a seat. She loved how the Toravada had dimensional rooms. The spacious conference room was one of 6, and it only took up a doorway in regular space. She and others often met to discuss topics there, and she had fond memories of notable travelers having stopped in to talk. What visitors selected from the matter replicator before sitting always intrigued her. It said a lot about them. She interacted with the table console and pulled up a holographic screen that displayed the local news feed. It showed that a new civilization had joined the Alliance. That did not surprise her. They sucked everyone in. She remembered seeing some statistics of a group before and after joining. The technological leap gained from normalization alone was what sold most groups. One race had conquered their solar system and discovered condensed space drives. They had thought they were the only sentient life in the galaxy. When their scout ships had encountered Alliance ones, it had been a big technological mismatch. Since the race had joined, they now had representatives all through the Alliance, and their technology matched what the Alliance offered. What amazed her was how the group had responded to first contact. They reminded her of humanoid badgers, but unlike Earth ones, this species was not aggressive. Their emphasis on cooperation meshed well with the Alliance. 20 minutes later, Dr. Snowden arrived. Emily chuckled as he grabbed a hefty plate of bacon and scrambled eggs. Thanks to their nanobots, eating often was easily handled and did not affect their weight. They would be a top-selling item if they were available on Earth. "Didn't I just see you?" asked Dr. Snowden as he took his seat. She eyed him. Dr. Snowden grinned big before devouring a bacon strip. "I bet you studied the summons's location," said Emily. He nodded. "Sure did. I checked it out in the planner cartography lab." "Did you let Kess know?" "Yeah, I left her a holo message and told her we were meeting this morning." Emily grinned. "You think she'll come?" Dr. Snowden shrugged. Maybe. Either way, I said we'd see her before we left. As if on cue, Kess arrived. Emily admired Kess's fashion sense. Having the ability to redecorate on the fly due to her control of her nanoswarm made that a bit easier to do. She wore a form-fitting silver suit with blue and green lines segmenting it. Emily recalled the first few forms Kess had chosen when they had met her a while back. She was an evolved human and had proved herself capable in tough situations. She took her seat next to Dr. Snowden and smiled at Emily. "Hey, Kess," said Emily. "I heard you might want to come with us." "Someone needs to watch out for him," said Kess, crooking a thumb at Dr. Snowden and winking at Emily. Dr. Snowden wrinkled his brow. "Yeah, he can be quite a handful," said Emily. They shared a laugh while Dr. Snowden shook his head. Evaran and V entered the room. Evaran took his normal seat at the head of the table, while V, in orb mode, hovered over the opposite end. "I take it everyone is aware of the summonses?" asked Evaran. "Yep." "Where are we going?" asked Kess. Evaran studied her. "I assume you wish to travel with us." "You assume right. I can come back to a minute after we leave." Evaran nodded. "Very well."
"Analysis. It is good to have you with us again,"
said V. Kess high-fived V. "When isn't it?" V's lights glowed brighter. Evaran interacted with the table console. "We can start the meeting early, then." A holographic projection shot up of a group of galaxies. "This is the Horologium-Reticulum Supercluster, as it is known by Earth in AD 2013, said Evaran. The projection zoomed into a galaxy. "This is the Kanadu galaxy, approximately 900 million light-years away." The projection focused on a solar system. "And this is the Felnico system." "You've been out to that specific location before?" asked Dr. Snowden. "Not quite. But I have been to that galaxy before, and I am using the translated names from a star chart I received. However, the time index is different, so it may be called something else, but for our purposes it will suffice." Dr. Snowden nodded. Evaran raised a finger. "Although I have done multiple summonses before, this will be the first one for you all. Typically, they are chained like this as they are part of the same event, but have different locations. You may have observed that the second time index is off by a day." "Yeah, I saw that," said Emily. "I also noticed that they're a few light years apart." "That is correct. The first one is to rescue Dalton Kingston. The second is a location in space, which usually means a ship." Dr. Snowden grinned. "Kinda like when we picked up Sanders when dealing with the time eddy." Evaran nodded. "What I don't get is Dalton Kingston. That sounds like an Earth name. You think rifts are involved or something?" "I believe so," said Evaran. "I think this is more than a simple rescue, as I noticed other summonses that might be more important, but the Torvata is insistent on these two." "Has that happened before?" asked Kess. "It has, and usually there is a good reason. What that is here, I do not know," said Evaran. His lips moved up slightly. Emily chuckled. "Looks like someone is excited to find out." "I am curious to understand why the Torvata has chosen these two specifically." Dr. Snowden rubbed his hands together. "So we got a mystery. Thankfully, it doesn't involve us being shot to the past first."
Analysis. We can replicate the experience if you wish.
"Yeah, no thanks," said Dr. Snowden. He gestured at V. "You get to use your PSD arm now."
"I am looking forward to it."
"Do we know the name of the planet Dalton is on?" asked Dr. Snowden. "A good question," said Evaran. "Unfortunately, we do not. However, we can connect to any communication satellites if they exist and discover what we are dealing with when we arrive." He stood. "Are we ready to go?" Everyone else stood. "Let's do this," said Emily. Although the last adventure had been rough, she was eager to go on another one. Time on Earth between traveling allowed her to decompress, but when she got the itch to travel, it ate at her until they did. It could just be that a trip would let her spend more time with the others. Evaran and V were sometimes scarce between adventures as they ran around doing whatever they did. She looked forward to adventuring with them again. Chapter 2. Dr. Snowden relaxed in the U-shaped seating area of the Torvada's command center. The disc-shaped Torvada had two halves. The front, where he sat, was a large area with two seating areas split by an aisle. An open area ahead of that had space to walk around and a podium that served up a wide navigation console. The ceiling and walls were transparent, while the floor was semi-transparent. It was a unique design, and sometimes he felt like he floated in air or space, dependent on the environment. The back half of the Torvada had an elevator to the roof and the 6-dimensional doors. It had taken 20 minutes for the Torvada to reach low orbit. Due to its shielding, the ride was stable, as expected. Nothing could penetrate the shields as far as he knew, and it always messed with him when he thought there should be turbulence, but there was not. He looked around. Evaran was in his big command chair and interacted with its console. The chair dominated the entranceway to the rest of the front half. Kess sat next to Dr. Snowden, while Emily had plopped down across a wide aisle in another U-shaped seating area. He recalled some adventures when all the seats had been used. V was up front in projected mode, which was essentially a holographic shell over a metallic stick figure he dropped out of his orb. V, activate stealth mode, then take us 1 light-year away to the coordinates of the first summons. After that, we can go forward to its time index, said Evaran.
Acknowledged,
said V. Dr. Snowden grinned as the Torvada shot out a gold beam up front that created a portal. It had a thin silver border, and the interior consisted of a rippling light blue surface. It resembled a light wind on a lake. Due to the color scheme used, he knew this was a rift that allowed travel inside a timeline. The Torvada had multiple scan profiles. Although they did not affect its physical appearance, it could appear as something else on long-range sensors. The default was Profile 1, which made the Torvada undetectable. To cover the visual aspect, stealth mode was used. The Torvada flew through the portal and exited into deep space. Dr. Snowden focused on the Torvada's exterior as everything faded away and then eased back in. That was how the Torvada jumped through time. From his understanding, it literally popped out of the timeline, then reinserted itself using a 4-dimensional coordinate system. It still boggled his mind that it could do all that it did.
Analysis. It is March 23rd, AD 801-699, and 11 o'clock a.m.
Excellent, said Evaran. Perform long-range scans.
Acknowledged.
Dr. Snowden studied the transparent front wall as labels popped up. A window appeared, showing the Torvada as a dot with a concentric circle that pulsed out 10 light-years. The scan highlighted a large number of objects, including the planet they needed to go to. Evaran interacted with his chair console, and the window zoomed into the planet's solar system. Dr. Snowden's eyes were drawn to the sheer number of ships, stations, and platforms being listed. Busy place. Yeah, it is, said Emily. She pointed at one of the 2 suns. It kind of looks like ours. Evaran nodded. I concur. Although this one is a bit older. So an advanced civilization must be present here, said Kess. The projection zoomed out to a nearby system. Evaran raised a finger. Yes. Notice that this system also has a similar layout of objects. I suspect these systems are a part of a galactic-spanning civilization. The projection flipped back to the first summons location. V, take us into orbit around that planet.
Acknowledged.
The Torvada opened another portal and flew through. Dr. Snowden loved seeing all the highlighted satellites and ships. What caught his eye was the general aesthetic, which reminded him somewhat of the Crotavor ship he had been on long ago. The ships were long, with fixed metallic tendrils that shot off from the main cone-like body. Multiple large golden-colored spheres were embedded throughout, almost like the ships had pus bubbles. The material also showed organic matter in some parts, which seemed odd. The rectangular satellites had 2 spheres on each end and a massive antenna sticking out everywhere. "Those are some weird objects," said Emily. "I'll say," said Dr. Snowden. "I'm getting the feeling we're dealing with non-humanoids." Evaran nodded. "Your assessment is likely accurate. V, connect to one of their satellites."
Acknowledged.
The Torvada flew near a satellite and emitted a blue beam that washed over it. Dr. Snowden tried to keep up with all the data popping up in different windows. A news window caught his eye. It displayed an alien that reminded him of a large, scaly snake with massive arms, but the third arm appeared to come from the end of what would be its tail. The body was mostly white, with patches of blue on it. Unlike the Dragons, another snake-like species, this alien did not sport a cobra-like mane. The newscaster had a bony structure instead that shot off the sides of the head and opened up as it went past the back. The 4 beady black eyes and the large mouth with fangs stood out. The alien wore an advanced suit of some sort. With 3 arms that could essentially reach every part of the body, it made sense that every area was covered. Dr. Snowden grinned as he read some of the text that scrolled down the right. The universal translator made things much easier when learning about a new culture. "This race calls themselves the Tenegrins," said Evaran. He tilted his head. "The planet is called Heristican, and its dominant species is a beetle-like race known as the Momadrins. However, it appears the Tenegrins have conquered the planet." "Huh," said Emily. "Non-humanoid is right, then. What do the Tenegrins call their empire?" "The Tenegrin hegemony." Dr. Snowden shook his head. "That doesn't sound authoritative at all."
Analysis. I believe it does.
Dr. Snowden eyed V.
"Oh, you employed sarcasm,"
said V. Dr. Snowden smiled. Emily pointed at the data window. "Look at those Heristican cities. Reminds me of a bunch of vertical dirt mounds." She grimaced. "I guess all those dots moving around on the outside and at the base are the Momadrins." Evaran nodded. "Based on the technological differences I see between the Tenegrins and the Momadrins, it would have been a quick Tenegrin victory." Dr. Snowden studied the close-up shot of a dirt street that wound between 2 massive mounds. It intrigued him that they were comprised of bricks that registered as a mix of elements, including some type of fungus. Tenegrin soldiers, in heavy black armor with orange highlights, patrolled the area. Their weapons stood out and appeared to have an organic touch to them. Alongside them were dark gray robots with 2 massive legs supporting a sphere that bristled with weaponry. "The Tenegrins look like they mixed organic tech into their weapons," said Dr. Snowden. "I concur," said Evaran. "I suspect that extends through all their technology. They are not using pure biotic tech." Emily wrinkled her brow. "An odd mix. But it works for them, I guess. I did notice that some of the soldiers tugged at their metallic breastplates, like they didn't fit right." "A good observation," said Evaran. "V, take us over the place where Dalton Kingston would be."
Acknowledged.
After 20 minutes, the Torvada hovered over a bustling city of domed buildings, which reminded Dr. Snowden of mud bubbles. There were various colors, but brown was most common. The city resembled an adobe one, except that part of it had splashes of technology. Pillars with massive green spheres sitting on top were posted throughout. It was the mix of aliens that caught his attention. "A lot of different types of insectoid races down there. I haven't seen a human-like one yet." Cass studied the city. "In our alliance, only a few were insectoid. Most were humanoid to some degree. It seems here insectoid is the norm, although the Tenegrins are different." Evaran nodded. "There is a nearby spaceport with a Momadrin design, which suggests they were spacefaring. We can land there and check out the terminal to see what we are dealing with." "This'll be interesting," said Emily, grimacing. Dr. Snowden smiled at her. "I don't think we'll need to worry about these flying into your mouth." "Ew. Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen." Evaran gestured at V. "Take us back to orbit, and then out of stealth mode. We will need to be in scan profile, too, so they can detect us."
Acknowledged.
Dr. Snowden ran a hand over his mouth as he eased back into his chair. Although he had met a lot of species, the appearance of insectoid races hopping and moving around made his skin crawl. Maybe Emily's bug aversion had spread to him. The many faces with various mandibles, proboscises, and antennae were not unknown to him, but he had never seen them in this concentration. He still looked forward to learning about a new culture, as the scientist in him was eager to learn about the Momadrin culture, technology, and perspective on life. But the Tenegrin's presence seemed menacing. Kes grinned when Dr. Snowden squeezed her hand. Her heart glowed. She enjoyed the fact that she got to travel with the gang instead of being the reason they traveled. Although she had gone with the group to visit remote places, it was not the same as going on a summons. She also loved being around Evaran, Emily, and V. They were family to her. The Torvada reached orbit after 20 minutes, and Evaran connected to an open Tenegrin communication channel. She studied the window that popped up on the screen. It showed a Tenegrin in a silver suit from the chest up. The beady eyes looked sinister to her, and the way it moved its head around made it seem like it was looking for a snack. Behind the Tenegrin was a blue display with various metrics written in gold with a black border. Although she saw unusual symbols, the Torvada had translated it for her, one of the advantages of having a universal translator.
Communication protocol accepted. Relaying audio,
said V.
"This is Tenegrin Hegemony Space. Identify yourself,"
said the Tenegrin in a grizzled voice. Evaran nodded. "I am Evaran, and with me is my crew. We wish to visit Heristican."
"Your species and ship design are unknown."
"We come from far away," said Evaran.
"Where did you want to visit?"
Evaran nodded at V. "We are sending you coordinates for a spaceport where we wanted to land." The Tenegrin studied something off to the side.
"There is a Tenegrin registrar there. You will submit to them upon arrival."
"Of course," said Evaran. The Tenegrin interacted with his console while his third arm tapped at a screen behind it.
"You have been cleared to land. Decontamination protocols will be observed, and you will be tracked until you arrive."
"Thank you," said Evaran. The window dissipated. "That's interesting," said Dr. Snowden. "I would have thought they would have checked us at one of the stations they have in low orbit, especially for an unknown species." "It is easier to capture us on the ground should they wish to," said Evaran. "If they need to use lethal firepower, they can. That is much less desirable on a space station." "That doesn't sound good," said Emily. Kes smiled. "We'll be fine. They're no Choldraga."
Analysis. Kes is correct.
Kes winked at V. "When am I not?" V's lights glowed brighter. She liked teasing V. He had a heart of gold and personified what she considered to be true good. The AIs she had dealt with in her time period were not as nice. "V, take us down," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Kes eased back into her chair as the Torvada began its descent. Although she agreed that the initial meeting seemed off, she had no doubt about the group's ability to deal with it. She did not have a separate nanoswarm with her, but she did have more than enough to handle anything tossed her way, or at least she hoped so. If not, the others would pick up the slack. She had had a front-row seat to the group's effectiveness when dealing with Choldraga, a godlike being the group had handled in a previous adventure. After 20 minutes, the Torvada approached the Momadrin spaceport. Kes studied the unusual design. It resembled a honeycomb made out of red mud that glistened in the sun. Metallic beams lined the top part, and each cell looked like it gave some privacy. She had seen many different types of spaceports throughout the Alliance, and she would add this one to that list. Her experience suggested the spaceport had been grown. Strange posts rose toward the sky about every third cell. The Torvata showed squiggly lines around it, which she understood to mean they were communication towers. Off to the far right were arrays of power generators. The hustle and bustle of the spaceport were on full display. The ships coming and going possessed a variety of aesthetics, but two stood out. The sleeker designs identified as Tenegrin. They were what she would expect from an advanced civilization. The blimp-like ships showed as Mamadrin. They had a big, cylindrical central structure with two smaller ones off to the side. Large thrusters resided on the back, with smaller ones throughout the ship. The other ships were a hodgepodge of various designs. "Cool place," said Emily. Dr. Snowden rubbed his chin. "Yeah, and look at the ship architectures. This spaceport almost seems like a slice of a beehive was cut out and laid on its side." Emily grimaced. "Great. I'm just saying," said Dr. Snowden. Kes knew Emily was not a big fan of bugs or insectoid races in general. A planet full of insectoid and snake-like aliens was probably not high on her list of places to visit. Kes observed the cell they were to land in as a green outline appeared over it. After 5 minutes, the Torvata landed. Kes stood along with the others. "Make sure your helmet is up at all times while here. The atmosphere here is not friendly to humans," said Evaran. "V will go into stealth and orb mode and provide us with an aerial view. Assemble on the ramp in 5 minutes." Kes nodded as Dr. Snowden and Emily took off to their living quarters. Evaran half smiled. "I am glad you came with us. You can't get rid of me that easily," she said. "I suppose not. This environment we are entering is more hostile than the ones we usually go into." Kes smiled. "We'll be fine, as long as we stick together. Evaran and the gang, +1, right?" "Just Evaran and the gang," said Evaran with a slight dip of his head. "Know that you are always welcome here." She smiled big as she followed him to the landing ramp. He had a way of saying the right things. V had already stealthed and flown out. His scan of the immediate surroundings showed the enclosure's walls to have various shelves, cabinets, and workbenches. Repair work was most likely done in the cell. She got her first glimpse of a Mamadrin. It had a device in one of its claws. The Mamadrin stood about 3 feet tall and had a thick, brown, pill-shaped body supported by 4 legs. 2 arms hung off the side. But it was the face, with large mandibles and 2 big, bug-like eyes that drew her gaze. A thick shell covered the back. 2 large antennae flicked around on the top of the head. She observed Evaran as he stood with his hands behind his back. He was cool as always, and calmly moved his head around as he surveyed the environment. It amazed her how relaxed he seemed to be, but she knew he was someone to be reckoned with if things got physical. His power was great, but he used it to help others and diffuse rough situations. It was a sign to her that he was a force for good in a chaotic universe. His acceptance of her coming made her think he was glad to have the extra firepower if needed. That could be both a good and a bad thing. Dr. Snowden and Emily joined the others on the ramp. They wore their form-fitting gray one-piece survival suits. Evaran had recently added a dimensional power bridge on the suit, which enhanced their natural abilities. The suits also contained built-in repulsors in the forearms and could shoot glowing orbs for illumination and link to their PSDs. The suit could take a beating and were one of the more advanced designs Kes had ever seen. She heard Emily's breathing increase as 2 other Mamadrins joined the first one. Evaran looked around the group before stepping outside the Torvata's shielding. The others followed him. Evaran tossed out a translation orb. One of the Mamadrins used a device in its clawed hands to scan the group and orb. In a series of guttural clicks and clacks, it said,
"Your species, unknown. Name?"
Evaran gestured around. Dr. Albert Snowden, Emily Snowden, and Kess are human.
"Unknown species. You are?"
Evaran half smiled. It is complicated. The Momadrin's antenna flailed around as they conferred with each other.
"Your device. Purpose?"
Evaran nodded. It is for translation. The sound range of your language exceeds our natural capabilities, so this orb is translating for you. Normally, we do not need the orb as we have a universal translator. However, for the rest of our group, their bodies are still used to produce sound. In this case, they cannot reproduce your vocal range.
"Your device good. Natural speech. For sale?"
Dr. Snowden chuckled, causing the Momadrin to rear back. His eyes widened as he shook a hand in front of him. Sorry.
"Odd sounds," said the Momadrin.
I am sorry. The translation orb is not for sale. Evaran waved his finger around. Where would we find the Tenegrin registrar? We were told we needed to go there first. Kess noticed the slight change in Momadrin's stance. It was defensive, and she suspected there was not a lot of love lost between them and the Tenegrins.
"Tenegrins? Your friends?"
asked the Momadrin. We do not know anything about them, said Evaran. He tilted his head. If they conquered this planet, then they are not our friends. However, we will observe their protocol while here. The Momadrin clacked its mandibles.
"Tenegrins, not our friend. We are Momadrin. Can be friend. Registrar, come, we show."
The odd speech intrigued Kess. The insectoid races she had dealt with spoke in a different style, but none looked like the Momadrins. She loved seeing Dr. Snowden's happy face in her augmented reality view. He never tired of exploring new worlds and learning about them. Thankfully, he had a suit that allowed him to do so in safety. She did not need a helmet or suit as her nanoswarm functioned as both. The atmosphere was rough, but nothing she could not handle. She grabbed Dr. Snowden's hand as she followed the Momadrins out of the landing cell. Emily scrutinized the pathways between the landing cells. The dirt ground and the reddish walls created a veritable maze. An embedded blue, vine-like pattern made it seem like the walls possessed veins. There was enough space between cells to create wide paths, and various stands lined up along the sides. There were vendors who sold all sorts of items, from strange fruit to small objects. She did not know what most of them were, but some were obviously tools of some type. What drew her focus was the reaction from other Momadrins and aliens as the group passed. The aliens cleared a path, with some spending an inordinate amount of time watching. It was like they were startled. It surprised her not to see any humanoids at all. She thought there might be one or two, but the most common body type was insectoid, with a few reptilian and avian ones tossed in. There were also some species that seemed bizarre to her. One had a ball for a body with 4 legs and a trunk. Massive tentacles shot out of its sides. It made her wonder how they advanced technologically. "Interesting aliens here," said Dr. Snowden. He glanced at Kess. "Much different than the ones in the Alliance, I'm sure." "Definitely," said Kess. "Thanks to the satellite scan and data dump, at least we can see the species name." Emily did enjoy that aspect. Half the aliens wore suits or breathers. Security seemed lax, but that could be due to the Tenegrins having air and space control. There were probably guards throughout the spaceport, although she had not seen one yet. A 4-foot robot reminded her of an octopus as it jumped around the landing cell tops. Perhaps it was a scout of some type that called security if necessary. After 15 minutes, they reached the edge of the spaceport. It exited into an open area with several mound-shaped buildings ahead. The Momadrin pointed a clawed hand off to the right.
"Tenegrin Registrar."
It continued on. Emily adjusted to the unusual movements of the Momadrins. They expressed no facial cues that she could register, but the way their antenna moved probably indicated tone. When the Momodrin they had talked with had learned that the group did not care for the Tenegrins, the antenna had been half up and back. They had been straight up when the Momodrin had pointed at the Tenegrin registrar's office. The 2 Tenegrin guards outside wore heavy armor, and their biotic hybrid weaponry was on full display. The third hand from their tails swaying around made her uneasy. One of the guards extended a scaled and clawed hand.
"Hold!"
They paused. Emily noticed the Momodrins had scattered. They did not even want to be near the Tenegrins. The translation orb was not out, so the vocal range of the Tenegrins was within a human one. The guard scanned the group, then motioned at an open hole in the side of the one-story building. Emily followed the others as they entered. The spacious interior had a counter halfway through the room. Behind it was a Tenegrin in light armor. The scarred bone structure around the head indicated it had seen battle. The Tenegrin leaned back with its third hand, propping the rest of the body up. Maybe that was a default rest state, because when the group arrived, the Tenegrin popped upright. They stood in front of the counter. "I am Evaran, and with me are Dr. Albert Snowden, Emily Snowden, and Cass."
"I am Paresis," he said.
He pulled out a handheld device and scanned them.
"Your group has some interesting readings. You speak our tongue with ease."
Evaran half smiled. "Our technology allows that."
"I see. It must be very advanced, then," said Paresis.
He bopped his head around as he studied them.
"What species are you? Are you related to the Gru?"
Evaran motioned at the others. "They are human. I am unique and have no species. I do not know the Gru."
"Interesting," said Paresis. "So 3 are human and 1 is not. Human is not a known species to us."
He pointed at Evaran.
"Nor is your biological reading."
"I understand. We are from far away, so we would not be known to you." Paresis hissed.
"The closest species to your design are the Gru, a small race that serves as a plague on our hegemony."
He tapped at an embedded console in the counter. Emily studied the creature that popped up in the projection. It was humanoid, but per the statistics, it stood about 6 inches tall. The head unsettled her as it reminded her of a beefy dinner plate turned upside down. A massive mouth with sharp teeth resided on the underside, and 4 eyes spread across the top. The pale skin with brown blotches made it appear diseased. A label underneath identified the creature as a Gru.
"They infest planets, ships, and stations," said Paresis. "They're also difficult to remove and possess enough intelligence to be a threat. They eat anything organic. There are different subspecies, and the winged ones are the worst."
Emily's skin crawled. The Gru were the bugs of the galactic region, and they happened to be humanoid. Dr. Snowden waved his finger around. "So all these other species see us and probably think we're a larger, mutated version of the Gru," Paresis hissed.
"Your assumption is correct. Even for me, your presence is revolting."
"Ah, well, hopefully it's not that big of an issue while we're here," said Dr. Snowden. Paresis put down his device and stared at the group for a moment.
"What is your purpose here?"
"To experience this world and its culture," said Evaran.
"And in your travels, you never encountered the Tenegrin hegemony?"
Evaran shook his head.
"I see. Where is your home world?"
asked Paresis. Evaran extended his hand. A holographic projection from his ring displayed the galactic region of the Tenegrin hegemony. A dot blinked far away in uncharted space. From there, he said. Parisis's 4 eyes were glued to the display.
That's far away.
So it would seem, said Evaran. He closed the projection. Have you seen or heard of another like us in this area?
We haven't. Should we have?
I was only curious, said Evaran. He looked around the group, then back at Parisis. Is there anything else we need before entering the city? Parisis hissed.
No. I have entered your profiles into our system, and you're now registered. Enjoy the city, and if you have time, I'd like to talk to you more about your species and homeworld.
Very well, said Evaran. He motioned toward the exit. Let us go. After the group exited the office, they assembled a bit away. I think he's lying about Dalton, said Emily. Definitely, said Kess. I may not be able to read Tenegrin facial cues, but Parisis twitched a lot for that question about seeing any others. Yeah, and the guy was way too interested in knowing where we came from. How much you want to bet we're going to get captured and tortured? Asked Dr. Snowden. Evaran sighed. As much as I wish it were different, I concur that Parisis's motivations were suspect. It may not be wise to go to the city. So, what now? Asked Dr. Snowden. Perhaps the Momodrin we first met would help us. Let us go. The group moved out. Emily had a bad feeling about the Tenegrins. They spoke well, even if it was translated, and appeared to be intelligent. It was the subtle manipulation they used to get information while appearing friendly and innocent. The data from the satellite painted a different picture.
Analysis. There seems to be Tenegrin movement to this area.
Yeah, let's not be here then, said Dr. Snowden. After a while, the group arrived back at the Torvada and met up with the Momodrin that they had interacted with earlier. The Momodrin peered up at them with his bug-like eyes. Why you back? Evaran half smiled. The Tenegrins are deceptive. We are looking for any news on someone like us arriving here. Have you seen or heard of anything like that?
Yes. Appeared in air. Was 2-legged. Like you. Had unusual equipment. It was tough. Wounded a Tenegrin. Killed another.
I believe that is Dalton, said Evaran. When did this occur?
3 days ago.
Evaran nodded and then pointed up. V, show yourself. V dematerialized over Evaran. The Momodrin's antenna curled as it stepped back.
What is that?
Analysis. I am V, a friend.
The Momodrin examined him. Evaran motioned at V. If you can take my friend to where this other appeared, and let us know the time when it occurred, we would be grateful. The Momodrin extended a clawed hand.
Payment.
What do you want? The Momodrin waddled over to a basket along the wall and pulled out a golden fruit that looked like an apple.
This.
Evaran scanned it. How many? Several other Momodrins assembled behind the one talking.
50,
said the Momodrin. Evaran half smiled. We will replicate it for you and bring it out. Then you can take V to the site of the last known sighting of this other person. The Momodrin's mandibles clacked. Emily suspected that was how they showed their excitement. She wondered if they thought they were ripping off the group by asking for so many, but with the Torvada's matter replicators, it would not be an issue. After Dr. Snowden and Kess pushed out a hover slab that supported several crates of the fruit, the Momodrin's friends quickly unloaded it. As promised, said Evaran. The Momodrin pointed at V.
Blue ball. Follow me.
Analysis. Known designation,
said V as he shimmered out of sight. Emily chuckled as the other Momodrins each grabbed a fruit and began to eat. The one leading V got a fruit, and they took off. We can wait on the Torvada, said Evaran. Once we have located the area where Dalton appeared and know what time, we will travel back 3 days, and then V can track him in stealth mode. Then we come to the present and pick both of them up." "Sounds like a plan," said Dr. Snowden as he followed the others through the Torvada's shielding. Emily and Dr. Snowden lowered their helmets. The Momadrins paused to stare. She suspected that between the Gru and Dalton offering up a challenge, humanoids had a tough reputation. Evaran had a plan, as always, and so far, outside the Tenegrin interaction, everything had been smooth. It had taken a bit for her to get adjusted to the Momadrin, but they appeared harmless. It made the conquering of their planet seem even more distasteful to her. She sat cross-legged on the ramp and looked over at the Momadrins. They had scuttled over to her with fruit in their clawed hands. It reminded her of kids outside an ice cream truck. Dr. Snowden and Kess joined her while Evaran went inside. Emily was curious to learn more about the Momadrins as a species and realized that, although her bug aversion had kicked in earlier, she had no issues with them now. It was time for a cultural exchange. Chapter 3. Dalton hustled between two trees in the dense forest. The soft ground made it difficult to walk and hide his tracks. A day had passed since he had first arrived, and the aliens had proved persistent in their pursuit. Evat's aerial servbot had come under attack, so he had recalled it. The forest proved hard for the alien drones to track him in. His camouflage shielding took up energy, and he did not want to have it on all the time. But he had no choice. He had already killed 12 aliens. They had resisted his light and medium stun, but his heavy one worked. Unfortunately, his stun baton and RSG were out of charges. He had even attempted a wrestling with an alien and tried to subdue it with a strangle move, but that was futile on a snake body with an extra hand to beat him over the head. All his non-lethal efforts just angered them. A short blade from his MH had proven effective, and lopping off the head worked. It pained him to have to resort to lethal means. The vast forest seemed endless. Hunger and thirst accompanied him wherever he went. His nanotech usage used energy, something he was now low on. Hiding places were difficult to find, and creatures decided to challenge him. Perhaps this was where he would die. He witnessed a shimmer in the sky, as if something invisible watched him. The subtle light fluctuations gave it away. He had scanned the sky several times, but seen nothing. Evat had not detected anything either. The presence remained constant and aloof. He reflected on a dream he had had during a quick nap. In it, he had stood on a dark surface, with a mist rolling on the ground. A woman, who appeared to be made of pure light, had approached him. She had said the Torvada had chosen him. He had no idea what she meant. It sounded like a title. When he had replied that he did not understand, she had stroked his face and told him to persevere. Unusual dreams were not new to him given his past, but this one felt more like a telepathic communication than a dream. He could still feel the woman's hand on his cheek. Perhaps she represented the forest, and the Torvada was some exotic creature or being. For the moment, he focused on his dwindling state. He needed to find sustenance and some form of energy to recharge. He sensed movement behind him. Based on how the aliens moved, he determined that there were two of them. Maybe they would be willing to reason after he had shown them he was their equal in combat, although the fact that he had murdered their friends might not sit well. It would not hurt to try, because he would not be able to go on much longer, and he would rather do it while he still had enough energy to escape if needed. The aliens slithered into range. He walked into their field of view with his camouflage shielding off and hands up. They shot him point blank, sending him sprawling back into the underbrush. They did not care about a reconciliation. He activated his camouflage shielding and ducked behind a tree while forming a blade. The energy weapons they used would have destroyed someone with less protection. Thankfully, they had just pushed him some. But the impact had caused bruising. Several rapid hits from multiple directions could be fatal, and he was not eager to test that. One of the aliens rushed to his previous position. Dalton stepped out and lopped off the alien's head, grabbed the body to use as a shield, then marched toward the other one. It took off. Dalton sighed as he dropped the body. There would be no reasoning with them. If anything, they would now be more set on killing him. He focused on getting out of the area. Finding a secure place to hide and rest remained his top priority as the blows from the alien's energy weapons had taken their toll. He rubbed his chest while grimacing. The lack of sustenance and rest wore on him. After several hours, he found a tree with an unusually large opening in it. Normally, he would have passed it, but a quick scan from his palm revealed it extended underground some. As the sunlight faded, he figured it was worth checking out. Evat scouted the area and detected a spacious burrow a bit away from the tree. There were no signs of recent activity, and the large hole meant he could step in and climb down. Once inside, he lay back against the wall and powered down to low power mode.
Evat?
She appeared in his augmented reality view as a pale woman with short red hair, gold eyes, and a one-piece silver form-fitting outfit.
Yes, Dalton.
Seal the entrance. But leave enough room to send out a servbot to scout the area for any food or drink.
Of course.
She tilted her head.
You're hurt.
He sighed.
I know. I just need some rest. Make sure the servbot that scouts the area clears my tracks here.
Evat nodded.
I'll also create a separate set of footprints that lead elsewhere for misdirection.
Good. Before it does that, you can seal the tunnels leading out from here.
She smiled, then dissipated. 2 servbots emerged from his upper arms and crawled away. The reduction of weight on him was noticeable, and it made moving around a little easier. While he wanted to keep one servbot airborne, that required energy. Once he adjusted to a comfortable position on his back, he clasped his hands over his stomach area. The last thing he needed was to fight an underground critter while he rested. But with the tunnels being rapidly sealed, that should not be an issue. His helmet's dim lights provided the only illumination in the dark enclosure. The temperature was not harmful to him, and as long as he wore his nanotech suit, he would be okay against the environment. He closed his eyes. 10 hours later, he awoke to Evat buzzing the armor around his head.
Evat?
He asked. She pointed at some objects on the ground.
I found these some distance away. They are compatible with your digestion system and small enough to carry. They also contain a significant amount of liquid.
Dalton studied the dark brown fruit. Platelets covered the body. He pulled one off and inspected the inner part. It looked palatable and had the consistency of watermelon. He held the fruit in his hand and let his nanotech work on it via tiny tendrils from his palm. This would do. Metal would be needed to repair some of the nanobots he lost, but that was not as critical and harder to find. Same with the energy needed to power the stun aspect of his MH and RSG.
You did good, Evat.
Evat bowed slightly.
Thank you.
How's the situation topside?
It's not good. The aliens are performing an inefficient search pattern and are leaving drones scattered around.
Dalton's eyes narrowed.
So leaving might be an issue.
Yes. Did you want me to plan an escape route?
No, not right now.
He smiled.
Thanks, Evat.
Of course,
she said as she faded away. He stared at the dirt wall across from him. This hostile planet was not Earth. That was a first for him. To jump to something other than another version. His chances of survival remained low if the aliens continued to hunt him, and he figured it would be a matter of time until he was found. Being captured alive did not seem to be a priority, and given that he had killed so many of them, they would probably kill him on sight. This would be a battle of attrition. Maybe he could dig his way to a better location, but he was not sure what he would run into, and that required a substantial amount of power he simply did not have. Another dream had visited him when he had slept earlier, and the same woman arrived to tell him again that he had been chosen. She probably meant chosen to die, as that was what the current situation seemed headed toward. Whoever or whatever the Toravata was, hopefully they knew a way out, because he did not. For the time being, he would focus on surviving and sleep while in low-power mode. V hovered over an open-air marketplace that butted up against a dense forest. Various brightly colored stands filled the area, and aliens of all types milled about. The Toravata had traveled back 3 days to this location, where Dalton was to appear momentarily. V's goal was to track him, leading up to the point when the group had initially arrived on Haristican. That would sync up everything, assuming he was still alive. V would remain as an observer and hopefully be able to give Evaran Dalton's location in the future. V studied the alien races. The Momodrins were the most common, but other insectoid races made their presence known. Emily had expressed disdain at so many antennae and legs. Although she had developed a soft spot for the Momodrins, their plight touched her, and she had even let some of them touch her glove. The aliens, who looked like giant hornets, made her uneasy. Tenegrins patrolled the market, and other aliens gave them a wide berth. The size discrepancy also stood out. Tenegrins were massive compared to the other alien races, where 1 to 3 feet seemed to be the norm. V determined that the Tenegrins activated a primal fear due to their size. Dr. Snowden and Emily's reaction to them was one of disgust. While Kess did not seem to like the Tenegrins either, she did not appear as concerned about their appearance as the others. A bright flash caught his attention. A quick scan revealed that a vertical portal had opened in midair, and a humanoid fell through. That must be Dalton Kingston. He spread his legs and arms out, and his suit formed a membrane that allowed him to glide down. V flew up to get a better scan. Dalton was about 6'1", and wore an advanced suit similar to Evaran, except the underarmor was dark blue and the dark gray padding stood out. A form-fitting dark gray helmet with blue lights showed that Dalton possessed advanced technology. V surmised that Dalton possessed quick reflexes. When he fell, he adjusted himself to the point that he landed comfortably on both legs. The insectoid aliens in the marketplace scattered. V suspected they might have envisioned Dalton as a mutated Gru that towered over them. 2 Tenegrin guards rushed over and told him to get down on the ground. When he tried to reply that he came in peace, the Tenegrins shot the area in front of him. Dalton possessed camouflage ability and used it to escape. V could still track Dalton due to a thermal view, and V suspected the Tenegrins could as well, as they shot Dalton in the back. The fact he got up and continued meant that his armor was tougher than it appeared. V flew after Dalton as he marched through the forest. He had some skill in dealing with the tough terrain as he moved around with ease. The Tenegrins launched several drones, and V monitored them. The drones were advanced, but the one Dalton sent up was as well. His drone emerged from his right arm, and based on further scanning, V determined that Dalton's suit was nanotech, and the drone formed from that. Dalton had talked out loud to someone called Evot. Perhaps it was the AI that controlled the drone. Over the next day, V followed Dalton into the forest. His drone had been attacked, so it flew down and merged into his upper right arm. Based on the search pattern that he executed, V calculated that Dalton searched for sustenance and a place to rest. The Tenegrins pursued relentlessly, and several times he had to deal with them. The first fight showed that Dalton tried to show restraint against 6 Tenegrins. He fired stun blasts to take down 3 and got another with his stun baton, which fritzed, then went out. In the end, he converted his baton to a blade and handled the last 2. V suspected that, like Evaran, Dalton used violence as a last resort. The various attempts by the Tenegrins after the first fight intrigued V. They tried to use numbers and multiply flanking strategies, but Dalton adjusted to each one. He somehow sensed them before they arrived. In another fight, Dalton hid behind a tree and used one of the spider-like drones he could form to clear footprints and redirect. This allowed him to surprise the Tenegrin hunting party, and it showed him to be a masterful close-quarters combatant. The Tenegrins stood no chance. On the second day, V followed Dalton to a tree with a large hole in it. He climbed in, and V initially attempted to fly in. However, one of Dalton's spider drones started to seal the entrance by repurposing parts of the tree's surface. Another drone worked on clearing out footprints and making new ones that led away from the tree. V suspected this would allow Dalton to rest, and from an initial scan, the hole ended underground and opened into a space large enough for him. Over the course of the third day and up to the Torvada's presence being detected, V observed the drones returning with juicy, fruit-like objects. Dalton was safe for the moment. The Tenegrins had nearby hunting parties, but they did not come near the tree, instead following constructed footsteps to a reddish river. Dalton did not seem to move much, if at all, during this time. Now it was 12:00 p.m., roughly 30 minutes after their initial arrival on Heristican.
V, we are coming to your location, said Evaran over comms.
Acknowledged. I am hovering over Dalton's current location. He appears to be hurt, and I have sensed that he has low energy output.
Very well. We have detected nearby Tenegrin groups. Will he be able to be extracted easily? Asked Evaran.
Unknown. He has sealed himself in an underground space under a tree.
Okay. We will see you shortly, said Evaran.
V looked forward to reuniting with the others. Although he did not mind being alone and performing reconnaissance, he enjoyed spending time with Dr. Snowden, Emily, and Evaran. They made his inner container pulse comfortably when around them. He interpreted that to mean that they had accepted him into a family unit. Most other AIs he had encountered did not seem to have this level of connection, so he understood the rarity of it. After 10 minutes, the Torvada appeared above the tree. V flew in and assumed projected mode. He liked that he could extend a small skeletal structure, then project a hollow shell that allowed for interaction. His inner container pulsed when Emily laid a hand on his shoulder, and Dr. Snowden patted him on the back. Their interactions indicated they were happy to see him, and he was glad to be with them again. He took his position on the front console in the command center. A quick check of Evaran showed him interacting with his ARI. V had heard it described as Evaran tapping at an invisible interface in front of him.
Dalton is in some type of low-power mode, said Evaran. Yeah, he seems like he's sleeping, kinda. There's a small gap near the top of that sealed hole, said Emily. How are we going to retrieve him?
Evaran nodded.
I will go down and get him and take him to the medical bay. I suspect he is weak due to lack of resources.
He rubbed his chin. What are you thinking? Asked Dr. Snowden.
I suspect this is where he would die. It is the end of his personal time stream.
So, like us on the Crotovor's ship, and we arrived just in time. Evaran nodded.
The nanotech he's using looks like it definitely requires upkeep, similar to mine, said Kess. I concur. V, prepare the medical bay. Kess, if you do not mind, your assistance in creating something his nanotech can use would be appreciated.
Kess smiled.
You don't need to ask. I got this.
Evaran stood and faced the group.
Very well. I shall be back.
V found it intriguing that Evaran always seemed to have a plan, and despite his power, he asked for help from the others. From V's assessment of those with power, there tended to be a selfish aspect to it that did not bode well for those near them. The Torvada's summons to rescue Dalton was strange, but within Evaran's ability to handle. V ran a simulation to explain why Dalton needed to be rescued and determined that the portal midair had something to do with it. Like Dr. Snowdon's and Emily's initial rescue long ago, this was at the end of a personal time stream. Chapter 4. Dalton grunted as a wave of energy swept through him. He had been in low-power mode with the idea that Evat would continue to scour the forest for resources until he could get back to full strength. His awakening senses told him that he was no longer in an underground burrow. The bright illumination around him and the ceiling he gazed at when he opened his eyes confirmed that as well. He determined that he was on his back on top of a slab. "Evat," he asked. She appeared next to him with her hand on his arm.
"I'm here, and you're safe."
He exhaled and realized his nanosuit had reformed to a full-body dark blue mesh. The sterile odor and lack of restraints, along with Evat's reassurance that he was safe, put him at ease. If he were in the care of the aliens he had fought, they would have strapped him down or even killed him. His brow wrinkled when he noticed that Evat used her human shell. She only did that in the presence of other humanoids. He sat up and looked around. A quick survey revealed he resided in a medical room of some sort. Various syringes, slabs, and cabinets reminded him of an advanced medical bay from the first Earth he had visited a while ago. He paused to study the 5 individuals off to the side. The first wore a light gray suit with dark gray armor pads. He had on metallic segments, such as boots, neck guard, forearm cover, and utility belt. The fair skin and hair frozen in place made him seem like androids Dalton had seen in the past. The fair-skinned, older man next to the first one had on an advanced suit of some type. His balding head, with tufts of hair, along with his glasses, gave him a studious look. Beside him stood a young woman with a similar suit. She had a ponytail and an infectious smile. Next to her was an older woman. She had light tan skin, and her suit appeared different. His senses told him that she used nanotech. The young man beside her intrigued Dalton. The man had a skeletal structure with a hollow shell. Dalton sensed the group meant no harm.
"Welcome. I am Evaran."
Dalton swung his legs off the slab and focused on him. Evaran motioned at the others in sequence.
"You are on my ship, the Torvada, and with me are Dr. Albert Snowden, Emily Snowden, Kess, and V."
Dalton cleared his throat. Evaran's calm voice reassured Dalton, and an aura of trust oozed from Evaran. The mention of the Torvada being a ship caught Dalton's attention, but for the moment he focused on getting his bearings. He planned to ask about that later. It also surprised him that he understood Evaran with ease. There had to be something allowing for translation. "I'm Dalton Kingston."
"It is good to meet you," said Evaran. "This may be confusing to you, and I am sure you have a lot of questions. However, before we get to that, perhaps some sustenance will aid your recovery. We have already given you some fluids and also powered your weapon handle and suit." How they figured out how to power anything remained a mystery, but a quick check showed that his MH, RSG, and suit were full. This group was definitely advanced, and Evaran appeared to be the leader.
"Food and drink would be good,"
said Dalton as he slid off the slab. He took a deep breath. The atmosphere was calibrated for humans. Evaran motioned at the door.
"Please, follow me."
Dalton stretched each leg and arm and then followed the group. Upon exiting the medical bay, he got a good view of the ship's interior. To his sides were other doorways, and he inferred that the Torvada was a decent-sized ship. The room he entered was a few doors away, and it had a large table with chairs on the right. To the left was an open area with several devices built into the wall. He took the first seat on the left, where Evaran had motioned. Dr. Snowden sat across from him, while Emily and V sat off to his right. Evaran took his seat at the head of the table. Definitely a meeting room. Kess sauntered off to one of the devices in the wall, which materialized a glass with a dark liquid and a plate with what appeared to be a burger. The device was a matter replicator, which gave Dalton an idea of how advanced the group was. The fact they all looked human intrigued him. He studied the glass with a bubbling liquid that Kess placed before him before she took her seat. He raised his right hand and shot a light yellow beam out of his palm over the burger and drink, both scanned as nutrient-dense, which would be beneficial for his body. Kess smiled and gestured at the item she brought him. That's a burger, a popular food item on Earth, and the drink is called a soda. Also popular. Based on your biology, they're safe to consume. Dalton held the glass and sniffed it before downing it. It tasted sweet, and his body reacted positively to it. Thank you. He took a bite of the burger and closed his eyes. This is delicious. Reminds me of the burgers I know. Same with the carbonated drink. Dr. Snowden chuckled. Burgers are always delicious. I am sure you are confused as to where you are, said Evaran. We found you in an underground burrow. Your suit was in a power conservation mode, and the Tenegrins hunted you. Dalton nodded. The Tenegrins? Is that what the snake aliens call themselves? They really had it out for me. They must have hated that I had 2 legs. The group laughed. Dalton saw it as a good sign that they understood his humor. Evaran motioned at V. He tracked you in his stealth orb mode from your initial entry on Herstican, the planet, to the underground burrow. So it was you flying around in the sky, said Dalton, glancing at V. V nodded. Evaran interacted with the table console. Dalton's eyes were glued to the projection that appeared over the middle table. It showed him as he had traveled around over the last 3 days. Impressive. V stealth mode is quite effective. V smiled. The projection ended. Dalton glanced at Evaran. How did you know to be there when I first arrived? He pointed up. The Torvata said you would be in that area. Dalton sat up straight. Is the Torvata sentient somehow? It acts on its own at times, but I do not believe it is sentient. You sure? Asked Dalton. Evaran tilted his head. I may be wrong, but I do not think I am. Dalton's eyes narrowed. How a ship had chosen him, assuming what he dreamed was true, seemed odd. However, it was hard to ignore what was in front of him. The Torvata not being sentient made it even stranger. I noticed a 3-day delay in meeting me, he said. Evaran nodded. We arrived 3 days after your arrival and did not know your location. The Momadrins, the local race, said you had appeared 3 days earlier and disappeared. They were not aware of your current location, but they knew where you had first landed. We traveled back in time to the moment of your arrival, where V entered stealth mode to track you. Then we traveled forward 3 days to the current time to meet you. You wanted to preserve the past. Probably due to being a part of events, said Dalton. He tilted his head. The Torvata can travel through time, it seems, then. That would make things a lot easier, especially if you arrived 3 days later. It can go through space, too, said Emily, smiling. Dalton studied her. And this is normal for you? You get used to it, she said. Dr. Snowden nodded. Yeah, what she said. I would add and beyond to that, though. You don't seem too shook up by all this. These topics are not new to me, said Dalton. He scrutinized Dr. Snowden. So, space, time, and beyond. Interesting. Not to state the obvious, but how did the Torvata know I was going to be here? It is a function of the Torvata to highlight events throughout space, time, and beyond. We attend to them, said Evaran. Dalton nodded as he glanced around the table. He focused on Kess.
I sense you're like me. You have nanotech, but a lot more of it.
She smiled. I do. And it's about half of my body, actually, so yes, a lot more.
Half your body is a considerable amount. What species are you?
Human. But from AD 514-723.
Dalton rubbed his chin.
So you're an evolved human. Like me.
Yep.
Dalton waved his finger between Dr. Snowden and Emily.
You must both be human. Although I detected you have nanotech inside you.
Dr. Snowden nodded. Cosmic energy, enhanced nanobots, and humans from AD 2013.
I'm not familiar with cosmic energy, but that, and perhaps the year you're from, would explain some things, said Dalton.
He studied V.
And you're an AI of some sort, using a hollow shell with skeletal support. You obviously have various modes, with orb being one of them.
Analysis. You are correct.
Efficient.
Dalton looked at Evaran.
I don't think you're human, although you appear to be so. You also seem to exude an aura.
I am unique, said Evaran. I do have a cosmic aura around me that I have observed influences others to trust me. It can also instill confidence.
That must come in handy, said Dalton.
This group was unique overall. He felt like he could trust the group, which was not something he usually did on first encounters. If anything, it seemed like they had been destined to save him from his predicament on Heuristicon.
Analysis. A virtual intelligence was detected on you. Did it manage the drones?
Yeah. And you're referring to Evat, said Dalton.
He tapped at his right arm. A serve-bot emerged and jumped on the table. Dr. Snowden and Emily sat back in their chairs.
Don't be alarmed, it's just a serve-bot. One of two, said Dalton.
Looks sort of like a daddy longlegs, said Emily.
Dalton smiled.
I'm not sure what that is. The serve-bot has nanotech of its own and can form whatever is needed, whether it's to fly or crawl.
Huh, said Emily. It projected a miniature version of Evat in her segmented silver outfit.
Say hi to our new friends, said Dalton.
Evat waved at everyone.
She's my connection and interface to the serve-bots.
Emily leaned forward and studied it. Now that's cool. I've interacted with a VI before.
Dalton nodded.
Evat is an enhanced VI. She's not self-aware, but more than just an interface.
The serve-bot jumped back onto his shoulder, then crawled onto his arm and merged in. Dr. Snowden wrinkled his brow. So, you can have two out at one time.
I can, said Dalton.
He raised a finger.
However, it uses up resources. I try to have only one out, but in dire situations, I use both.
Dr. Snowden rubbed his chin. So, do you have nanobots inside you as well?
Dalton shook his head.
I don't. But I have genetically engineered supercells that allow for rapid cellular regeneration. They're nowhere near as advanced as your nanobots, I'm thinking.
Evaran nodded. They are not. But you are immune to most disease and poisons. I did notice that your nanotech uses nanobots, and some are stored inside your body, but not free-floating.
Yep,
said Dalton. He raised his right arm out at a 90-degree angle. His forearm portion of his suit dispersed to reveal his skin, which had black ringed circles interspersed throughout.
Those are small storage areas for the nanobots. They're mainly used for my suit or outerwear as needed.
That's cool, said Emily. I liked your handle thing.
Dalton nodded and put his arm down. His nanotech suit recovered his forearm. He pulled out his MH and made it form a knife, then a blade, then a hammer, then a baton.
It's a multi-purpose handle, or MH, as I call it, he said.
A morphable weapon, said Dr. Snowden. He raised his PSD. We're familiar with that.
Dalton examined the PSD. "I don't detect nanotech on it. It uses morphable metal and dimensional mechanics. It also shoots various beams," said Dr. Snowden. "I saw you shot some stun beam." Dalton rubbed his chin. "You're very much more advanced than me. The beam came from my retractable stun gun, or RSG, which forms on my right hand, but it's limited by how many charges it has on it." "Got it." Evaran gestured at Dalton. "You are now aware of why you are here, but we do not know how you got to where you were." Dalton smiled. For the first time in a long while, he let his guard down. The Toravada knowing to come get him remained a mystery he needed to solve, and he was in the right place for that. "I think I'd like another one of those sodas before I continue." Dalton fascinated Dr. Snowden. The Servbots and Evat were a surprise. Dalton's advanced suit, with gadgets from V's video recording, made him look like a futuristic detective. Even though he wore a mesh outfit now, he appeared to be in excellent shape. Dr. Snowden wondered how the suit worked, but he figured Dalton would cover that. His friendly personality comforted Dr. Snowden. He suspected that Dalton had been a leader of some sort, as he spoke with confidence. Dr. Snowden liked that Dalton adjusted fairly quickly, and he seemed to understand Earth culture. Dalton shifted in his seat, and then took a swig from his drink. "So, where I came from. I don't mind telling everyone here that. Everything in me tells me that I can trust everyone here, and that's unusual, but given where I am, perhaps not." He cleared his throat. "I came from Earth, but probably not the one you're familiar with." "From a parallel timeline, right?" asked Kess. Dalton scrutinized Kess. "Actually, yes. You're aware of them, then?" Dr. Snowden gestured at him. "Oh, yeah. We've been to a few." "I see. On my Earth, humanity was on the verge of collapsing. I was born before the nuclear fallout, and the irradiated wasteland caused everyone to retreat to underground bunkers. Life was brutal as everyone fought to stay alive," said Dalton. "Whoa, that sounds rough," said Emily. "That's one way of putting it. My wife and I and our 2 kids lived with a small group in an underground bunker. It sustained us until mutants invaded," said Dalton. He looked down. "My family didn't make it." He cleared his throat as he looked back up. "An opening formed in the bunker to the surface, and also killed the mutants that chased me. I took the opportunity to escape and contracted radiation sickness. I expected to die. However, I found shelter in a shack. Sometime later, a noise outside woke me, and this device sat on the ground with a note on what to do." A Servbot jumped off Dalton's arm and onto the table. Dr. Snowden studied the unusual cube that the Servbot projected. The cube looked seamless on all sides, but had engravings in certain parts. A note showed 2 numbered pictures. The first one indicated to tap the left side. The second displayed placing something on the top face. Dalton gestured at the cube. "I didn't know what that was, but following the note's instructions, I pressed the left side, and it popped out a tray on the bottom with 11 green cubes in it. I took one out and placed it on the holder on the top side, which absorbed it, and that spawned a portal a few feet away. I didn't have anything left on my Earth, so I stepped through." "Those cubes looked like rift ones," said Emily. "I concur," said Evaran. "Although planar technology by itself cannot create a portal, it is possible when infused with rift and other exotic energies." He glanced at Dalton. "Do you know how this device came to be on your doorstep?" Dalton shook his head. "I never did find out. However, the portal led me to another Earth, a much more advanced one. The humans there easily cured my sickness." He tapped his chest. "Most of what I have now came from that Earth." "Sounds like a great place," said Dr. Snowden. Dalton sighed. "Yeah, I miss it some."
I spent the first 5 years trying to understand how everything worked. All that research also helped me deal with losing my family, although that never truly goes away. Nonetheless, that Earth possessed matter replicators and a currency-less economy. Your worth in society was in how you advanced it.
Sounds familiar, said Dr. Snowden. Dalton nodded.
The Scout Spectre program intrigued me. Scout Spectres were a sort of inspector with advanced technology. I joined, and that's where I got my upgrades. My skin was bound to my nanosuit, and they also gave me the supercells to deal with hostile environments should my suit fail.
It sounds like you were made to withstand almost anything, said Kess.
Well, the idea was that we should be self-sufficient. I functioned as long as I had access to a power source, food, and water. It was a response to earlier Scout Spectres who failed because their technology became a liability. So they integrated it into us. It's also why we used an MH and an RSG. Carrying morphable weapons instead of multiple individual ones allowed for space conservation.
So you were a space inspector. A resilient one, Inspector Kingston, or Inspector Dalton, said Emily, smiling. I could see that. Dalton grinned.
I prospered for over 70 years in the role, and rose to command 50 Scout Spectres over a 10-system area. If I had stayed and survived on my original Earth, I wouldn't have lasted that long. One of the side effects of my supercells is that I age very slowly.
He motioned at Dr. Snowden and Emily.
I suspect you two do as well due to your nanobots.
We do, said Dr. Snowden. How old are you now?
104, said Dalton.
I'm about half that, said Dr. Snowden.
You're a young man, then.
Dr. Snowden laughed. Yeah, I don't hear that too often.
Evot came with the suit, and she allowed me to interact with the servbots.
Analysis. Your servbots can morph as needed.
Dalton nodded.
So why'd you leave there?
It sounds like paradise for you, said Kess.
Dalton sighed. I did enjoy my time there, and the upgrades saved me. However, humanity there was driven by advancing itself, and the people I often interacted with were cold, somewhat emotionless. As you might imagine, my personality did not mesh well with that. They had difficulty with sarcasm and humor.
Dr. Snowden recalled Evaran mentioning that he had seen future versions of humanity that were colder. It seemed that occurred the further humanity advanced with technology, regardless of timeline.
My last case involved me and 3 other Scout Spectres investigating a ship that stopped transmitting. I discovered that its communications had been destroyed, but there were over 140 people alive on it. There was also something else, said Dalton.
A projection shot up from the servbot. Dr. Snowden's blood chilled when he saw the familiar spider-like form of a Time Warden. This one was bulky, and its myriad of eyes made his skin crawl.
A Time Warden, said Evaran. His eyes narrowed.
Predator class.
We had no idea what it was. But it sounds like you do, said Dalton, glancing at Evaran. It was powerful and single-handedly defeated everything sent its way. Our orders were to board and rescue someone with a high-standing political rank, then blow the ship.
Really? Asked Kess. They wanted you to kill everyone?
Dalton grimaced. Unfortunately. I did board the ship, but the person we were to save proved to be difficult to work with. She demanded that we leave immediately, but I couldn't kill all those people. We took on the Time Warden and isolated it into a docking bay where we flushed it out.
Sounds like the case ended well, said Dr. Snowden.
I wish that was the consensus. A signal had been detected coming from the Time Warden as it flew through space. Scout Spectre Command traced the signal to a very remote space station, and their conclusion was that the Time Warden contacted others of its kind and exposed humanity's location.
Yeah, that's not good, said Dr. Snowden. But you saved all those people. Not only that, but if there was one Time Warden, then it probably already sent back details prior to boarding. That would be expected behavior, said Evaran. Dalton sighed.
Scout Spectre Command didn't see it that way. I broke protocol, which they took very seriously. To be fair, they took everything far too seriously. They planned to strip me of my position and all my enhancements with it.
They planned to take away all your nanotech and genetic engineering? Asked Emily.
Yeah. And the process is painful, from what I understand. New skin would be regrown, and I'd lose my supercells. I would also be refused acceptance into any other position. A living death, essentially.
That sounds a bit harsh, said Kess.
Dalton nodded. I agree. Although I would be free to move around, it would be as a ghost for the most part. As humanity covered a vast empire, there was nowhere for me to go. I would just exist. I decided to use the cube and jump again while I still had my abilities. Unfortunately, my ship and all the additional equipment it contained couldn't come.
The Servbot's projection changed to show a massive sea.
Either the second Earth was a water world, or maybe I landed in a large ocean. After moving around for a few days, I decided to leave. Something snapping at me helped that decision. I jumped again, said Dalton.
The projection displayed dense vegetation.
The third Earth was a jungle world. I met a cat-like humanoid species there and integrated with them over time. However, like humans, they had their politics and rival factions. Similar to the first Earth, there was a misunderstanding when I saved a child instead of their brutal king. They exiled and hunted me. And to be honest, I missed being around other humans, so I jumped.
An image of a city appeared over the Servbot.
The fourth Earth had an advanced society, but much less so than the first Earth. Humanity were conquerors, and their focus was war. They captured me upon arrival and planned to dissect me as they did not have nanotech, and my supercells caught their interest. I got free before that occurred and jumped again. Oddly enough, they tried to use the timeline device, but it didn't open for them.
You've had a rough journey, said Dr. Snowden. Dalton nodded as the projection changed to show a barren desert.
The fifth Earth didn't have any life as far as I could tell, not even insects. It was hot and dry, and after a few days of walking, I decided to leave again. On the plus side, I absorbed the heat for free energy.
The projection displayed an ice world.
The sixth was the same as the fifth in terms of life, but the opposite in environment. I left there within minutes.
That sounds horrible, said Emily.
Even the brief time there did damage, said Dalton. On the seventh Earth, I ran into an apocalyptic world. Humans had been mutated into strange creatures, and I fought them. I searched for underground bunkers and found a few abandoned ones. I discovered some journals there, and they detailed a horrific experience.
The projection changed as Dalton explained the remaining Earths.
The eighth Earth had a primitive society. They were civilized to the point that they had chariots, used horses, and their city engineering worked quite well for their technological level. They reminded me of advanced Romans from my Earth's history. They branded me as a sorcerer and hunted me, so I left. The ninth Earth was a jungle world like the third, but there were no humanoid species. It did have aggressive plants and large insects, so I decided to jump again.
I definitely would have, said Emily, grimacing.
Dalton scrutinized her. Hornets should not be the size of my forearm.
She shuddered. Oh, yeah, definitely not.
The 10th Earth was an occupied one. I didn't recognize the humanoid aliens, but they had enslaved humanity.
Emily motioned at the projection. Looks like the Purifiers. We know them well. That would also imply that the Kregan Star Empire did not protect that Earth, said Evaran.
Dalton ran a hand over his mouth. Whoever the purifiers were, they wasted no time in trying to capture me, which was a reoccurring theme. Only one rift crystal remained, and they had cornered me in an office building. They used brutal energy weapons, and they came in great numbers. They actually shot the device, which destroyed it, but not before I opened a portal with my last cube. Now, I'm here, at what I initially thought was the 11th Earth, but I've arrived on Huristican instead.
You've had an exhaustive trip, said Dr. Snowden.
Yeah, and for the first time in a long while, I feel like I can relax some.
Evaran motioned at Kes. You have been through a lot. She will show you to your living quarters. Our first summons was to retrieve you, and I suspect the Torvata chose you to help us with our next one. We can meet and discuss that tomorrow.
I appreciate you taking me in, and your kindness is appreciated, said Dalton. He eyed Evaran. It's probably nothing, but I dreamed of a woman on a dark plain. She told me the Torvata had chosen me, which lines up with your first summons. I'm not really sure how a ship appeared in my dreams, though.
Evaran sat straight up. A woman. What did she look like?
Pure energy, but in a human form. I felt at peace in her presence and can still feel her hand on my cheek, said Dalton.
Evaran's eyes narrowed. Intriguing. You think it was Cyrillus? Asked Emily. I am not sure, said Evaran. The Torvata is mysterious at times. Nonetheless, I am sure Dalton wishes to rest and collect his thoughts. Dalton nodded.
The group stood. I look forward to learning more about everything, said Dalton.
As do we, said Evaran. Kes led Dalton out of the room. From previous experience, Dr. Snowden understood that Evaran choosing Kes to show Dalton his living quarters was not random. Perhaps it was due to their similarity in nanotech and both being evolved humans. Dr. Snowden had come to view himself and Emily as evolved humans, but they could not control a nanoswarm. Either way, he looked forward to hearing about Kes's conversation with Dalton later. Kes peeked back as she led Dalton to his living quarters. He strolled along with his hands behind him, as if he was taking a walk through a park. His journey fascinated her, and she could tell he was a survivor. His speech style was friendly and disarming, and he spoke with confidence. She could see leadership qualities in him, in that he was observant and adapted to new situations quickly. After a few minutes, they reached Dalton's living quarters. Kes motioned at a console off to the side. It's keyed to you, so you can open and close it from there. Dalton opened the door and they entered. He paused to watch it seal shut, then focused on the room's interior. Kes smiled as he walked around and used a beam from his palm to scan things. His leisurely pace suggested he was in no hurry. The two servbots that emerged intrigued her. They ran around scanning everything. The idea of a servbot was something that she planned to look into. Dalton studied her. Your nanotech is quite advanced. It's far superior to what I have. Being from AD 514-723, it better be.
I suppose so, said Dalton as he sat in a recliner.
Kes sat perpendicular to him on the couch. She observed that his black hair was puffed up some, and the sides of his head were semi-shaved.
This group you travel with is powerful, said Dalton.
They are, and together they do wondrous things, one of which was finding and helping me.
Was it via a summons?
Kes shook her head. Not directly. I and 99 others were in stasis around a star with exotic energy for 200,000 years. Whenever Evaran visited us, humanity had been fractured into various empires spread across the galaxy, and they were under attack. He unified humanity with Earth as the center and us as his allies.
That's impressive. I assume time traveling was a part of the solution.
Kes nodded. That, and being able to travel thousands of light years in a second. Evaran, Dr. Snowden, Emily, and V contain cosmic energy at varying levels. From what I understand, it's one of the strongest possible energies out there. That also helps resolve situations.
I'd imagine so. Evaran radiates power, as do you, said Dalton.
Kes eased back into the couch. I try.
They chuckled. Your nanotech is different than mine. You seem to control a large swarm, said Dalton.
Yep, my evolved human form had been genetically engineered over thousands of years. It didn't resemble a human body at that point, but it did allow for direct control of a nanoswarm, which allows me to change my form as needed, to some degree.
Dalton nodded. I only have a thin layer. Just enough to create my Scout Spectre suit, and anything less than that. You must be able to do some amazing feats.
Don't I know it? Said Kes, grinning.
You're easy to talk to, said Dalton with a smile. I can't help but notice that you speak effortlessly with Dr. Snowden and Emily, yet you're almost 500,000 years apart.
Kes tilted her head. If you're not tired, I can show you a Holoroom program that helped me acclimate. It's based on Earth up to AD 2013.
Dalton stood. I'd enjoy that. It'd be nice to compare the Earth I knew to the one Dr. Snowden and Emily came from. I miss Earth. At least a version that isn't a wasteland.
Kes stood and they went to the pure white Holoroom.
A Holoroom? Impressive. We had those on the first Earth, but they were mostly used for meetings, said Dalton. They didn't like that I recreated my Earth in it.
Kes nodded. She tapped in the air, causing a circular menu to appear. After a moment of navigation, she selected the program that allowed her to absorb Earth culture on her initial visit to the Torvata long ago. She created 2 chairs for them to sit in and sat. Dalton took a seat and studied the Holoroom as it transformed into a variety of settings with data labels. You can scroll through the timeline and then zoom in and out. For me, I absorbed and processed it like a file, said Kes.
Dalton arched an eyebrow. I can't do that, although Evot might be able to, but that wouldn't help me. This is good. Just from what I saw, the Earth in this timeline seems like a place I'd like to go.
You wouldn't need to be worried about being hunted, that's for sure. Evaran has friends there, and there's an organization he founded called the Earth Ward that watches over Earth.
Dalton rubbed his chin. Earth Ward. I see. Oh, there's a lot to learn. I do have enhanced memory, so I can absorb this. It will just take me longer than it did for you.
Kes shook her hand at him. It's not a competition. Take all the time you need. I can answer any questions as you go through.
I appreciate your patience with me.
Kes laughed. You don't need to be so formal around me.
I'm not. It's been a long time since I've seen a friendly face. And a human one at that. That tends to wear on you after a while.
I bet. Well, it's all smiles here, usually. At least until we get into the middle of whatever summons we're doing. Although the first one is done.
Dalton nodded. To find me. I don't think the summons and the subsequent dream I had were coincidental. However, now that I'm here, I'm not sure what's next. I would guess help with this next summons, then determine the next step.
Kes shook a finger at Dalton. You got it. All right. When in Earth's timeline do you want to start? And where?
He smiled big. From the beginning. And everywhere.
Chapter 5. Vice Inspector Tarkarik slid out of his sleeping cocoon as a nearby screen beeped at him. A quick check showed he had only received 4 hours of sleep. His small, dark room sometimes functioned as his office, and the display coming to life illuminated the area. He slithered over and tapped it. An image of Captain Hillkirk in a standard Tenegrin outfit appeared.
Vice Inspector Tarkaric, there's been an incident.
Tarkaric hissed.
Which is 2 of them, actually. But in the same place. Horistican.
Tarkaric had no love for that planet. The Momadrins were a recent addition to the Tenegrin hegemony, and they only provided value as slave labor. Horistican proved to be resource-dense, although the same amount of resources could be retrieved from other stellar objects with a robotic crew. It was not his decision to overrule what the 9-member ruling council wanted, though. He only investigated disturbances across the Empire.
I'm on my way, he said.
He turned on a dim light and slipped into his armor. His current mission had him flying to a remote outpost on a world yet to be conquered. One of the ranking officers there had engaged in disturbing practices with the locals and, from his perspective, sullied Tenegrin purity. He had looked forward to determining the extent of the infraction, but it sounded like whatever had come up might be more important. It had better be, in order to wake him up from a sleep, something most would never dare do unless it was an emergency. He slid through the spacious hallways toward the command center. Other personnel cleared the way as he passed. They understood when he rested and knew that he was up instead of sleeping. He grinned. Good on them for reacting appropriately to the situation. After 15 minutes, he entered the busy command area. A massive screen covered half the room, while the other half contained arrays of workstations. Tenegrin slithered here and there. The main screen was divided into smaller sections, each with its own focus. He moved over to the center, where a large resting structure stood that allowed his kind to relax. Captain Hillkirk slid off it and interacted with the device on his forearm. The large display opened a window front and center. Other Tenegrin officers focused on the view.
This came in from Horistican 3 days ago, said Captain Hillkirk.
Tarkaric studied the unusual alien that fell from the sky. It stood about 6 feet tall and reminded him of a large, armored grue, except this one had a slim head.
What is this creature?
Other Tenegrins in the room hissed and bared their fangs.
I don't know, but it's tough. Observe, said Captain Hillkirk.
Tarkaric studied the honorable guards trying to reason with the alien. It raised its hands in a sign of aggression, as if declaring its intent to attack. They fired a warning shot on the ground immediately before the alien, but it faded from view and tried to run. It moved fast, but one of the heroic guards hit it. Its armor must be tough as it kept on moving. That type of display might embolden others to resist the Tenegrin occupation there.
Interesting. So why hasn't it been caught yet? He asked.
Captain Hillkirk bobbed his scaly head.
I don't know. However, this occurred only a few hours ago.
The screen changed to show the interior of a registrar's office. Tarkaric's beady eyes narrowed. The 4 aliens looked like the first one from before. Their armor appeared unusual, but it was their ability to converse with ease that surprised him. Translation technology was nothing new, but most civilizations had difficulty translating Tenegrin speech. This group did it flawlessly. The one known as Evaran seemed to be in charge, and his scaleless skin made Tarkaric queasy. The registrar officer appeared scared, and Tarkaric suspected most Tenegrins would be. Evaran asked about any news of another alien like him, which meant the 2 events might be related. Maybe they had been sent to retrieve the first, who might be a criminal. Still, they operated in Tenegrin territory.
Is there any other information on this group? He asked. The location they gave is deep in uncharted space, said Captain Hillkirk. Not only that, They left immediately after this meeting.
Tarkarik flicked his forked tongue out and then focused on Captain Hillkirk.
Change course to Heristican. This might be the sign of a new enemy, and I need to understand everything about them. Before we get there, have anyone who had contact rounded up and taken to the local interrogation center.
Should I notify the council? Asked Captain Hillkirk.
No. I'll do that myself. I think this is more important than a rogue officer and their petty infractions.
Captain Hillkirk hissed and then barked orders to the rest of the command crew. Tarkarik exited the room. He would go to the communications center and talk with the council. He doubted they would object to him checking out Heristican. Something was off. These bold aliens had popped in and showed no fear. They could be working with the resistance, but he suspected they, too, would be repulsed by the aliens' revolting forms. Humans were an unknown quantity, but so far, they were fearless. Never a good sign. He did notice that the aliens known as Emily Snowden and Kess were physically different than Evaran. Their species might have multiple genders, an inefficient reproduction model prone to disaster, and one that allocated a large amount of effort for attraction when that effort could be used more efficiently. Several species throughout the hegemony had a similar practice, and he had seen firsthand how ridiculous it could be. He would investigate these aliens and track them down. Even if they were not a threat, it might be an opportunity to invade another civilization. He would need to see if there were any deep space probes out that way, and, if not, get some going. That would require access a bit above his role, and more information was needed before making that request. Heristican would be the first step to getting that information, one of many to come. Emily was excited to get a workout in, not something easily done on Earth when the Torvado was not around. She had woken up early, and it was 7:30 a.m., which meant everyone except Evaran and V was probably still asleep. She skipped to the hollow room with a smile on her face. It wound down when the room showed as occupied. It was probably not Dr. Snowden or Kess, as they were with each other. It might be Evaran and V performing an experiment, but she did not recall them doing that recently. Her curiosity got the best of her, and she entered. She grinned when she saw that Kess's Earth Cultural Absorption program still ran. 2 recliners sat in the center of the room, and Dalton was passed out on one of them. The other was empty, and she suspected that Kess had shown him the program for a while before going to Dr. Snowden's quarters. Emily jumped when Evot appeared in her full form.
"Hello,"
said Evot with a smile.
Hi,"
said Emily. Evot stared at her. It reminded her of how Cal from the prison planet in a previous adventure had acted. He would not respond unless a question was asked. It became a game of 1,000 questions to get the right answer.
"So,
What's going on here?" asked Emily.
Kess showed Dalton her cultural absorption program of Earth."
Emily nodded.
"I take it she left and then he fell asleep?" "Yes."
Emily looked around.
"Did he enjoy it?" "He laughed and smiled more than usual, so I calculate that he did."
Right. Well, we have a meeting in about an hour and a half. He might want to wake up and get cleaned up and maybe some breakfast." Evot smiled.
"I will wake him."
Dalton jumped out of his chair as his body buzzed. He took a moment to gather his bearings, then looked around.
Emily, I must have fallen asleep."
She chuckled.
"You looked peaceful as you slept, but we got a meeting at 9:00 a.m.
"Okay, I should probably get moving," he said.
He eyed her.
"What about you?"
"Oh, I usually get a workout in, get cleaned up, and then hit breakfast. I guess you don't need to clean up, come to think of it."
Dalton smiled.
"I do, actually. Although I can shrug off dirt and grime, it still needs to go somewhere.
Plus, I still need to dry my head off. That process is quick and only needs a bit of water, one of the advantages of having a nanotech suit as your skin. However, breakfast sounds good. Cass also mentioned there was a planar cartography lab your uncle likes to use. I'll go check that out and give you the room.
Well, if you're up to it, you could join me in my workout.
Dalton tilted his head. What type are we talking about here?
A simulation I run to keep my fighting abilities honed.
All right. I'm intrigued, he said, nodding. Load it up.
Emily did so and expanded her PSD into a staff.
Your device is quite powerful, said Dalton.
My personal support device, or PSD. It has a variety of functions, including the use of morphable metal.
That's impressive.
Emily adopted a defensive stance. Okay. Are you ready? Dalton grabbed his MH and formed a stun baton. A nanoshield spawned from his left forearm as his Scout Spectre armored outfit appeared.
As ready as I'll ever be. What are we fighting, exactly?
Something we encountered on our first voluntary trip with Evaran.
Voluntary?
Emily sighed. Yeah, we had been abducted by aliens initially, but Evaran rescued us. We asked to travel with him, and he said yes. So on the first trip out with him, we ran into the simulation that's about to start.
Got it, said Dalton.
He gestured at her.
Fire it up.
She opened a holo menu and selected the scenario where they fought flesh mutants aboard a Kregan ship. Dalton jumped when a wide hallway formed around him. A horde of mutants barreled toward them. Emily stood by him. Get ready, these things are fast and can attack in unconventional ways.
I'm ready.
As the enemies approached, she shot a repulsion blast. The first wave sprawled back.
Efficient,
said Dalton. The next one ran into a mist that she ignited with a stun beam.
Your PSD is quite versatile, he said.
The third wave got stuck on sticky white globules. She motioned forward. Let's do this. They engaged the mutants. She dodged their attacks and hit them with the end of her staff. Blue arcs danced over the mutants' bodies. Dalton rolled around and deflected their blows while hitting them with his baton and shooting ones farther away with his RSG. Emily noticed how effective Dalton was as a close-quarters combatant. The mutants did not touch him, and between his MH and his RSG, he became a whirling dervish of stuns. His movements reminded her of a martial artist, and he moved fast and hit hard. Important traits, she suspected, when investigating alone. His tough shield easily deflected blows. The fourth wave was pure, close-quarters combat. Emily loved unleashing her all. She felt free in moments like this. And even though she no longer had a lot of cosmic energy, she had enough that, with some focus, she perceived things as moving more slowly. Her morning workout invigorated her. The simulation ended after the fourth wave crumbled. Dalton took a moment to catch his breath.
That was quite the effort.
She smiled. That was my warm-up routine.
Really?
She nodded. He studied her.
You're far stronger and faster than you appear. You have a lot of fire in your eyes, and you fight like it's life and death.
She blew a strand of hair out of her face. You could say that.
Something happened to you in the past, didn't it? I don't mean to pry, and if that's too personal of an observation, I apologize. I can't turn off the inspector part of me.
Emily sat. It's okay. On our second voluntary trip with Evaran, I got separated from the group and put on a prison planet for 9 months.
That doesn't sound good, said Dalton as he sat opposite her. You must have been scared.
I was. I had no combat training or even an idea of what to do. All I had was my PSD.
He scrutinized her. Obviously, you survived. But that event must have changed you.
Emily sighed. Yeah, it did.
Why didn't Evaran and the others come get you?
She whirled a finger in the air. The dimension I landed in had a time dilation effect. So 3 days for the group in this timeline was 9 months for me in the other place, and they couldn't travel back in time there. Dalton rubbed his chin.
The adventures Evaran goes on seem quite dangerous.
That's one way of putting it, said Emily, laughing.
He nodded. You have a lot of passion for life. That much is evident. I understand now why you practice so hard. You don't ever want to be in a position again where you're not ready.
She glanced at him. Yeah, actually. What about you? Your trip sounded like you've had a lot of heartache.
I have, said Dalton, grimacing. I do miss my family. And you never fully come to grips with the fact that they're gone. But it is what it is. I savor every day I get to live, and I'm sure they would have wanted that for me too. I'm old, relatively, but I don't let that stop me from trying to enjoy life.
He eyed her.
I noticed your parents aren't here.
She swallowed hard. My mom died during my birth, and my dad a few years before I started traveling with Evaran.
He nodded. We're both scarred.
I guess we are. I'm not sure why I'm telling you all this. I just met you yesterday. Emily grinned. You might be a psycho or something.
Dalton waved his finger around. Perhaps subconsciously you think that if the Torvata chose me, then I can be trusted.
That makes sense. I've never heard of it choosing anyone, nor has Evaran, it seems. This is all new. But, yeah, I trust the Torvata implicitly. It's my home away from home. There's also the conditions under which we met Evaran. Uncle Albert and I met him at the end of our personal time stream. Same as you.
End of my personal time stream. You mean I was going to die?
Emily nodded. Evaran thought so.
Well, I'm glad the Torvata chose me, then, said Dalton. I hope I can help you and the others with this next summons. It's the least I could do to repay being saved.
He cleared his throat.
All right. You said this was only the warm-up.
She stood and laughed. Oh, yeah. There are quite a few levels to go through. If you're up for it, we can do a few before breakfast.
He jumped up. Ready when you are.
Emily smiled. She liked him. He had an easygoing personality and was easy to talk with. Perhaps that was a part of his inspector abilities, as talking to others would be a job requirement. He was old, relative to what she knew, but nanobots had changed her perspective. She could see him leading a group of others. He was a natural leader and brought out the best in those around him. She sensed his sadness when he talked about his family. It still ate at him, like her loss did at times. She had heard the saying that time heals all wounds. However, she believed that time only lessened wounds, and they never truly healed fully. She looked forward to interacting with Dalton more. His first impression on her was a good one. Dr. Snowden grinned as Kess rolled over and laid her head on his chest. He enjoyed when she slept over in his living quarters, although she had her own if she wanted to sleep there. One of the advantages of having her along was that, instead of a day back at her place in her time, he got to spend much more time with her on an outing with Evaran. Dr. Snowden realized how odd it was to have a girlfriend 500,000 years into the future, but he was okay with that. Kess sighed. Can we stay here for the rest of the day? I think we may be needed for the next summons, he said. She rose and eyed him. You sure? Dr. Snowden grinned. Well, we do have an hour before meeting. She grabbed her pillow and hit him playfully with it. An hour later, he had cleaned up and verified that his suit was snug. He usually activated a holographic shell of what he wore when he taught, but he left it off in this instance since he doubted there would be anyone from Earth around. The last hour had been bliss, and he still could not believe he had what he did with Kess. She did not clean up like he did, as she had a nanoswarm that collected and removed dirt particles.
A shower provided a place for it all to go, and she did not need to dry off. It was efficient, and Dr. Snowden sometimes wished he had external nanobots, but he was okay with only having internal ones. They exited and visited the conference room. Emily and Dalton talked over hefty plates of bacon, eggs, and biscuits with orange juice. Dr. Snowden was not sure what was going on, but they talked like they were old friends. "Morning," he said. "Something going on?" Emily and Dalton focused on him as he walked to the matter replicator. "Just a good training session this morning," said Emily. "Dalton's got some moves." "I was only watching and learning," said Dalton, grinning. Dr. Snowden got an avocado omelet and sat next to Dalton. "Oh, yeah. I would have come, but, I overslept." Emily shook her head as Kess sat next to her. Dalton gestured at Kess. "Thank you for the program last night. I learned a lot about Dr. Snowden and Emily's Earth." "Not a problem at all," said Kess. Dalton faced Dr. Snowden. "Compared to what I've seen, even on my Earth before it became a wasteland, your Earth is beautiful. I hope I can go there after this summons business." "I don't see why you couldn't," said Dr. Snowden. "You'll probably have to do some courses at the Wildhaven Institute, I'm guessing." "The non-human college." Dr. Snowden drew his head back. "That's it. You did learn a lot." Dalton nodded. Evaran and V entered the room. Evaran took his usual seat at the head of the table while V, in projected mode, sat next to Kess. "It looks like everybody had a good rest," said Evaran. Everyone acknowledged that they had. "Excellent. I can go over the second summons," said Evaran. He tapped at the table console. A projection shot up of a region of space. "We are going there. It is a patch of space about 6 light-years away. There are no systems around that area with a civilization, so I am guessing we will find a ship there," said Evaran. "What do you think that has to do with finding Dalton?" asked Emily. Evaran studied Dalton. "I am not sure yet. The Torvada believes he is needed for this, so we will find out together." "I'm ready to help out however I can," he said. "It is appreciated. Did you have another dream last night?" Dalton shook his head. "I spent most of the night going through Kess's program, then fell asleep." Evaran nodded. "Very well. After everyone finishes their breakfast, assemble in the command center, and we can go." "Works for me," said Dalton. After 10 minutes, everyone was in the command area. Dr. Snowden chuckled when Dalton observed everything as he took his seat in the left U-shaped seating area with Emily. The reactions of someone experiencing the Torvada's capabilities for the first time never got old. "V, take us to the second summons location and time index," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The Torvada opened a portal and flew through. Dalton's eyes narrowed. "We just traveled 6 light-years?" V faced him.
"We did."
"Impressive." V interacted with the front console. Everything outside the Torvada faded away and then eased back in.
"We are now at the second summon location and time index, running long-range scans."
Dr. Snowden studied the object that appeared on the screen. It was a ship, as Evaran had predicted, and there were 3 others in the distance on an intercept course. They all had a common aesthetic and were identified as Tenegrin. A set of wavy lines blinked near the ship. "V, find that signal, and let us see what is being broadcast," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
A moment later, a window appeared with a distressed Tenegrin on it. Behind him was a dark room punctuated by sparks.
"We need help! An object was picked up and it's attacked us. Power is fluctuating and some of the crew are dead. Please, hurry!"
"That signal was sent to the other 3 ships,"
said V.
"What do you want to do?"
The group looked at Evaran. He raised a finger. "I suspect what we are looking for is on that ship. Perhaps it is the object that assaulted the ship." "Why would an object attack a ship?" asked
asked Kess. "I do not know." "It might be a creature of some sort," said Evaran. She smiled. "I guess we'll need to find out then." "I concur. V, take us in and locate an entrance."
Acknowledged.
The Torvada flew over to the ship and began a deep scan. Potential points of entry were highlighted in blue.
Analysis. There is a docking bay on the right side. The shielding appears to be self-contained and is unaffected by the ship-wide power fluctuations.
Evaran nodded. "It most likely has its own power supply. Take us in."
Acknowledged.
"The Torvada is quite powerful," said Dalton. "To be able to do this with such ease."
Dr. Snowden nodded. "Yeah, it can spoil you for sure." The Torvada reached the docking bay and flew through the thin green shielding. Dr. Snowden noted that the parked ships did not seem made for combat. They looked more like transports. Metallic cargo containers dotted the floor, along with cages and small vehicles.
Analysis. Atmosphere is hostile to humans. Temperature is not. Multiple life signs are active, and the ship's systems have blocked my access to them.
"Not an issue," said Evaran. "Go ahead and land, and we will go from there. I will need you in orb mode and stealthed for this one." V's lights glowed brighter. Dr. Snowden was glad V was coming along. Usually, he had to be left behind as a security measure. The Torvada landed. Evaran stood. "Everyone handle whatever business you need to, and then assemble on the ramp in 10 minutes. Prepare your gear accordingly." Dr. Snowden stood, along with the others, and hustled to his living quarters. He needed to relieve himself, but was excited to learn more about the mysterious ship. The wonderment on Dalton's face showed how he felt about everything. Emily was a blur as she rushed to her quarters. Kess was ready to go, as were Evaran and V. It was time to explore. Chapter 6. Dalton had his helmet up in Scout Spectre mode while he stood on the Torvada's ramp. He had tied into the Torvada, which allowed him to use his ARI to view the group's avatars. Comms would be used, and integration and connection had been easy, definitely a powerful feature. Based on Dalton's scans, Dr. Snowden and Emily wore advanced survival suits. Evaran, like Kess, did not need a suit. V, in orb mode, flew around. A quick check around the docking bay showed it to be advanced. Decompression rooms sat near the exit, along with cargo containers and hover slabs to move them. The metallic paneled floor, ceiling, and walls were not new to him, unlike the unusual material interspersed throughout. Per V's analysis, which displayed in Dalton's ARI, it was a fungus of some type. The odd symbols on the wall were readable, thanks to the Torvada's universal translator. Dalton had been given some nanobots, which integrated seamlessly into his system. He had thought his supercells would fight them, but they had adjusted with no problems. He focused on the writing. It indicated other locations on the ship and had other symbols that he assumed to be arrows. He tapped at his upper right arm, causing a servbot to emerge and drop on the floor. It emitted a scanning beam as it walked around. "That's so cool," said Emily. Dalton nodded.
"It works, but it's no V."
V's lights glowed brighter. "Speaking of which," Evaran motioned forward. "V, scouting mode."
Acknowledged. Scouting mode engaged,
said V. He flew off and shimmered out of view. Dalton studied the layout that formed as V flew ahead. Although Dalton had used his servbots for surveillance, they did not have a stealth or camouflage mode. V's abilities in that regard were a huge advantage. Nonetheless, Dalton kept one servbot out as a force of habit. Evat controlled it, and she could keep up and add whatever she detected to his ARI.
"Evat, stay close and watch our backs."
"Of course," she said. Emily chuckled. "That's interesting to see her face as an avatar." Evat smiled.
Evaran strode forward off the ramp with the others in tow. They followed him to a wall console near the room's exit. He placed a thin card on the console. The card hovered on its own for a second, then emitted an unstable blue light. A few more seconds, and the light stabilized.
"What is that?" asked Dalton.
"My Universal Interface Card, or UIC," said Evaran. "It allows me to access any technological system that is not protected by an intelligence, artificial or otherwise."
Dalton nodded. This seemed like something normally done based on how the others reacted. It made sense to access the ship's systems from a subsystem interface, such as the docking bay door control. Many different types of attacks to gain access became possible, and how the UIC handled them remained a mystery.
"The captured object is on the other side of the ship in a sealed docking bay," said Evaran.
Dalton studied the image that appeared in his ARI. The object resembled a massive walnut shell.
"Let's hope that isn't a Zephyrus," said Emily.
"Yeah, that'd wreck anyone's day," said Dr. Snowden. Dalton glanced at them.
It was a creature with a bunch of strong tentacles in a shell like that. We encountered it the first time we met Evaran," said Emily. "It tried to eat me."
"That's not good," said Dalton.
It sounded like a nightmare to him, but from what he had gleaned from her, she had been through a lot. She had met and fought fantastical creatures, and traveling with Evaran had helped shape who she was. Dalton understood that this group were no strangers to the mysterious.
"V has mapped a path. Let us go," said Evaran.
The group continued on. Dalton studied the hallways they marched through. Similar to the docking bay, they had metallic panels, but only on the floor and sides. The ceiling had a glass-like material with a grid texture on it. Each tiny cell contained a light, but their flickering caused an unusual pattern. The atmosphere was similar to that of Heristican, something the Tenegrins liked. The group paused when two Tenegrins in white armor and blue robes appeared at the end of the hallway. They opened fire. Evaran blocked their beams with his left forearm energy shield, while Dr. Snowden fired a mist beam that formed a cloud around the Tenegrins. Emily shot a stun beam that excited the cloud, causing the Tenegrins to slump over. "Well, that was a rude welcome," said Dr. Snowden. Kes shrugged.
"I didn't even have to do anything."
"They did not wish to talk," said Evaran. "They probably thought we were mutated Gru," said Dr. Snowden. Dalton agreed with him. The Tenegrins must have been alerted that something had landed in the docking bay, and they had checked it out. They most likely had not expected this group. Evaran's energy shield surprised Dalton, since it came out so quickly and easily reflected the energy beams. He had never seen reaction times like that. The speed at which the group had disabled the Tenegrins amazed him. They had obviously fought together, and often. His nanoshield was powerful, but he sensed Evaran and the others' energy version was much more so. Evaran walked over and scanned the Tenegrins.
"The weapons are handheld, and would indicate they are meant for self-defense. Also, notice their clothing. I suspect these were not soldiers." "They fired on us like they were, though," said Emily.
Dalton raised a finger.
"That, or they were simply scared. I think these were researchers of some type, as I'm detecting large information tablets in their robes, and that's not usually something security would carry."
"I concur," said Evaran. "The object on board has them on edge. Our presence most likely is not helping the situation. The ones we downed also have a monitoring system. It will show them as unresponsive to whatever it is reporting to. Nonetheless, we are getting close."
The group moved on. Dalton saw a few Tenegrins similar to the ones seen earlier, but they scattered as the group approached. The first encounter might have painted the group a certain way. Thankfully, they did not have to hurt the Tenegrins. The group reached the hallway outside the docking bay where the object resided. Dalton extended his right hand and scanned the Tenegrin corpses on the floor. It looked like they had suffered from an explosion, and the nearby burnt consoles verified that. Green blood painted the walls, and based on the gear, he suspected they were the ship's security forces.
"What the heck happened here?" asked Dr. Snowden. Kes shook her head. "Looks like a bomb blew up."
Analysis. I suspect the creature inside was responsible.
Evaran stepped around the mass of corpses and stood in front of the docking bay door. "Then it is time we meet." Evaran's fearlessness continued to amaze Dalton. In the face of something that had destroyed ship security, Evaran waltzed into danger without hesitation. Even more surprising was the others following him. Dalton would have located escape routes, set up traps, analyzed movement patterns, and taken some time to scout everything. He figured that for someone as powerful as Evaran, that was not needed. They assembled around the large shell in the middle of the docking bay. V materialized and flew over to Evaran.
Analysis. There is a substance that oozed out, then back in, prior to our approach.
"Display it," said Evaran. V flew in front of the group and shot down a projection. Dalton scrutinized the grayish-white substance that seeped onto the floor and moved around. The shell had cracked some to allow the goo out, but its movement suggested intelligence. It looked for something and moved objects out of the way as needed. "Now that is interesting," said Dr. Snowden. Evaran tilted his head and extended a hand toward the shell. "We are not here to harm you. You can come out." The shell split, and some of the goo slid out toward Evaran. Everyone except Evaran took a step back. "You may touch my hand to understand what we are," said Evaran. The slime stopped under his hand and formed a pylon as it reached up. "There is no need to be afraid of us," he said. With his other hand, he projected a display from his ring that showed a human body in various layers. The goo moved over to the projection and guided a tendril through it. "That is the human form. I know you can understand me, but have difficulty in communicating. This will allow for that," said Evaran. "You possess a mimetic ability. Use that to try to create this shape." The goo pulled back into the shell. A moment later, it cracked in various places, and a mass of goo slipped out. It took on a human shape. It had fair skin and brown hair, and appeared as a late 30s man in a form-fitting gray suit. "Good," said Evaran. "You merged all your mass to create the form. Sound waves are used for communication, and you will need to learn how to use them. For now, you can move your head up for yes and down for no. Do you understand?" The creature paused, then looked up for a moment. "Excellent. It appears this place is dangerous for you. Please follow us to my ship, where you will be safe." The creature indicated yes. Evaran faced the group. "Let us go. It has rudimentary communication, but I was able to communicate with it via my aura. I sensed the Tenegrins tried to assault the shell, and it did not go their way. We should leave before the other ships come." "Sounds good to me," said Dr. Snowden. He waved at the creature. It waved back.
"Oh, he seems friendly," said Emily.
Evaran nodded. Despite his first impression of the Tenegrins, he understands that we are not like that.
"Due to your aura, I'm sure,"
said Dalton. "I concur. Let us leave this ship." Kes had a hard time keeping her eyes off the creature as it followed closely behind Evaran. She observed it studying the corpses on the way back to the ship. Perhaps it felt remorse, but the blank face did not show that. Maybe it did not know what emotions were or how they affected appearances. There was a lot to learn. After 20 minutes, the group reached the docking bay where the Torvata resided. A console beeped at them as they entered. Evaran walked over and scanned it. He then faced the others. "I have detected a communication request for us. We can open it when on the Torvata." Dalton's servbot merged back onto his arm.
"A stalling tactic to keep us here."
"That has been used on us before."
"Yeah, let's get on the Torvata and deal with that there," said Dr. Snowden.
Evaran nodded. V, when we are all aboard, put us into stealth mode and scan Profile 2. The Tenegrins will see a small and underpowered ship.
Acknowledged.
A few minutes later, everyone had assembled in the command center. V interacted with the front console.
Torvada stealth mode engaged. Communication protocol has been accepted, and the request has been routed to us. Relaying.
A window popped up with a Tenegrin in sleek armor. Behind him stood a featureless wall, and something provided light from overhead. The interrogation room resembled ones Kess had seen on some worlds. She did not like the look or general feel of the Tenegrins.
Greetings, Evaran and crew. I am Vice Inspector Tarkaric of the Tenegrin Hegemony. I would like to speak with you.
Evaran gestured at the window. Please proceed. Tarkaric looked around the command center and focused on Dalton.
3 days ago, this human appeared on one of our worlds. He attacked our guards, frightened those under our control, then proceeded to murder heroic Tenegrins in a forest outside the city. My name is Dalton Kingston, and that's your side of the story. Those guards in the marketplace shot at me first when I tried to talk and reason with them. They responded by chasing and shooting me. I attempted to use non-lethal means to get away, but they kept trying to kill me. I even tried to negotiate again and was shot at. A nice story. You're wanted for crimes against the Tenegrin Hegemony, said Tarkaric. He hissed. 3 days later, the rest of your accomplices, which is who I am talking with, registered with us. Then they immediately proceeded to leave. I now know you were there to pick up the unhinged killer Dalton.
Evaran eyed Tarkaric. The situation is complicated, but Dalton has the right to defend himself when his life is at stake.
Of course you would sympathize with him, said Tarkaric. You're all guilty by association.
I see. And what is your judicial process?
We have all the evidence we need. Your sentence is death.
So, no trial or discussion? Only kill? Asked Dr. Snowden.
Tarkaric hissed loudly. Trial! You're terrorists. There are dead bodies. Witnesses said you also attacked the Momodrins on your way out and performed lewd acts with them.
That's a lie, said Emily.
No matter. The ones who you interacted with in the landing cell have already been sentenced.
You killed them? Asked Kess. Tarkaric gazed at Kess.
Of course we did. They should have reported your treacherous actions, but decided to wait until we visited them.
They were innocent, she said. You only want to remove anything that would go against your narrative.
I'm not surprised you would say that, said Tarkaric. I can see through your conspiracies. And now our research ship is attacked, and who is present? The devastating slasher Dalton and his associates.
Evaran shook his head. Your research ship picked up something and tried to interact with it. It defended itself. I can only guess what your researchers were doing.
Tarkaric shook a clawed finger at Evaran. This is Tenegrin space. We claim everything in it. If this thing was there, it is ours to do with as we please.
Kess observed the creature buzzing slightly. It seemed agitated at the Tenegrin's appearance. We came to remove the object, and we have, said Evaran.
The researchers said you slaughtered the ship's security, said Tarkaric.
And you have visual confirmation of that.
Tarkaric flicked his tongue out. There were power fluctuations, so the security system was not functioning correctly. I'm sure that was part of your plan."
Evaran eased back into his chair and laced his fingers across his lap. "No, that did not happen. However, I now understand your position. You are not an inspector. You deal in public relations, and your goal is to create a story that supports whatever you want to do. I have listened to your claims, and they ring hollow. Unlike you, I do have visual evidence, but will not share that with you as you would ignore it."
"Then we will track you down and take you into custody," said Tarkarik. "3 of our ships are almost at your location, and judging by your ship's size and limited power, it can't outrun us."
Evaran half smiled. "You underestimate my ship. I took your communication request to see if we could clear up any miscommunication, but you decided to use the opportunity to attack us. You had no intention of hearing our side. This conversation is over." He tapped at his chair console. The communication window closed. Kess jumped when flames burst outside all around the Torvada. The transparent front half made the explosion more visceral. "What the heck was that?" asked Dr. Snowden. "V, move us out and put us in scan profile 1. We will let them think they destroyed us," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The Torvada moved out a bit and spun around. Kess's eyes widened. "They destroyed their own ship?" Dalton rubbed his chin.
"To further their claim that terrorists, us, blew it up."
"I agree," said Evaran. "These Tenegrins are ruthless, even against their own kind. We will need to be careful from here on out." He stood and gestured at the creature. "Follow me." It followed him to the hollow room, as did the others. Kess smiled when he pulled up her cultural absorption program. "This is quite popular." Evaran nodded. "It is very useful, and with this creature's mimetic ability, it can process information extremely quickly, as evidenced by its ability to create a human form. It will spend time here and learn about Earth. I will add some additional data to bring it up to speed."
"It's a good program," said Dalton.
He interacted with a hollow menu and created a chair for the creature.
"You can sit there. It helps when you have a lot of time to process things."
The creature stared at Dalton and the chair, then sat. Evaran gestured for everyone to exit. For this part, he can learn by himself. I am sure he will choose a name when he understands what that is. To that end, I will add some basics to the program in terms of science, language, and the like. "You're going to give him a college education," said Dr. Snowden. "And beyond." "All right," said Dr. Snowden. "What do we do now? Besides leave the room, that is." Evaran nodded. "Relax for the rest of the day. It will take at least that long for the absorption program to run. Although we have the object of the second summons, it is still active. I suspect when the creature can talk, we will learn more."
"A good plan."
"I'm going to check out the Planner Cartography Lab," said Dalton.
"I welcome any company."
Kess crooked a thumb at Dr. Snowden. "We'll join you. There's no way he's missing that." "She's right," he said, grinning. "I have some research to do, but I can join later," said Evaran. Emily smiled. "I'm in."
I am as well,
said V. Kess made a flourish motion with her arm. "Let's go." She enjoyed these small, downtime moments where there was nothing pressing and the group could relax. Evaran, as always, planned to do research, but she looked forward to seeing him join later. She was curious as to what Dalton would look up or search for. It would provide a window into where his mind was. So far, he had impressed her, and she was hoping to find out more about why he had been chosen by the Torvada. With the second summons started and the creature retrieved from the research ship, she did not know what would come next. That was par for the course on any trip with Evaran, though. Chapter 7. Emily grinned as she left her living quarters. The previous day had been a lot of fun, as everyone had relaxed in the Planner Cartography Lab. A matter replicator in the room helped with food and drinks. Although she had spent most of the day there, she had no regrets. She had used the rest of the day checking out the maintenance hub with Kess, since Dr. Snowden and Dalton wanted to spend more time in the lab. Emily had only been in the maintenance area when she had utilized the rift door to visit Jelton. The number of doorways and levels still amazed her. What each one did remained a mystery. Most of the doors were sealed, which she found unusual, but Evaran granted her access to some of the rooms. One room was a massive library with physical books. They came from many civilizations across time and space. With digital versions and a matter replicator, she was not sure why the room was needed, but perhaps Evaran collected them. Another door led to a large area with several empty swimming pools. The maintenance hub was redundant in some regards, possibly the result of two different designers. She understood that dimensional mechanics were at play and looked forward to exploring more of the doorways. After a good rest, she was cleaned up and ready for breakfast. She had missed doing a morning workout, but that was the price of having only one hollow room. Maybe she could convince Evaran to add another one or two to the maintenance hub. It might already have some. She paused at the conference room entrance. The alien they had met on the ship earlier sat at the table on the right side. He smiled at her.
"Hey, how's it going?"
Okay, I think, she said. He laughed.
"All right, you're probably wondering why I'm talking like this."
Emily walked over to the replicator and got some orange juice. That had crossed my mind.
As should be expected. You can call me Bob for easy reference. The Holorum program was quite fascinating.
She took a seat opposite him. It sure is. She studied him. Bob. You chose that for a name?
Yep. It's a palindrome, short, easy to say, and also a noun and a verb.
He pointed at her.
Bob bobbed.
She laughed. Yeah, I guess so. I'm surprised you adapted so fast.
The Tendergrins called me an Omichin, and apparently I can mimic anything, including intelligence.
Dr. Snowden and Kess entered the room and paused.
"Hi, guys," said Bob, waving at them. "Just call me Bob."
Okay, said Dr. Snowden as he got breakfast. Kess sat next to Bob. You adapted faster than I did, and you chose an interesting personality.
"Yes, but I like your personality. I saw it in the program," said Bob.
He flung his arm in the air and snapped.
"You're sassy."
Kess and Emily laughed. Dr. Snowden took his seat as Dalton, Evaran, and V in orb mode arrived. After a moment, everyone was seated. Bob grinned as he looked around.
"Not to sound like a broken record, but you can call me Bob."
An interesting choice, said Evaran. I hope the program was to your satisfaction.
"Sure was."
Dalton studied Bob.
"I liked it too, but I wish I absorbed information as fast as either of you."
He's an Omichin and can mimic things, including intelligence, said Emily.
"That's right,"
said Bob. Evaran nodded. I have some questions, if you do not mind.
"Shoot,"
said Bob, easing back into his chair. Although we were able to communicate on the ship via rudimentary mental images, I did not sense sentience.
Bob nodded. "Well, I got that from you when I created the human form. In an instant, I became self-aware. It was very confusing. The time in the hollow room has cleared all that up."
I see, said Evaran. What does your shell represent?
Bob smiled. "Well, some background might be helpful. I lived underground as an ooze on my planet, a thin layer of me, like a skin, extended over a volcano that erupted. In self-defense, I formed a shell, and whatever part of me I was able to rescue slipped inside. The volcano apparently shot me out into space, where the Tenegrin ship picked me up."
Query: Are you considered a new member of your species?
"I think so. I have no connection to the rest of the mass I originated from on my planet," said Bob.
Dalton rubbed his chin. So why did the Tenegrins call you an Omichin?
"I don't know, but I've adopted it.
said Bob. Evaran nodded. I do not think your gaining sentience was unintended. The Toravada, my ship, gives us summonses to attend to. One of them took us to that ship and, by extension, to you.
Bob smiled. The Toravada. She's great. The group laughed. But I'm glad it brought you to me. Now that I'm sentient, there are many things I want to learn about. Everything seems more alive.
What do you remember before sentience? Asked Emily.
Instinctual sensations, really, said Bob. It's kind of hazy. However, I do recall some things, and now I can put them into context, such as how I got into space.
Evaran interacted with the table console. A projection shot up a galactic region. A dot showed where the Tenegrin research ship was. This is where we found you, said Evaran. I was able to pull down some information on your trajectory, then trace it back to its source. The projection zoomed into a planet. I believe that is your home, said Evaran. We can take you there. Bob studied the image.
What would you do after that?
More information is needed on the Tenegrins. There is a research station around a nearby star that was abandoned 32 years ago. Per the Toravada's scan, the station still appears to be functional, and based on the data we obtained from the satellite, it received a lot of information before being abandoned. I suspect that data still exists in some form. Makes you wonder why it was abandoned then, said Emily. I do not know. But I did notice that there are no ships in the vicinity. They avoid that system, for whatever reason, said Evaran. Dr. Snowden sighed. So, a haunted solar system. That's right up our alley.
Or a haunted station, said Dalton.
Kes smiled. I say we check it out.
I'd like to come, said Bob.
You don't want to go to your planet first? Asked Emily.
Bob shrugged. It's not going anywhere, and I'd really enjoy continuing this experience. Sentience is addictive.
She laughed. Yeah, I guess so. Evaran nodded. We can visit the research station. He glanced at Bob. It might be dangerous, but we have a suit you can use.
Bob grinned. I can form one, and from what I learned, I shouldn't be a liability if things heat up. There were a lot of instructional videos in that cultural absorption program.
Very well. Although the station may be abandoned, we will need to be alert. The goal is to find out what we can on the Tenegrins, said Evaran. He glanced at Bob. I suspect if they truly understood your abilities, they would be researching and dissecting you.
I don't much care for them or what they're doing to these other planets with life on them. When they pulled me aboard, they poked and prodded and attacked my shell. I reacted in self-defense and disabled areas with high amounts of energy.
Their power grid, said Dalton. He gestured at Bob.
The Tenegrins tend to shoot first, ask questions later. I have first-hand experience with that.
He nodded. Okay, said Evaran. The second summons is still active, even though Bob is with us. That means something is left to be done, and I believe we will find out more on the station. Let us assemble in the command center in 30 minutes. Take care of anything you need to until then. Emily stood along with the others. Bob had adapted fast, and she could tell she would like him. He was a breath of fresh air after meeting insect and snake aliens. The second summons still being active bothered her. That meant something else was going on. But they now had Dalton and Bob with them. She suspected whatever needed to be done would require them. Hopefully, it was not anything fatal. Dr. Snowden studied the bullet-shaped research station as it orbited a star. The Torvada had portaled in a bit away and flew in. The station's flat side faced the sun, and the data labels from the Torvada's scan recognized it as an energy-collecting surface. The rest of the station had pockets of extensions scattered throughout.
He observed towers in some areas that sprouted like weeds. The lack of light bothered him. Ships and stations usually had illuminated windows, but it was dark for the most part. The rough surface of the back half of the station appeared to be extremely thick, although most of it seemed made of something metallic. There was another substance that reminded him of rock. V. Perform extended scans, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The Torvata flew around and scanned. Dalton pointed at the station's flat side. That's a massive energy converter. This station would have unlimited power, and if it possesses matter storage and replication abilities, then it would be self-sustaining. I've seen this design before, although the back part has an organic feel to it in terms of design, like it was carved out of an asteroid.
When you were a scout spectre, right?
Asked Dr. Snowden. Dalton nodded. I've investigated many abandoned or derelict stations and ships. It was by far one of my more common tasks.
You could say you're uniquely suited for this trip then, said Kess.
Dalton grinned. Perhaps. But I don't believe the Torvata chose me to investigate this station.
Kess shrugged. Who knows?
Inspector Dalton. Your name has a nice ring to it, said Bob. Thank you, Bob, said Dalton. You're welcome, Dalton. The group chuckled. Dr. Snowden had enjoyed Dalton's presence in the Planner Cartography Lab. His relaxed nature made him easy to get along with, and he spoke with confidence. Dr. Snowden recognized Dalton's leadership qualities, learned from a previous timeline. He seemed to be happy and mentioned that he felt like he had another chance at life since meeting up with the group. Dr. Snowden understood that sentiment all too well. Bob remained a mystery, and he had digested a ton of movies and videos along with other information. Kess had mentioned there were over 10,000 movies and even more shows. Bob absorbed it all. Dr. Snowden hoped Bob did not try his best rendition of The Blob. Kess poked Dr. Snowden's arm.
Uh-oh. He's thinking again.
Huh? He said. He cleared his throat. Sorry, I missed something?
We're approaching a docking tunnel extension, said Emily. She shook a finger at the station. Half a hard-boiled egg. That's what the station reminds me of.
I could see that, although it'd be one stretched egg, said Dr. Snowden. She nodded. As the Torvata approached the station, Dr. Snowden saw that the rough surface of the station's back portion near the flat side had many docking ports of various sizes. They ranged in design from a simple tunnel with a door on the end to what looked like massive clamps that would hold a large ship in place. Unusual appendages, which resembled jointed leathery arms with claws, jutted out at various spots. He suspected the smaller ports dealt with people, while the larger ones handled cargo. That suggested that the research station did not house ships inside. Kinda reminds me of that Kregan ship where we had to line up next to a hatch door, said Dr. Snowden.
Oh, yeah. I remember that, said Emily.
She scrutinized a port that the Torvata had highlighted.
Are we going to try that here?
Evaran interacted with his chair console.
I am not sure what protocol is needed to get one of those to open, but yes, flying next to one and boarding that way is what I suspect we will need to do.
The station seems equipped to deal with a variety of ship sizes. Dalton pointed at the clamps. Those were definitely for the big ones.
My thoughts exactly, said Dr. Snowden. I figured they'd probably already know what type of ships are going to come, and if they don't have something compatible, the larger ones could launch a smaller one, or even use cargo that can fly itself.
Like the one we hid in on the Crotavore ship, said Emily.
Dr. Snowden nodded and shook a finger at her. She smiled.
Well, that sounds like an interesting story, said Bob.
I agree, said Dalton.
Analysis. The station has sent out an automatic request for authorization.
Evaran nodded. Use the credentials retrieved from the satellite data.
Acknowledged.
The Torvada pulled up next to the rectangular, doorway-shaped port.
Authorization succeeded. We are registered as a transport ship with relief supplies.
Excellent, said Evaran. Extend the ramp up to the port.
Acknowledged.
Everyone else, let us meet on the ramp in 5 minutes. Handle anything you need to prior to that, said Evaran. Dr. Snowden watched as everyone looked around. I think we're all good. Evaran stood and motioned toward the Torvada ramp. Let us go, then. After the group assembled, Dr. Snowden observed that the ramp had formed a tunnel with a clear walkway from the Torvada to the port that had extended out from the station's shell. Usually, the ramp angled down to the floor.
This is fascinating,
said Bob, surveying the scene. Dalton pointed outside the light blue shielding.
I bet you've never seen space quite like this. Most assuredly not,
said Bob, pausing to stare. After a minute, the group reached the solid door. Evaran scanned it. On the other side is a decontamination chamber. He studied Bob. It should not be harmful to you, but if something were to occur, can you form a shell again?
Yeah, but let's hope it doesn't come to that,
said Bob. Evaran nodded. The solid door opened, and the group entered a small hallway. After they were sealed in, a beam of light washed over them as it traveled from top to bottom. A fine mist sprayed down and covered them. A moment later, the mist was sucked back in, and the door on the other end opened. I guess we're clean, said Kess. I concur, said Evaran. This hallway also serves as a decompression chamber if needed, depending on the pressure difference. There was a slight change relative to the Torvada. Dr. Snowden nodded. 2-in-1 functionality. Efficient. The group exited. Dr. Snowden studied the new environment they entered. The massive area reminded him of an airport lounge. Some portions of the wall opposite them were made of rock, and he saw stone pillars spread throughout. The open area ahead of them extended off to the left and right, and he suspected it wrapped all the way around the station. Unusual stands stood peppered throughout, along with tables. Large, glass-like screens rose out of the floor at various intervals, and he observed what appeared to be a list of destinations and arrival times. Looking off to the sides showed where the other ports would have had ships loading and unloading. There was no such activity, though. The silence unnerved Dr. Snowden. The temperature was warmer than expected, and bright lights illuminated the area, which had touches of an organic design to it. Emily scanned around. Abandoned is right. This place seems like it should be busy. Yeah, and not only that, there's a weird aesthetic going on, said Dr. Snowden. Kess pointed across the area to a rocky wall with screens embedded in it. Like that? Yep. Perhaps there is an access point there where we can determine the station's layout, said Evaran. We can try that. The group followed him over to the wall. He scanned it, and then he used his UIC.
Analysis. There is no AI present. However, there are maintenance robots that are still active.
Dalton surveyed the environment.
They must be on break then.
Bob laughed. Everyone looked at him.
I'm sorry, I imagined robots taking a smoke break.
Dalton chuckled.
Not quite what I meant, but I understand. I'm still getting used to imagining in general, said Bob.
No need to be sorry. This is all new to you, said Evaran. Okay, I have the station layout. We can go to the command center level. How far away are we talking? Asked Kess. Evaran nodded. We are on level 54. The command center one is 71.
Wow, lots of levels here, said Dr. Snowden.
Yes, approximately 150. Emily shook her head. This place is bigger than I thought it was. Although I guess if it's a regional hub for multiple systems, it probably would be. It kinda reminds me of that station we visited when we tracked Billazine down.
Yeah, but that one was tiny compared to this, said Dr. Snowden.
Evaran waved his finger around. This one is unusually large, which makes abandonment seem even more unusual. Nonetheless, let us go.
Chapter 8. Dalton had 2 servbots out and about, scanning the area as the group continued on to an elevator area. The station layout appeared inside his helmet, and he appreciated the shared informational aspect. V flew ahead, and Dalton saw what V scanned. The servbots checked the various side rooms that the group passed. The trip to the elevator was quiet, as expected, and Dalton saw several small maintenance robots on the way. They reminded him of boxes on wheels with mechanical arms sprouting out the top. They posed no threat. As scans revealed, they possessed no weaponry and negligible grip strength. The walls intrigued him. Although metallic panels were the most commonly used element, there were patches of what looked like porous rock fused with a fungus of some type. It verified that the Tenegrins had most likely used an asteroid as the initial station scaffolding. He was not sure what purpose the fungus served, but his scans showed it to be resilient. A series of globes suspended in air provided illumination from the ceiling, and some were attached to the sides. He did not detect anything living or dead. Either the maintenance robots had cleaned everything up, or there had been an orderly evacuation. The pathway to the elevator area was a straight shot, and per the layout, there were several elevator areas. They approached the main one for the station. Abandoned station investigations were not new to Dalton, and he was ready to fight if need be. He usually found that these types of investigations sometimes contained surprises that revealed themselves later on, after one was well inside. However, he expected the group would easily handle anything that came their way. After 15 minutes, they reached the spacious elevator area. Dalton counted 4 massive cylinders, each with 4 doors at the base. Along the wall were what appeared to be embedded capsules meant for one person. A set of large ramps sat in the back, with one going up and the other down. They were a good backup to have if the elevators or capsules failed for any reason. Transportation around the station did not seem to be an issue. Unlike in the main hallway they came from, embedded light strips on all sides of the cylinder, as well as a strip that ringed the room, provided illumination. Various tables resided along the wall, and as in the entrance area, glass screens were peppered throughout. 2 other hallway entrances sat off to the sides.
"This place is big," said Bob.
Dr. Snowden nodded.
"They take their transportation seriously."
"Yeah, they do," said Kess. The group walked over to one of the cylinder doors. Evaran placed his UIC on the door's console and then interacted with his ARI. A moment later, the door opened, and the group boarded. Dalton made a note to learn more about the UIC. How it connected with and worked against alien systems boggled his mind. He recalled trying to enter alien ships with different systems, which usually ended up a nightmare. Although some ideas remained common, such as authentication and authorization, the system's designs differed. If the translator failed for any reason, a mess was left behind. The UIC had none of those issues. A portion of the elevator interior contained a glass-like material that displayed various bits of information, ranging from old news to docking schedules. He observed the date, showing 32 years ago on most of the articles. After 5 minutes, the elevator reached the command level.
"Elevator's pretty quick," said Dr. Snowden.
Evaran nodded. "It uses a magnetic system to move up and down, and I suspect some of the time is the elevator getting up to speed and then deaccelerating."
"So no mechanical parts, essentially," said Dalton. "That's not uncommon."
"That is correct," said Evaran. He motioned forward. To the command center. The group exited and marched down a wide hallway.
Dalton noted the booths that resided throughout. They sat to the side and enforced a zigzag style of movement. In each booth stood 2 stands that looked like they were meant to support resting tenegrins. A weapon rack stood in the back, and a workstation with active consoles filled the rest of the room. He figured these were checkpoints, and it would have taken a determined foe to break through those if they were manned. Evaran paused at the first booth and entered it. He placed his UIC on the console. After a minute, he said, "I have registered us as a command group with proper credentials. Their defenses, while complex, had no security AI. I have also disabled the command center's security mechanisms, but can enable them if Dr. Snowden wishes for a challenge."
No thanks," said Dr. Snowden.
The group chuckled. "Very well," said Evaran as he grabbed his UIC and exited the booth. Dalton wondered how the UIC interface looked to Evaran. If Dalton had hacked it, he would have tried to find a port, then morphed one of his fingers to match it and jacked in. Then he would have had to figure out how to navigate, which was a trial in itself. It was not a fast process, yet Evaran had completed it in under a minute with just a card. Dalton wished he had something like that. The group passed 4 more booths and reached a spacious command center. It contained a wraparound screen that hung on the sides. A raised, round platform sat in the middle with several tables and odd structures, which he surmised to be supports for the tenegrin body. Between the center and the walls were sectioned-off areas packed with unusual-looking workstations that used porous rock as a base. There was no doubt at this point that the tenegrins had carved the station out of a large asteroid. Some parts of the station did not show it, but the command area reveled in it. Large orange globes hung suspended over several areas, and the dirty floor indicated that it had not been cleaned recently. Perhaps the booths kept the robots out. Walkways between the sectioned areas were wide enough for 2 tenegrins to slither on. It looked like a maze, but maybe they liked that.
"This is interesting," said Dr. Snowden.
He gestured at the center.
"I guess we need to go there."
"I concur," said Evaran. He moved past a few sectioned areas and reached the center with the others in tow. Once there, he put his UIC on a large screen embedded in a mixed rock and metallic structure. After the UIC connected, he interacted with his ARI. Everyone else huddled around him.
"Finding anything?"
asked Kess.
"I am," said Evaran.
He motioned at one of the large tables. A projection shot up of the station's layout. Several colored sections were highlighted, and dots blinked in various areas. Evaran perused his ARI.
"Intriguing. A general evacuation order was given 32 years ago. However, there are unusual gaps in the logs."
"Any reason given?"
asked Dalton.
Evaran shook his head. "None that makes sense. A ship docked a year ago, but it was not tenegrin in origin. It is still there on level 4, but the station is not registering any life signs or foreign robots. Maybe someone came to investigate like us, and something happened to them," said Emily. "Perhaps. However, I do not see anything that would suggest where they went. There are too many corrupted video feeds present to determine the crew's fate. Nonetheless, I have identified a data center on level 126.
Emily glanced at Dalton.
"We should check out that ship, see if we find anything."
"I'm up for it if you are," he said. "There is a mystery there. Not unlike this station."
"Perhaps we should stick together," said Evaran.
Dalton grinned as he watched Emily's avatar eye Evaran. He half smiled.
"However, I know you two would be self-sufficient."
Dr. Snowden pointed at the projection.
"Well, if they're going to check that out, then I'd like to investigate that living quarters area on level 26. Cass could come with."
"All right," said Evaran. "In that case, Bob, V, and I will go to the data center and see what we can find.
Everyone should have access to all areas due to your credentials. If you run into anything or need something, contact me." Everybody indicated they understood.
"I look forward to seeing if I can mimic what's in the data center," said Bob.
Analysis. Can you mimic me?
Bob nodded and extended a hand. V tapped it with his segmented claw. Dalton drew his head back when Bob morphed into a clone of V.
"That's impressive." "Analysis. It sure is," said Bob.
Dr. Snowden and Emily laughed. V flew around and scanned Bob.
You do not possess my inner container.
"I don't, as that is energy, but the outer one I can," said Bob.
He morphed into his humanoid form. That is a very useful ability. Evaran motioned at the others. Be safe when exploring. Dalton grinned when Emily tapped his arm and then took off. Her enthusiasm for adventure was infectious, and as partners they would be formidable. He was used to doing investigations solo, so having another along presented a nice change of pace. Dr. Snowden and Kess had already moved out, and their thirst for knowledge outside of combat or war was refreshing. Dalton nodded at Evaran, and then hustled to catch up to Emily. Emily studied the two servbots that tagged along. The spacious elevator allowed them to move around. She waved at one, which popped up a projection of Evat, who waved back. The idea of servbots seemed useful. Evat controlled them, and with Dalton as a symbiote of sorts, it created a good combination.
"I think Evat likes you," said Dalton.
Emily nodded. Do you plan to upgrade her to a full AI? He shrugged.
"I don't know the process for that. The power to sustain her is in balance with the rest of me, and an AI would require much more processing power and storage.
Some more advanced tech is needed,
I suppose. You don't think they have any for sale around here, do you?"
Emily shook her head. She figured those who worked under Dalton must have liked having him as a boss. He seemed fair and possessed a sense of humor, not something always expected with those traveling with the group. After 10 minutes, they reached level 4. The room they entered was similar to the one she had seen before. The walls and ceiling contained portions of rock. She grinned when the servbots took off and began scanning. A cylindrical robot with wheels and segmented tentacles moved about and paused as it faced them. It looked like it had arrived fresh out of the shop.
"Even the robots maintain themselves here," said Dalton, scanning the robot with a beam from his palm.
Yeah, that is odd. The station must have an advanced replication area somewhere.
He pointed down a side hallway. "Perhaps we'll run into it. The docking bay the ship is connected to is this way."
"Lead on," said Emily. She grinned when the servbot scrambled after her. Although she relied on V to provide scans from afar and detect things in advance, it comforted her to know they were around. She recognized the beam from Dalton's hand from when he had scanned a soda. It fit nicely with his inspector role. As they walked down the hallway, she glanced at Dalton. "I like your beam."
"I do too," he said. "Part of my Scout Spectre upgrades was a modified hand."
He showed his right palm.
"You can see the ring component that allows for scanning, something required for investigation."
Emily formed her square magnifying glass with a handle. "I use this and can scan with the PSD, although it's nowhere near what Evaran can do. He just uses a ring."
"Impressive. Speaking of which, this cosmic energy, I researched it on the Torvada, and it's an exotic energy. I'm guessing it must be special, since Evaran has a large amount. You and your uncle have it too, and V as well. You're all unique."
Emily nodded. "I guess so. It gives us some powerful capabilities."
"Such as?"
"We can detect nearby things that evade normal technology. It also empowers our nanobots so they have improved functionality, like healing."
"Interesting," said Dalton. "Your group moves faster, and from the training room, I know you're far stronger than a human.
That's due to the dimensional power bridge built into our suits.
But of course.
They shared a laugh. Dalton was easy to talk with. She recalled when he had mentioned that she probably trusted him due to the Torvada choosing him. That made him very unique. It was her home, and she understood how much of an honor it was to be chosen. But she suspected he did not. At least not yet.
So, is this what you and your group do? Go on these summonses and resolve them? He asked.
Yeah, although sometimes problems come to us. Our last adventure started out with some junction dimension being called Zika who appeared out of nowhere and zapped me and Uncle Albert to the past. That wasn't fun.
How did you defeat her? Asked Dalton.
We stopped her after she altered the timeline. Then we caught her when she entered, and finally, we shut down the portals allowing travel into our timeline.
Portals like mine? Asked Dalton.
Not quite, said Emily. She moved her finger around. One led to a connection dimension, which contained a portal to a junction dimension, which had another portal to yet another connection dimension, and the last one was guarded by a multi-timeline society of psychopaths. So, 4 portals overall that we had to shut down.
So just a usual trip out is what you're saying.
They laughed. After 30 minutes without incident, they reached the docking area. Emily studied the silent room as Dalton's servbots crawled around. Some parts stood out, and the area resembled the docking area from which they had initially entered. The doors were 3 times as large at a minimum, and wide paths allowed for unloading cargo. I guess they used these for larger cargo ships, she said.
Looks that way, said Dalton.
He gestured at an open docking door.
Our ship is there.
They moved over to it. Emily pulled out her PSD and formed a magnifying glass. She was not sure what she would discover, but the empty hover slab on the wide path caught her eye. Its bright gold color scheme stood out among everything else in the room. She did not find any fingerprints, and it appeared as if it had been tossed out of the docking bay.
Interesting, said Dalton.
What'd you find? Asked Emily.
We're being watched.
Huh?
He walked over to the slab. Don't look. But there are cameras hidden behind glass bulbs. My servbots detected movement that followed us over here.
But Evaran said there were no life signs.
According to the station's sensors.
Emily realized that whatever had caused the station to be abandoned might be undetectable. Evaran would have sensed something if it were close, but he was on a different level.
I haven't seen any indication of life, though. So we may be dealing with something inorganic. Like a robot, said Dalton.
You think the ship had robots on it?
Perhaps. Let's find out, he said.
He marched toward the docking bay with Emily and his servbots in tow. After going through the decontamination hallway, they walked across a wide tunnel. Emily studied the sleek and advanced ship interior as she stepped in after Dalton. It provided a deep contrast to the station. Another aspect she observed was its cleanliness. Whoever owned the ship must have been large, as the hallway they entered looked to have been created for something at least 15 feet tall. The unusual symbols on the wall translated to show directions, while embedded displays were still active, which surprised her. She studied one of the screens, which showed the ship to be in maintenance mode, and all systems remained operational. It was like someone had parked, checked in, and never checked out. That's not unusual at all to dock and just disappear, she said. Dalton nodded. Not to mention the atmosphere here is toxic for a human. It's also a lot cooler than I expected. Sounds like a great place for a robot or android.
Possibly, he said. Evot, scout the ship.
Of course, said Evot over comms. Emily smiled when the servbots scuttled away. I may have to look into getting some of those.
All you need is a nanotech suit and an enhanced VI, said Dalton.
She grinned as they continued on. The ship aesthetic focused on smooth surfaces.
It was like someone had cut pathways out of a stainless steel block. Consoles and various displays were embedded in the walls, and a line running along the ceiling provided illumination. After a few minutes, they reached what appeared to be a medical room.
"This is always a great place to find out details on an unknown race," said Dalton.
He motioned at an embedded display.
"That looks like it's locked. Although Evaran unlocked everything on the station, that doesn't seem to be the case here. Let's see what we can discover."
Emily pulled out her PSD and checked out some nearby panels. With a tap, one of them whooshed out. She examined the unusual equipment. Most had an energy source in the handle, and the ends supported various purposes, from cutting to gripping.
"This is interesting," he said, standing across the room over an open panel.
She hustled over and caught her breath as she scrutinized the humanoid alien frozen in a type of gel. Her PSD showed it as dead. As there was no suit, she could examine in great detail. The alien had smooth, purple skin, punctuated by red plates across its body. 3 eyes and a sucker-like mouth ringed with teeth sat on its bulbous head. It reminded her of a lamprey. Clawed fingers resided on each of its 4 arms. One set was bigger than the other. Its muscular, digitigrade legs resembled a dog's back legs. It was an unusual-looking alien, and possibly not one of the ship's owners.
"This is one strange alien," said Dalton.
"Yeah," said Emily. "I'll update Evaran on everything. Then we can check if there's a command center or a bridge or something." He nodded.
"I'll continue searching around."
Something about the ship gave her goosebumps. What would make a crew abandon a perfectly fine ship eluded her, but her curiosity had been piqued. She felt safe with Dalton around, and she remained confident they could handle whatever came their way. The hairs on the back of her neck rose, which may have been her subconscious telling her to be alert. Nonetheless, she was now determined to find out what had happened. Chapter 9. Dr. Snowden grinned as he held Kess's hand and exited the elevator. It was not lost on him that he was with his girlfriend on an abandoned space station in a faraway cluster. He was excited to research an unknown race, not via screen but by actually investigating their living area. Kess's presence was the cherry on top. Not many humans, other than their group, would ever be able to say they had checked out a Tenegrin station. The area they arrived at resembled the one from which they had entered the elevator. Large symbols above the hallways identified where they led to, and after a 20-minute hike, he and Kess navigated to the one marked as the living quarters. The universal translator got a workout on this trip. The porous rock that weaved its way through metallic panels gave the area a lived-in feel, and it amazed him how clean the place was. The maintenance robots were very thorough. The hallway to the living area was large and obviously meant to handle a lot of traffic. That made sense to him. What blew him away was when they reached the end. The living area spanned 10 levels and had a hollow center. Each level contained a wide path that ringed the area, with openings that appeared to be carved out of rock. Thin metallic poles hung from the ceiling and reached all the way to the floor. Dimly lit globes sprouted off at various heights. "Wow, now this is interesting," he said. Kess looked around. "I guess there are several of these across the station, but this one is the largest per the layout. I thought it said there was one of these every 10 levels, but seems like it's one shared room. Easier from a design perspective, I'd wager," said Dr. Snowden. He shook his finger. "They'd all share the same systems for waste management, eating, and the like." She eyed him. "Easy there. We're still at the entrance." I know, but this is such a great opportunity, and I'm happy to be able to check it out." "That's what I love about you. Your intense curiosity," said Kess. "Come on,
Let's peek into one of those holes in the wall." He followed her and peered in. The large interior seemed built for one. A globe that hung from the ceiling provided illumination. His eye was drawn to the rock structure that jutted out. He walked over and pulled out his PSD to study it. The structure rose from the floor to the ceiling, but a cylinder was cut out of the middle and bored all the way through. Inside the hole was a black, cloth-like bag with both ends open. "What is that?" asked Kess. "I'm going to guess this is where they slept. They would crawl in, then use their third hand to seal the end." She grinned as she touched the cloth. "You have personal experience with that?" He snorted. "No, but it makes sense. It's the only place long enough for their bodies. It's off the ground, and this thing looks like a sleeping bag with two open ends." "Right," she said. She moved over to two chest-high bars that shot straight out of the rock near the back of the room. "I'm going to guess this isn't a workout thing." Dr. Snowden joined her and looked over the bars. "It's their bathroom." "What?" "Yeah, see?" he said, pointing at a horizontal bar that jutted out below the chest-high ones. "They'd rest using those high bars, then use their third hand to grip the lower one. That would allow their form to expel waste, assuming that's where their butt thing is, or whatever it is on their body." She laughed. "Butt thing? Well, you know." "I do, and I can see that. I guess the hole in the floor should have told me what this was." Dr. Snowden grinned. "To be fair, I saw something similar on the Crotovore ship when we first met Evaran. This one is slightly modified, and there is no cleaning mist, but the design is similar." Kess nodded and walked over to an embedded screen on the left wall. "Huh. This display is active. There's a menu on it." "Really?" he asked. He stood next to her and scrutinized the menu options. The interface puzzled him with its large and triangular buttons. The layout of the labels also seemed strange as they wrapped around the triangle instead of under it. He could still see what the options were, and after navigating some, he chose the audio section. "I believe these are songs," said Dr. Snowden, "like a list you would put on shuffle." Kess studied the display and then pressed a button. Dr. Snowden's eyes narrowed when a light drum solo started. A flute-like synth sound followed next, and it reminded him of the instrument snake charmers used. He bobbed his head when a heavy, mesmerizing beat kicked in. The sounds created a hypnotic, techno-like theme. Kess raised her arms in the air and spun around. "I like it." "Definitely different," he said. She grabbed his hand and danced with it. He laughed at first, but then moved in sync with her. Although he had never considered himself a dancer, he had never really tried it since before traveling with Evaran. The music's rhythm and Kess's movements made it easy to do, though. It also helped that his nanobots pulsed and everything seemed much easier to do. Once the song ended, Kess leaned against the wall. "Wow, I like the Tenegrin's choice in music." Dr. Snowden took a moment to catch his breath. "Now I'm curious to learn about what they did in their off time. I can't imagine they're all military-like. This is a research station, so they must have scientists." "Then we continue on," said Kess, strolling out. He followed her out and investigated several other rooms. Despite the high-tech nature of the station, a lot of items appeared tribal. Bone necklaces, odd jewelry, and various vials of strange liquid were not uncommon. On some of the displays, he found videos of events which suggested they had some form of galactic network. Kess died laughing when he pulled up what he thought was a wrestling match. When the sounds kicked in, he realized it was something much more erotic. Despite that, there were formal events and sports shown, and he got the sense that the average Tenegrin was not a hardened soldier. He figured the ones they had run into were on a conquered world.
and he recalled that Tarkarik was some type of inspector, so maybe not the best ones to stereotype a race off of. They eventually reached an eating room of some sort. Unusual structures that he recognized as a form of chair were everywhere, with small tables high off the ground. Matter replicators resided on the walls, and the area was spotless. He walked over to a replicator and perused the interface. I wonder if we can pull up something they ate. Kess joined him and studied the list of food items he pulled up. I don't recognize any of these names. When in doubt, select the last one. She glanced over at him. I've never heard that before, but why not? He pressed the compose button and grimaced when a bloody meat cube materialized alongside what appeared to be blue mashed potatoes. What is that? Asked Kess. No idea, but I think I'll skip the taste test. She laughed. Yeah, me too. She looked around. You know, I never saw a shower head or sonic chamber for cleaning. I'm sure they have something, said Dr. Snowden. She squeezed his arm and rushed off. Let's find it. He smiled as he trudged after her. So far, the trip had been more enjoyable than he had expected. A part of him wished she could travel with the group permanently, but he also understood that humanity needed her in her own time period. Whatever it took, he would spend as much time as he could with her. She made everything better, even when they were rushing off to discover how Tenegrins showered. V, in projected mode, scanned the hallway that he, Evaran, and Bob walked down. Emily and Dalton had already left to investigate the docked ship, and Dr. Snowden and Kess had gone to the living area. V wanted to go with Emily and Dalton, but V understood he would be needed to work on the data center. Dr. Snowden and Kess had held hands as they had taken off, triggering memories of Solia, an android that had shown V what was possible in a relationship. His lights dimmed. Are you okay? Asked Evaran, glancing at V. I am, he said. You wanted to go with the others, said Evaran. His eyes narrowed. You miss Solia.
Query. How could you know that?
I sensed your inner container. It pulsed similar to when you were around her. Bob motioned at V. If it makes you feel better, I didn't sense anything. V smiled. Bob's attempt to cheer him up indicated empathy. He was unsure of how Bob's organic mimicry worked, but his grasp of emotions and human interaction was far superior to V's, and was a topic worth looking more into.
It is quite okay,
said V. Bob nodded. I still can't sense cosmic energy. That fascinates me. Your mimicry ability is impressive, said Evaran. But I would have been surprised if you did mimic cosmic energy. I would too. Evaran half smiled. The group reached an elevator area and boarded. As it rose, Evaran faced Bob. This is a lot for you to take in. Bob shrugged. I'm okay. That cultural absorption program really helped. Human imagination is expansive and creative, and I feel like there's so much more to learn. I look forward to hearing about the Tenegrins from Dr. Snowden and Kess.
Query. What did you find the most interesting in the program?
Asked V. To be honest, the movies. They ranged from the comedy ones, which I loved, to the horror ones, which were quite scary. I didn't realize how terrible clowns could be.
Analysis. Dr. Snowden does not like clowns.
Bob laughed. Oh, I don't blame him. There are a few on Earth, and we recently caught one, said Evaran. Well, that makes it even scarier, although I guess for me I shouldn't be scared of anything given my ability. I'm still trying to get the hang of emotions. V nodded.
I struggle with that as well.
Bob gestured at Evaran. I thought you might too. But I think you're just unique. I understand. I realize I may seem emotionless to others, but I do have emotions that I express in a different way, he said. Bob slapped him on the back.
Whatever works, right?
Evaran nodded. V found the discussion on emotions interesting. He had to translate his inner container to an emotion, while Evaran simply did not show much and preferred actions to speak for him. Bob was a stream full of new emotions to experience. V had come to understand which one was appropriate for what situation, and he let his inner container guide him. Evaran had shown V the algorithms to help translate how his predecessor's actions handled events. The elevator came to a stop, and the group exited. V switched to orb mode and flew around, scanning. Bob did the same.
I like flying.
I do as well,
said V. Although Bob did not have an inner container, V saw results from his scans. To learn by simply touching was an ability that V wished to understand more about, and he looked forward to seeing what Bob would do in the data center. The environment on the way there was similar to the one where they had entered the station. It was a mix of metallic panels and porous rock everywhere. Globes provided illumination, and there were more security booths. V determined that would be required in a data center that would need more defense. After 10 minutes, the group reached a set of steel doors. Evaran interacted with the side console, and they slid back. V and Bob flew into the room. V scanned the large cylindrical crystals with metallic rings spaced evenly out. Blue electrical arcs coursed through the crystal and illuminated the surrounding area. Holographic screens projected out from the rings 6 feet off the ground. The sheer number of data crystals exceeded what V had calculated there would be. Typically, technology shrank things to become more efficient. It was the reverse in this scenario. Evaran scanned one of the cylinders. These are the storage mechanisms the Tenegrins use. Bob landed and transformed back to his humanoid form, while V entered projected mode. Evaran placed his UIC on a cylinder ring and perused his ARI. V analyzed the data flow as the UIC began to scan the system. The UIC was an extremely rare device, and its ability to decompile any system and then read it fascinated him. Usually he would need to enter a system, but the UIC proved to be more efficient. One advantage he had was that he could analyze data and draw conclusions. Bob studied the holographic display.
A lot of something is flashing across this screen.
That is the UIC's doing, said Evaran.
I'd like to touch the crystal and try to mimic it, said Bob.
Evaran looked around. You would need some space. There is a lot of energy flowing through it. I do not know what impact that would have.
If I can touch you and be okay, this should be no problem, said Bob.
Very well, said Evaran, stepping back. Bob walked off to the side some, and then reached out and touched the crystal. V processed Bob's rapid transformation. It lasted for a few seconds before he morphed back to his human form. When he came in contact with the crystal, a wave of energy washed over it. V suspected it was a type of organic scan. Bob's breathing increased as he shook his head.
Wow, that's a lot of data, but the form is uncomfortable.
Analysis. You are a living UIC.
Bob laughed.
Oh, I guess I am.
Did you absorb anything we should know about? Asked Evaran. Bob took a moment to compose himself.
Tons of corrupted data and also gaps of missing information.
Is it a specific system that is corrupted, or is it more widespread?
The auditing one is the main one that's corrupted, so it'd be hard to track who's doing what on the station. There are also some other minor systems affected.
Evaran rubbed his chin. Interesting. What about the gaps of missing information?
The only consistent thing is that the gap is across all systems, so when it occurs, it's like the station shuts down.
When was the last gap?
Several weeks ago. For 15 minutes, said Bob. He shook a finger at Evaran. Actually, that seems to be about the average length of time.
Analysis. It might be a power system issue.
Evaran nodded. That was my thought as well.
He perused his ARI. The backup power comes online during this period, but only for life support, gravity, and a few other systems.
Bob sighed. Let's hope an outage doesn't hit while we're here then. There doesn't seem to be any pattern to when it happens.
I see, said Evaran. If there was an outage, it would be short, and the others could handle themselves during that time. The reason for the outages intrigued V, since the data he had seen suggested they should not happen. But they did. The absence of data was usually hard to track, but not when surrounded by other information that gave it context. Evaran's focus on the outage indicated that he was thinking about the safety of the group. V understood that logic trail all too well. Chapter 10. Dalton surveyed the spacious command center. It looked like it also served as a communications center and not a separate area, which was not uncommon on smaller ships. The chairs in front of the workstations were what he would expect for a humanoid alien. They surrounded a massive, metallic square pillar that sat in the middle of the room and used holographic screens from the block. The displays were active and showed the ship to be in maintenance mode. Everything seemed to be in order from what he gathered. He took some time to peruse them. After a while, he observed a red outline around the inventory screen. It showed that a maintenance robot was missing. There were a variety of reasons why that could be, but it flagged as something unusual to him. Emily joined him. "Find anything?"
"I did, actually," said Dalton. He pointed at an icon. "Looks like there's a missing robot."
She scrutinized the screen. "There are some options to the side. One of them appears to be a locate option." He nodded at her and then pressed the button. A small map appeared and showed the robot to be on the station.
"That's strange," he said.
"Yeah. What's it doing there?" asked Emily. Dalton studied the console messages that scrolled by. One showed that the location beacon had been activated. He looked at another screen, which displayed outgoing signals.
"Looks like we can transfer that to ourselves and locate the robot," he said.
He interacted with an interface that appeared on his inner left forearm.
"Okay, I have the signal. Let's investigate the robot's location after this."
Emily fidgeted with her PSD. "I got it too." Dalton nodded.
"You find anything interesting on your trip around the ship?"
"Nothing too unusual. I found the engine room, a cafeteria, I think, and a med bay. The living area was too cramped for my tastes, although the individual rooms were large. Seems like a normal ship, just with bigger stuff."
"I agree," he said.
He gestured at a nearby screen.
"These aliens were known as the Zorians, and they were far away from their home system. I'm guessing they detected this station and decided to check it out."
"I'm pretty sure they didn't plan on disappearing." Dalton walked around the command center.
"Probably not. I've noticed some strange gaps in the logs. It's like the ship shut down and then came back."
"All systems?"
"Just the non-essential ones. Emergency power kicked on for roughly 15 minutes.
"Huh. Wonder what caused that." As if on cue, a bright blue light on the ceiling began to pulse. Dalton studied a nearby screen.
"It's a warning that the ship is set to self-destruct in 160 seconds.
"What?" said Emily. She studied the display. "We need to move." They hustled out of the command center and ran toward the docking tunnel. When they arrived, Dalton checked his ARI.
"Down to 40 seconds. The ship has pushed off."
They tried to open the door. "Why is this sealed now?" asked Emily. She contacted Evaran. "The ship we're on is sealed and it's going to explode in 30 seconds. "What is the door made of?" I don't know," she said. Dalton scanned the door. He saw Evaran's avatar as it studied the incoming data. Evaran nodded. "Dalton, form a vibrating piercing blade with your MH. Your nanotech is stronger than that door's material and should cut through it for an opening. Emily, use your grappling beam to shoot outside once you can and connect to the station's docking door. Dalton, you will need to hold on to Emily tight. Once outside, she will reel you both in. Also, make sure your magnetic boots are active." Dalton wasted no time in slicing into the door. The first opening caused air to rush past them. 15 seconds, said Emily. He pushed on until he had cut out a section for them to go through. "We don't have enough time." "Focus," said Evaran. "Deploy your grappling beam." "But the station's rotating," said Emily. "Yes, but you should still have line of sight." "Okay," she said. Dalton placed his MH back on his thigh as he struggled to get behind Emily and put his arms around her waist. She aimed, then fired her grappling beam. It connected with the station's docking door, which appeared far away. "Release your boots now," said Dalton as he did his. Emily complied and pulled them out of the ship into space. A moment later, they slammed into the docking door's side and scrambled to get in front of it. "The door should be unlocked and open when you are near," said Evaran. Dalton grunted as something hit him. He shoved Emily into the tunnel and held on as another, larger piece of debris smashed into him. She used her grappling beam to yank him in. The door sealed shut, and the sound of something hitting the tunnel echoed throughout. "Come on, let's get inside," said Emily. She helped Dalton stand. After the beams washed over them, the interior door opened. They moved as fast as they could. The exterior tunnel broke off when something big slammed into it. The interior door slammed shut. "We're in," said Emily. "According to scans, the debris is dispersing," said Evaran. "When you can, get to the Torvada." Dalton rested against the wall. The grappling beam was a powerful tool. He understood that if Emily had not yanked him in, he would have been crushed by debris. She rushed up and scanned him with her PSD. "You're hurt?" "That I am." "We shouldn't have survived that," said Dalton, grimacing. "At least, not me." "Your nanotech is stronger than I thought it was," said Emily. "A stress test was not what I expected when we came down here." They chuckled. Dalton squinted as he held his side. "Yeah, I should probably not do that. Nonetheless, I think our presence on this station is unwelcome, and I know what's responsible." "What?" "The maintenance robot we have a signal on. Let my supercells heal this, and we can go find it." Emily contacted Evaran. "We have one more thing to do before we go." He nodded. Dalton was impressed at how calm Evaran was and how quickly he had figured out what to do. Forming a vibrating blade, especially with a nano edge capable of cutting through the door, was something Dalton had done before, but using it to escape a ship about to blow up was new. Evaran's relaxed and reassuring voice made everything sound like it would be okay, even with a ship about to explode. He seemed to know more about the MH than Dalton expected. It fascinated him. He tasted blood in his mouth and winced. Although he had supercells, he still felt pain. Emily helped him stand. He took a moment to stretch and see where the damage was. "I've got some bruising, it looks like. But it's healing." "Are you in pain?" "Some. But not enough to stop me from finding that robot." She nodded. "Let's find it." They moved with purpose as the signal got stronger. Dalton's anger began to rise. He was used to tough situations, but exploding ships was a rare one he did not care to experience again anytime soon. Their trip took them down several hallways until they reached a small room. Emily opened the door with her PSD drawn. "Come out of there!" A moment later, a humanoid robot, standing 4 feet tall, walked out slowly.
"Please don't destroy me."
"Was it you that set the self-destruct?" she asked.
"Yes, and I'm sorry."
Dalton drew his head back. This was not the death-creating robot he expected. "Why did you do that?" The robot faced him.
"The Zorians enslaved AIs. I'm shackled to this body, and they mistreated me. When we came here, the darkness claimed them. For once in my existence, I was free. I thought you were here to enslave me.
The darkness? Asked Emily.
Yes. I don't know what else to call it. The ship's systems go down. Emergency power kicks on. And anything organic disappears. Robots do too if they're out in the open.
Dalton tilted his head.
What makes them disappear?
The darkness brings strange creatures.
How do you survive? He asked.
I store myself in a room and enter low power mode. They seem to ignore me. I like it here. No organics. No enslavement. And there is energy to sustain me. I also corrupted the station's audit system, so it couldn't track me.
Dalton shook his head and contacted Evaran.
You might want to hear this.
Evaran nodded. I have added Dr. Snowden and Kess to this channel. What's going on? Asked Dr. Snowden.
Crazy is what's going on. Listen to this,
said Dalton. He replayed the conversation with the robot. Evaran studied the exchange. I see. This darkness does not sound good. Go to the Torvata now and use the ramps. Dr. Snowden and Kess, you need to reach there as well. You think another darkness is coming? Asked Kess. I am not sure, but the elevators do not operate on emergency power from the data I have seen. It is better to be outside them than stuck on them. Also, you can reach the Torvata faster than us. Dalton grinned.
Makes sense. All right, we're on our way.
Same here, said Dr. Snowden. Dalton glanced down at the robot.
For the record, not all organics enslave AIs.
Our friend is an AI. Here on this station, said Emily.
I apologize again,
said the robot.
Don't worry about it. Just stop exploding ships on people, okay? Others might not be as forgiving as us.
You have my statements that I won't.
Emily looked over at Dalton.
Good. Let's go.
Dalton hustled after her. He still hurt, but the darkness did not sound like another event he wanted to experience. Dr. Snowden sighed as the group conversation ended. The station's abandonment now had a cause, but darkness was not what he had expected the reason to be. The idea of dark creatures in a space station on emergency power made his skin crawl. Evaran was right, though, that everyone had to get back to the Torvata. The last thing the group needed was to be around when the darkness hit. Dr. Snowden wanted to spend more time learning about the Tenegrins. He and Kess had been all around their living area and checked out many of the rooms. He had a much better idea of how they lived, and it eased his mind some that not all were bloodthirsty soldiers. It surprised him to find a gallery of some sort. It had paintings, artifacts, and other types of art. That signaled that they appreciated things like that. There was also a massive workout room without weights. Instead, there were what looked like sparring sections, with an array of unusual melee weapons. Tack on the cafeteria areas, and he could see himself working there under the right circumstances. What was actually researched on the station remained a mystery, and he was eager to see what Evaran uncovered. Evaran opened group comms. I have sensed a dimensional rift. Where? Asked Dr. Snowden. It is outside the station, and I suspect it is in the station's orbit. Dr. Snowden shook his head. So this place flies into this dimension, pops out back into our reality, and continues on? That is how it would seem, said Evaran. We're on level 4, said Emily. Uncle Albert and Kess are on 26. The Torvata is on 54, and you're on 126. Do you think we all have time to get to level 54 via the ramps? I do not, said Evaran. The rift's presence has changed my calculation. This is the new plan. V and Bob are going to fly to the Torvada. Dr. Snowden and Kess will go from level 26 to level 4, where Emily and Dalton are. The docking door there, while missing, is still viable to board the Torvada from. It is more secure to be grouped than not. I plan to rush down to level 4 and meet everyone. We can then board the Torvada." Dr. Snowden nodded. "Kess and I better be on our way to Emily and Dalton then." "We'll be here," said Emily. "Evaran, you're going to run down 122 levels?" asked Kess. "I am. And I assure you I can move fast," said Evaran. Kess laughed. "I know. That's a lot of levels. All right, we're going." The group channel closed. "Evaran always has a good plan," said Dr. Snowden. "Yeah, but we still need to go 22 levels." "Let's go," said Kess. They burst out of the medical bay they had been in and rushed down a hallway back to the living area. The station shuddered. That's not good," said Dr. Snowden. "Yeah, I'm not liking that," said Kess. "Brace yourselves," said Evaran over group comms. "I can sense that the rift is almost upon us." Dr. Snowden and Kess ran into the first room in the living area they could and held onto the wall. The power shut off everywhere. A few seconds later, emergency power kicked in. Dr. Snowden looked out into the now eerie-looking main living area. Sparse lighting throughout the levels created dancing shadows. "Anyone seeing the increasing pressure?" he asked. "Yeah, and the docking door blew open. We should be floating," said Emily. Kess tilted her head. "Unless the dimension we're in doesn't have space as we know it."
"I see where you're going," said Dalton. "The outer medium has higher pressure and is pushing in and trying to reach an equilibrium. Emily and I are in the side room, and we have witnessed several things come in from outside. I'm relaying video." The hairs on Dr. Snowden's neck rose as he studied the odd-looking creatures. They had short bodies that reminded him of a tadpole the size of a dog. The skin appeared to be a slippery substance, and dense smoke swirled around it. 2 powerful arms hung off the sides, which allowed it to spring and swim through the air. The 5 glowing yellow eyes, along with a gaping hole for a mouth, rounded out the unusual creature. "What the heck is that?" asked Dr. Snowden. "Unknown," said Evaran. "Do not engage it if you can avoid it. V and Bob are almost at the Torvada." "We still need to get to the ramps," said Dr. Snowden. "Hurry then," said Evaran. "I should reach level 4 shortly." Dr. Snowden glanced at Kess. Then they took off around the living area ring. The medium made it harder to move, but fighting those creatures was not something he wanted to experience. The Tenegrins must have been taken by surprise, and any who survived would have evacuated afterward. The station would still have continued to run, and the maintenance robots would have cleaned up any sign of a struggle. The dimension was like an organic cleaner, although it also cleaned anything out in the open. "Albert," said Kess. Dr. Snowden stopped. "You're going back around the ring." "Ramps are this way," said Kess, pointing down the hallway they had initially entered the living area from. "Oh, right. Lead on," he said. After 5 minutes, they reached the elevator area. Dr. Snowden paused as he saw one of the creatures near the ramp area. "Plan?" "It's in our way," said Kess. "That one seems a bit bigger than the ones from Dalton's video." "It still needs to move." She charged. The creature faced them and emitted a squealing noise. It advanced toward her. When it was near, it rose up using its tail and lunged forward to grab her. Kess caught both of its clawed hands and dodged the creature's head as it snapped at her. Dr. Snowden came up to the side of the alien. "Release it!" Kess pushed it back, while Dr. Snowden hit it with a stun beam. The animal shrieked and moved behind one of the elevators. "Let's go," he said. They ran into the ramp area and descended. Dr. Snowden's breathing became erratic. The stun beam had not stopped the creature, but it had startled it enough to make it step away.
He did not think that was a viable long-term tactic, but that worked for them.
"Use the repulsion blast," said Emily, out of breath over group comms. "Stun just irritates them. Oh yeah, we're fighting them, so be ready when you come down here."
Dr. Snowden frowned. He was sure Emily and Dalton could protect themselves, but these aliens were unknown, and the group was in another dimension. Dr. Snowden and Kess descended 2 levels, then paused. His mouth dried up. The elevator area was packed with the creatures. They ranged from small to large, but only a handful were as big as or bigger than the one they had fought earlier.
"We should just sneak by these," said Dr. Snowden.
"Yeah," said Kess. They crept across the divide to the next ramp going down, and then froze. A big one walked up toward them and shrieked. It barged forward. Dr. Snowden raised his energy shield as the creature hit it. He sprawled back. Kess rushed to his side and helped him up. The other creatures shrieked and growled and swarmed them. Dr. Snowden used his repulsion beam to send several flying back. It hit them harder than he thought it would. Kess was busy using her nanoswarm to form large hands that slapped the aliens away. Several medium-sized ones attacked her from above and knocked her to the floor. She cried out as they bit into her. "No!" Dr. Snowden's nanobots tingled, and he felt a surge of adrenaline course through him. His blood boiled to hear Kess in pain. He marched over to her and flung each creature away. As he touched the creatures, they shrieked as if they were being burnt. He was not sure what had happened, but they had paused their attack. Some attacked their own, who had been tossed away. He helped Kess up. The creatures formed a ring around Dr. Snowden and Kess.
"What's going on?" she asked.
"I don't know. I touched a few, and it's like they're scared now. Are you okay?" he asked, running his hands over her arms and shoulders.
Hurting some. This medium is hard to work in. Anyways, let's test your idea out. Ready?"
Dr. Snowden cleared his throat. "Sure." Kess held his hand and walked in front of him. As they went, the creatures pulled back while snarling. One got close, and Dr. Snowden extended his free hand. The creature bolted away into the pack and was promptly set upon by the others. "It seems they attack weakness and respect strength," he said. She studied him.
"I bet it's your cosmic energy."
He shrugged. "Whatever works. Let's get out of here." Emily flipped over Dalton's back and kicked a creature that had tried to attack from above. The docking bay area was rapidly getting packed. When the decontamination door had opened, she observed what she thought was space. Instead of being sucked out, everything seemed normal, and if anything, it became harder to move. The creatures that entered had no problem moving around, and they swam as opposed to flying. She and Dalton beat back attacks from all sides. Initially, she had used her repulsion beam to keep them from entering the station, but they must have gained access from different areas because they came in from behind. Since they also attacked from above, defending the area in a back-to-back formation was the best approach. Dr. Snowden, Kess, and Evaran would come from the elevator area, and V and Bob would fly the Torvada there. She had her PSD on continuous repulsion, which worked well. The medium allowed the repulsion blast to hit harder, the opposite of what she had expected. Something to ask about later. The creatures attacked any of their own that appeared injured. One had been repulsed into a wall, and an odd, yellow substance leaked out. The pack immediately turned on the wounded one and ripped it to shreds. Dalton had proven to be quite effective. His nanoshield kept attackers at bay while his RSG fired at ranged ones. He used his stun baton to beat back others that got close. Despite his weakened state, he fought like a man possessed. They had even utilized some of the training moves they had performed in the earlier Hollow Room training. All they needed to do was hold out. "These creatures are relentless," said Dalton.
"I know, but Uncle Albert and Kess are getting close."
He mentioned something about his touch scaring them.
Emily repulsed a creature. Maybe a cosmic energy thing. It might be hard for him to repulse on the ramps, but we have an open area where that's not an issue.
"I agree," said Dalton. He tumbled as a large alien tackled him from the side. Emily's heartbeat shot up as the pack swarmed him. She did not want to fire a repulsion blast, as it would hit him too. She charged over and tossed an attacker away. Another got kicked. Dalton rolled over to her and swatted away one that tried to grab him.
Your touch works well.
She fired a 360-degree repulsion blast, then helped him up.
I don't think I would survive this without you. I seem to be taking unusual amounts of damage, like my suit is weakened.
It's cool, said Emily, ducking as a creature tried to tackle her upper half. Dalton kicked between Emily's leg and booted another attacker back. Emily gulped. With so many assaulting, it was hard to sense them all, and even then, her senses were somewhat dulled. After 5 minutes, Dr. Snowden appeared with Kess. He helped her walk and used his outstretched hand to create a buffer around him. "Uncle Albert!" "Kess!" said Emily as she moved toward them. It seemed strange to see Kess hurt, but whatever affected Emily's senses might be affecting Dalton's and Kess's nanotech. Dalton followed Emily over, and once they reached Dr. Snowden and Kess, Emily and Dr. Snowden faced different directions, while Dalton supported Kess in the middle. Between the defensive coverage and the non-stop firing of repulsion beams, the creatures were kept at bay. Emily realized that the situation was not sustainable. Although they had cleared an area, more arrived and replenished the ranks. It would soon be too packed to move. "Evaran, where are you at?" asked Emily over group comms. "I am almost there," he said. "The Torvada is as well. Move to the decontamination door now." "Got it." The group moved slowly, and after a minute reached the area before the doors. Emily smiled when Evaran appeared across the room. His glowing hands twisted like a whirlwind and caused the creatures to not only get pushed back, but also cower. The speed at which he operated in the medium surprised her, even though she was used to seeing him move fast. Apparently, the medium had no impact on him. "There he is," said Dr. Snowden. "Focus on clearing the sides," said Dalton, pointing out in a V formation toward Evaran. Emily and Dr. Snowden complied, while Dalton and Kess continued to knock back anything that got near. Evaran reached the group and raised his hand. "Everyone, close your eyes." They did so. "Okay, you can open them now," said Evaran a moment later. Emily's eyes narrowed after she opened them. The creatures had backed off to a considerable distance. She smiled when the Torvada appeared outside the door. Looking back over the room, she was not sure what Evaran had done, but the aliens wanted no part of it. "Let us go," said Evaran. The group boarded the Torvada and assembled in the command center. Emily relaxed in her seat as the Torvada pulled away and spun around. It felt good to lower her helmet, and judging by the others' faces, they were relieved as well.
"What was that flash from earlier?" asked Bob.
Evaran half smiled. "As we are inside a dimension, my abilities are expanded here. I extended my aura and illuminated it." "Ah, that's why you wanted us to close our eyes," said Dr. Snowden. "You didn't want us to be blinded by your grace." Evaran eyed him. The group laughed. Dr. Snowden made sure Kess was comfortable, then jumped up and ran over to the front of the command center and pointed out. "What is that big green thing? That's not a star. It looks like a big bouncy ball with bumps on it." "It is not a star," said Evaran. He raised a finger. "It is a cell." Emily drew her head back. "You're kidding." "I am not. We are inside an organism." Dalton wrinkled his brow.
"How is that possible? I thought you said we were in a dimension."
"We are. The organism is a dimension, and we are passing through it." Kess nodded. "I believe it. Chaldraga was massive, and he could have easily had a rift inside of him, although he was not a dimension himself."
"That is unsettling," said Dalton.
Dr. Snowden shook his head. "Tell me about it." Emily focused on the swarming creatures outside the station. They were everywhere and came in much larger sizes than the station supported. Her stomach churned when she observed the chaos. They murdered not only each other, but anything that moved. Thankfully, they could not board the Tor Vada.
"So, what is going on out there?" asked Dalton.
Evaran nodded. The organism's natural defense system. I have sensed the organism itself and it me, but it is not sentient. Dr. Snowden adjusted his glasses.
"So, the station was an infection or foreign object and these things attacked it?"
Yes. The transit from portal opening to exit is 15 minutes, so the Tenegrins would have suffered greatly, but some would have survived. I suspect the robot you found deleted all traces of this event, and the Tenegrins would not be eager to broadcast that they lost a research station. So a cover-up. From 2 different sources, said Kess. We had to find out the hard way. Evaran studied her. Are you okay? She waved a hand at him. I'm fine. It was hard to fight in the medium.
I experienced that as well, said Dalton.
Emily gestured at Evaran.
It seems this organism's defense system doesn't like cosmic energy. Most dimensional beings do not. Bob motioned at V.
I noticed that the creatures gave him a wide berth, but they had no problems coming after me. Thankfully, I flew as fast as him and stayed in his wake.
Analysis. Your mimicked orb was effective.
Thank you, V.
You are quite welcome, Bob.
The group chuckled. So, what do we do now? Asked Emily. Although we could portal out, I think we should follow the station through and back out to our timeline. It might be best to view everything from the roof, said Evaran. Works for me, said Dr. Snowden. Before I forget, did you retrieve a lot of information? I did, and I will begin to go through that once we are back in our reality. Everyone should take the rest of the day off to relax and rest up, said Evaran. Sounds good to me, said Dr. Snowden. Okay, roof time. Dalton smiled.
This place is unique.
Bob pointed up.
Sure is. To the roof.
Emily grinned as she watched everybody, including Evaran, stand up. She realized that, once again, they existed in some unusual location that only a few could ever say they had been to. Although tired, she looked forward to experiencing these moments with the group. Bob was a ball of activity, and she loved his energy levels. Dalton had proved to be an effective partner, and she enjoyed his presence. Kess made Dr. Snowden happy, and Emily understood the feeling of having an intimate other along. His eagerness was written all over his face, and she knew he would be reviewing all the data from this place. V came through as always, and her heart warmed to see him interact with the others. Evaran's cool and calm demeanor was a rock she had come to rely on, and seeing him march through the creatures with determination made her once again understand how rare it was to see that. The gang remained in high spirits, and she was glad not to have become a statistic of the creature's immune system. Chapter 11. Vice Inspector Tarkarick eyed several Momodrins as they passed by. Those who had been questioned claimed to have no knowledge of the humans, other than that they had landed in a spaceport cell. He hated being on Heristican, but his new case had driven him here. The area had been under high alert, and he had already inspected the market and nearby forest where the other Tenegrins had been killed. He relaxed outside the registrar's office, having concluded this part of the investigation, even though he had only had a brief communication with the one known as Evaran and his band. Tarkarick's forearm device beeped at him. He hissed. It was getting late, and he had looked forward to crawling into a sack and sleeping. He tapped at his device.
What? Vice Inspector Tarkarick, said a raspy Tenegrin. There's a message from Regional Command related to your investigation.
Tarkarick growled. It was the low-ranking administrator of the registrar's office.
I have many investigations. It can wait until morning. It's specific to the case here.
He perked up.
I'm coming inside. Relay it to the secure room. Of course.
Tarkarik took a final look around before slithering to the secured room. A large screen sat on one end, with a table and a resting support on the other. He rested on the support and interacted with the table console. A few swipes and taps with his clawed finger caused the screen to light up. He hissed at the Tenegrin that popped up. It was Sub-Commander Garka. He wore the standard gray suit of Regional Command, and Tarkarik considered Garka to be of lower intelligence. Otherwise, he would have been a full commander already. He was next in line to be commander if he performed well, but Tarkarik doubted that would happen.
"What is it?" asked Tarkarik. "We received an automated message from a quarantined research station," said Garka.
His face minimized to a small window on the bottom right. The full screen showed the message. Tarkarik studied it. A ship had docked, and video feeds were available.
"Have you looked at the visual feeds already?" "I have, and they're confusing." "I'm sure they are. Well, I will look at them in great detail. I'm curious which ones you found interesting," said Tarkarik, eyeing Garka. "Oh, well, this one was."
The full screen showed Dr. Snowden and Kess dancing.
"These humans, as you call them, appear to be preparing for battle," said Garka.
Tarkarik gurgled and hissed.
"Battle? What makes you think that?" "The way they move. Their lips are curled, as if to strike, and their movements are vicious." "I see. That's why you're a sub-commander, and I'm a vice-inspector. They're dancing, obviously, to the superior music of our culture."
Garka looked down for a moment.
"I'm not seeing that." "Of course you aren't. Next video."
The screen changed to show Emily and Dalton walking into a decontamination hallway.
"This one shows 2 more humans going to investigate a ship that docked last year." "That's Emily Snowden. And the maniacal killer, Dalton Kingston."
Garka's beady eyes blinked rapidly.
"The ship's crew is not on the station. We still don't know what happened to them. They were gone after the blackout."
"Yes, blackout," said Tarkarik. "These humans are curious creatures."
"Next video."
The screen changed to the data center. Garka hissed.
"This one shows them accessing our data pylon storage. One of these humans morphed into a data pylon. These humans have powerful abilities."
"That was what you concluded?"
"Yes."
Tarkarik licked his right fang.
"The human that transformed is not a human. It is the creature from the research ship that Evaran and the others assaulted. The creature has evolved language skills and has the ability to change its form at will."
Garka's head bopped around.
"They also had a drone,
and some technology that accessed the data pylons. A lot of information transferred, and we seem to be experiencing some issue with connectivity to the station. Something is fighting us and deleting records. Perhaps Evaran left a virus."
"Now that's possible," said Tarkarik. "These humans are crafty, especially him."
"We should send a team to investigate the station," said Garka. Do you understand why it was quarantined?
Garca hissed.
Measures can be taken. We do have suits to protect us against highly infectious diseases. The humans wore them, why can't we?
Tarkarik growled.
There is more going on than you know about. Achieve the rank of commander and maybe you will learn more someday.
They stared at each other.
Regardless, there seems to be a gap in the system. They were gone when the connectivity was re-established. Perhaps the station got them, said Garca.
Tarkarik looked around the room.
Do you really believe that?
It's a possibility.
So, if that occurred, where is their ship?
I don't know.
Tarkarik gurgled. You would make a bad inspector. Be thankful you are where you are.
The screen shut off. The visual feeds could be viewed in detail later. He enjoyed getting in jabs at Garca. Tarkarik's mind focused on Evaran. There was no doubt that he had a plan, and he and the others had left the station. What their next step was remained a mystery, but Tarkarik understood that two beings had been picked up by Evaran. It was almost like he was a collector. Perhaps the Tenegrin hegemony was expanding into a region of space that had attracted Evaran's attention. Either way, Tarkarik would capture Evaran and his friends and bring them all to justice. Dalton surveyed the medical lab. The technology present was unlike any he had seen, but that did not surprise him. The Torvada comforted him, and it did seem unusual to be inside a ship that had been in his dreams. He had looked for signs of the woman. Emily suggested it was Cyrillus, but he had nothing to compare her against. It was one of several topics on his mind as he continued on to the research lab in the back. An hour and a half had passed since they had left the space station. Once he reached the research lab, he peeked in. Evaran stood over a table with a holographic projection. A quick scan showed it to be data from the Tenegrin station. Evaran's hands flew around, moving small blocks and screens in midair. Evaran looked over. You have something on your mind. Dalton entered and leaned against the wall. Hey, I do, actually.
Come in. You are always welcome here.
Dalton smiled. I appreciate that. And I realize we haven't really had a chance to talk.
Events can move fast around here at times, said Evaran.
Yeah, I witnessed it firsthand, said Dalton.
Evaran studied him. What did you want to talk about?
Dalton cleared his throat. Well, this whole Torvada chosen one thing. I had a dream, and the Torvada had a summons specifically for me. Those can't be coincidence.
It most likely is not.
And this doesn't bother you at all. I don't want you to feel like I've been forced on you.
Evaran half smiled. It is an honor to be chosen by the Torvada, whether it is by dream or by summons. You are the first that I am aware of to possess both. That makes you unique, and I will do everything in my power to aid you.
Dalton exhaled. I appreciate that.
He believed that Evaran meant what he said. It still amazed Dalton to be where he was and to have the opportunity to even have these types of conversations. He eyed Evaran.
Do you know why I was selected?
I do not, said Evaran. He raised a finger. However, you are crucial to the summons, and I am honored to meet someone the Torvada has chosen. It holds you in high regard, and therefore, I do as well.
Dalton smiled. I'm just glad to be here. I thought I was going to die on Huristican.
I did as well. Thankfully, we were able to retrieve you before that.
Dalton nodded. After the summons, What's to become of me, assuming I survive?
What do you want to do?
I'd like to go to Earth. In particular, Dr. Snowden and Emily's time period. I miss Earth. And from what I viewed in the cultural absorption program, their time period looks like a great place to be, said Dalton.
Evaran rubbed his chin. You do not want to go to Kess's time period.
Dalton shrugged. I'm partial to the Earth I remember, and although Dr. Snowden and Emily's is slightly less advanced, I feel closer to it.
I understand. It reminds you more of home.
Yeah.
After this summons is dealt with, we can take you wherever you want. You could even travel with us if you wish.
I appreciate the option.
Evaran nodded. Or if you do wish to go to Earth in Dr. Snowden and Emily's time period, I have some friends who will help you get situated.
I think I'd like that better, said Dalton.
He shook a hand at Evaran.
No offense, of course.
None taken.
Dalton gestured at him. I noticed that there were unusual beings on their Earth, Daedrald, outsiders, wild-born.
Yes, and they are powerful. If you end up there, you will meet the ancient vampire lords.
I watched a lot of media on vampires, similar to my Earth, but the fact they're actually real is amazing. Plus, there are actual gods, claimed at least, lycanthropes, and I'm sure aliens in some manner.
Evaran half smiled. There are many factions there as well.
Interesting. I also read that you all intervened recently to fight a dimensional being, Kaltoris, I believe.
That is correct. I try to avoid interfering if I can, as my impact causes ripples, said Evaran. He examined Dalton. There are some unusual cases there. With your background, perhaps your role is to lend a hand with them.
Dalton smiled. Well, that would be right up my alley.
Evaran rubbed his chin. Yes, and you would be uniquely qualified to handle some of the hardest ones there that remain unsolved. Your presence would help stabilize a somewhat chaotic period in Earth's history.
You would have knowledge of that already, right?
Asked Dalton. Evaran shook his head. I only know of major events, such as when Earth becomes a part of the United Planets. Dalton had studied up on some of the previous adventures the group had undertaken. Dr. Snowden had mentioned that the Torvada would restrict what was known, but when Dalton accessed information, there were no blocks. Everything had been open, which surprised the others. The group was resilient and had met many characters across space and time. He understood what Evaran meant by major events, since when future ones were searched, there were only summary titles. You are thinking again, said Evaran.
Oh, yeah. I was just recalling how the Torvada opened all its knowledge to me.
Evaran nodded. That does not surprise me.
Dalton laughed. I suppose it wouldn't.
He shook a finger at him.
You have to be the most unique person I've ever met. All this power. Yet I don't sense a shred of corruption in you. You're almost too good to be true. But then I remember what's out there, and some of the adventures you've had. You're a superhero.
I am just a traveler who helps those in need.
And humble, too, said Dalton, eyeing Evaran. Well, I didn't want to bother you.
He studied the projection.
Need any help with this? I guess you probably wouldn't, but I thought I would offer.
Evaran half smiled. Your assistance would be appreciated. Dalton smiled as he stood next to him and began to examine the projection. There was a lot of data to peruse, and Evaran had focused on a specific research project with many references. Dalton understood that Evaran had probably only accepted to make Dalton feel better. Regardless,
He would do his part to help with whatever was needed. Kes smiled as she stepped out onto the Torvada's roof. She had wanted to use the hollow room with Dr. Snowden, but Emily was training, and he planned to talk with her. Kes understood that although they lived together back on Earth, he did not see Emily as much as expected. She had a busy schedule with school, relationships, and other activities. Dr. Snowden had mentioned that he missed her sometimes, and traveling with Evaran brought them together, so Kes made herself scarce. She had figured she would spend some time on the roof and relax. The Torvada hung out by the research station, but since it was in stealth mode and scan profile 1, it would not be detected by anything. She loved that aspect of privacy, and between that and the Torvada's shield strength, it was truly a safe place. A true rarity from her experience. Her attention focused on Bob, sniffling as he stared out at the sun. She figured she would check on him. He turned his head toward her and wiped a tear.
"Oh, hey, how's it going?"
She joined him. "I'm fine. And you?" He laughed.
"Oh, sorry you had to see me in this state. I was only admiring the sun."
"It's okay. Are you upset?"
He sighed. "Oh, not at all. I'm adjusting to sentience. All this life."
He pointed at the sun.
"This ball of energy, a battle of wills between fusion and gravitational pressure, it's astounding. It emits life-giving rays that, before sentience, I had no idea about. Well, not this sun in particular, but you get my drift."
Kes smiled. "These are little balls of love out here in space." They shared a laugh. Bob smiled.
"I'm surprised you're alone. Usually Dr. Snowden is with you."
"He is, but he's spending family time with Emily."
"Family, yes," said Bob.
He looked out into space.
"I don't have one, but I'm well versed in the concept. I do have what I came from, so I guess that's my father, but it's not sentient. It's goop that can mimic things."
"I'm sure it's a very proud goop," said Kes. They chuckled. "I can't imagine what this must be like for you," said Kes. Bob raised his arms in a V shape.
"It's great, Bob. I am."
Kes laughed. "I can't argue with that. What's the most interesting thing about gaining sentience?"
"Context," said Bob.
He shook his finger in the air.
"About everything. Before, it was a hazy mist, but now I have context. This sun we're orbiting is an example. Another is insects."
"Insects?"
"Yes, on my planet I sometimes came to the surface and interacted with insects. I mimicked a few, but all their instincts were to eat and survive. Ones I already had. Now, with sentience, I understand the concept of ecology, environmental systems, evolution, and a host of other things that make insects much more than they appeared to be. All because the Torvada had a summons to get me."
"I know you gained sentience by mimicking the human form, but do you understand how?"
Bob shrugged. "Not really. It seems when I formed a human brain, in particular the thalamus region, I became self-aware. It was like a lightning bolt hit me and boom! There I was."
Kes nodded. "That's interesting. So you didn't touch any Tenegrins?"
"No. Although I did attack their power grid. When Evaran flashed all those images, I translated that into a form. The level of detail astounded me. Once I took human form, everything became clear."
"We had no idea what you were initially," said Kes. "I'm glad you are what you are now. I bet you can't wait to visit your planet." Bob smiled.
in time. Thanks to context, I understand how valuable this time here, now, is. He moved his hand out in an arc. To travel like this, we were in an abandoned research station. Then, inside a creature that was a dimension. I think to experience that is rare in general, but an everyday thing if you travel with Evaran.
Oh, I fully understand, she said.
What about you? I heard you were in some place for hundreds of thousands of years, but could visit other worlds via some network. Then you met Evaran and absorbed the same program I did. Well, that must have been enlightening for you.
Yeah, and from that we unified humanity in my time period, thanks to Evaran and the others, said Kess. She looked out. I now realize reality is much more bizarre than I first thought. She winked at Bob. My boyfriend is 500,000 years younger than me. He laughed.
Ha! So he is? That is something I have yet to experience.
Albert as a boyfriend?
He eyed her. Not that. A relationship. If I'm the first ever of my species to gain sentience, and the only other of my kind is what I spawned from, how do I enter a relationship?
You get one that involves a different species. Your amazing gift allows you to shift into anything you meet.
That's an intriguing thought, said Bob. I might look into that. But there's so much to learn and experience. Every minute alive is a gift.
Kess found Bob's zeal for life inspiring. With his abilities, he would live a long time and experience many things. The only concern was if a hostile group got a hold of him. They would probably use him, and not in a good way. She smiled as she reflected on the trip so far. Like Bob, she treasured every minute alive, especially when traveling with Evaran and the gang. Chapter 12. Dr. Snowden paused before the hollow room door. He had told Kess that he wanted to talk with Emily, so Kess went to the roof to hang out. Dalton was with Evaran, and Dr. Snowden did not know where V was. Emily was in the hollow room, and Dr. Snowden figured she was training. He did not get to see her as much recently due to her spending time on various activities, and also with Jennifer and Jelton. Traveling with Evaran, though, presented an opportunity for Dr. Snowden to spend some time with her. He peeked in and observed Emily fighting the creatures from the research station. Whenever new enemies were encountered, she made sure she could fight them and created simulations based on that. His skin crawled as he remembered first seeing the aliens. They were tough and vicious and swarmed in packs. However, they were efficient for an immune system response. Emily paused and looked over. "Hey, Uncle Albert." He grinned and stepped in. "It's me." "What are you doing here? You want to train?" He laughed. "Oh, no, I've had my fill of these things. I just wanted to stop in and see how you were doing." She eyed him. "Evaran put you up to this?" "No, not at all. You've been so busy lately, I figured I'd catch up in your downtime, although that seems to involve fighting an immune system response." She cleared the hollow room and changed the environment to one with 2 chairs on the edge of a cliff overlooking a lush jungle. "Well then, come take a seat in Casa Emily." "Casa Emily?" asked Dr. Snowden with a bemused look. "It's my relaxation place." He joined her and they sat down. He looked around. "This is nice." "Yeah, I made it a while back." "Jelton loves it." "I bet he does," said Dr. Snowden. "How's he doing since our last trip out?" Emily smiled. "He's doing good, but he has a ton on his plate, being second in command and all. That is a heavy burden for sure." "Yeah, it is," she said. She glanced over at him. Kes seems to be happy, and the same for you. I don't recall the last time I've seen you happy for this long. Dr. Snowden grinned. She does make life more enjoyable. I try to enjoy the time we spend together, you know. I do know, said Emily. It's funny how our lives came to this, but I'm okay with how it's turned out so far. I am too. Although I can't help but wonder what Dan would do if he saw all this. He'd say, "Well, hell," she said. They shared a laugh. Probably, said Dr. Snowden. That seems like a lifetime ago, and I bet we could just go back and observe. Emily sighed. Evaran said we could, but I don't know. It'd be kind of painful to relive all those emotions. I'm with you there, said Dr. Snowden, shaking a hand out. Still, perhaps one day. Emily shrugged. Dr. Snowden remembered the day Dan had died. It had hit Dr. Snowden like a truck, and although he had moved on, he still entertained the possibility of seeing Dan one more time. It struck Dr. Snowden as odd that, although he now had the means, he was not as eager as he had thought he would be. Emily had phrased it right in that it would ignite old feelings and emotions. He wanted to focus on things in his current life. Like Cass. So, what do you think of Dalton? Asked Dr. Snowden. I noticed you two formed a bond. It's nothing like that, said Emily. I just like him. He sort of reminds me of Evaran, if he showed more emotions. Plus, the Torvada chose him. That has to mean something. Yeah, I'm sure it does. I'm curious if the woman in his dreams is Cyrillus. It might be. Dr. Snowden nodded. Can you imagine that? She shows up in the one place Evaran can't go to. Dreams. Although, to be fair, I've seen Leverin in my dreams before, so anything is possible. I wonder what the Torvada has in mind for Dalton. We'll find out when the summons is over, said Emily. He talked a lot about our Earth and wanting to visit it. Maybe that's where he'll end up. I'm sure Lord Vigon and the Earth Ward would like that. He says they have so many strange and unusual cases that need to be looked at, but they lack the resources. Also, given how powerful some of the weird beings they meet are, he said it's difficult to prioritize. Emily nodded. Jake mentioned something about that. If that's the case, Dalton would be the perfect person to drop in. He gets to go to the Earth he wants and investigate things. If he does, we need to introduce him to that taco place at the Wild Haven Institute. They shared a laugh. Emily glanced at Dr. Snowden. Where do you think Bob fits in all this? I'm not sure. He's a mystery, but a full-of-life one at that. He sure is, she said. The mimic thing is cool, but he doesn't want to go back to his home planet right away. That means he's probably involved in whatever we discover. I thought getting him home was the summons, but apparently not. I bet it will have something to do with what Evaran finds from the research data. She smirked. Probably. Dr. Snowden looked out over the cliff. He enjoyed relaxing and talking with Emily. It reminded him of a simpler time, before traveling with Evaran. It was hard to ignore all that had happened since, but sitting on a chair with a good view and a light breeze made everything seem normal, even if the environment was just a hard hologram. V focused on the light buzzing around him. He had been in a room in the maintenance hub, which allowed him to go into low power mode while being connected to the ship. He used the Torvada's power to run simulations and analyze information, and had spent some time creating extensive simulations involving organics. It was a way to practice his interaction without involving others. A quick check verified it was the morning after their trip to the station.
V's outer container pulsed with energy, and his inner container enjoyed the sensation. The time showed it to be 8 o'clock a.m., and everyone on the ship appeared to be in the process of waking up. Emily and Evaran were the exceptions. She was in the hollow room, and he showed as being in the research lab. V suspected Evaran had worked through the night, going through the research station data. V flew out of his low-power rest room and to the research lab. "You are up," said Evaran.
Analysis. I do not sleep.
Evaran half smiled. "Perhaps not. But your low-power mode in the rest room is your version of it." V transformed into projected mode. "You appear to be comfortable in this mode."
I am. It allows for better organic interaction. I have tied my facial and bodily cues to my inner container, although some refactoring is needed.
Evaran nodded. "What issues have you run into?"
Some inner container output can have multiple emotions, and it is context that drives what the final output should be. I should not laugh when I am sad.
That usually is a good guideline to follow, as humans tend not to do that. V scanned the projected data above the table.
You have analyzed and condensed information from the station.
"I have," said Evaran. "Once everyone is up and in the conference room, we can go over my findings."
Acknowledged.
Evaran eyed V. "You have been thinking about something?" V was not sure how Evaran perceived that. Although projected mode showed cues, V was sure he did not show any. He understood Evaran sensed his inner container, but how he determined that V had been processing something eluded him.
I have. Bob's mimic ability allowed him to take my orb mode, but also gain sentience. He has adapted unusually quickly, and I do not understand how that is possible.
Evaran half smiled. "His species is unique. I see that your concern is, if he managed it, why can you not?" V nodded.
Also, he has no exotic energy, so he is a pure planar being.
I understand. He is like a matter mage in that regard. Like you, he has an inner container of sorts, but it is in his life layer link and makes him unique. When he gained sentience, it stored his consciousness.
I was not aware that was possible,
said V. Nor was I, said Evaran. V's life layer link was tied to the Torvada, but most planar beings were tied to one that resided outside the universe. How Bob used his link to store a consciousness was something V would like to investigate at some point. Would you care to see what I found from the research station's data? V smiled.
I would.
Over the next hour, V crunched and analyzed the information that Evaran had compiled. There were some conclusions drawn, and V understood that to those who were not aware of Evaran's methodology, it would always seem like he had a plan. That was due to the branching logic tree he defined with every analysis. It was often efficient and even covered situations based on the group's mood. His insight into emotions fascinated V, even if he could not express them as well. At 9 o'clock a.m., the group assembled in the conference room. V studied them as they got breakfast and chatted. Dr. Snowden and Kess were all smiles and were eager and alert. Emily and Dalton appeared to be cleaned up, and he had joined her later in the morning for a workout. Bob looked around with glee as the others talked to him. Sometimes V felt left out when there was more than one additional guest, and with 3, he had not gotten to interact as much as he wanted to. "V," said Emily, waving him over. He moved over to her and high-fived her, then took a seat next to her. She laid a hand on his shoulder. "I missed you yesterday." His inner container glowed. He was close to Emily, and her acknowledgement and wanting him to sit by her made him smile. Dr. Snowden reached across the table and high-fived V. "What she said? I thought you skipped out on us."
Analysis. I was in low power mode.
Dr. Snowden smiled. "It's okay. I'm just glad to see you. The place isn't the same without you." V grinned. If he had been in orb mode, they would have seen his lights glow. He high-fived Dalton, Kess, and Bob, then sat back. Evaran cleared his throat. "I hope you all had a good rest." Everyone nodded. "Excellent. I compiled the essential information that I think is pertinent to the second summons," said Evaran. He tapped at the table console. A projection shot up. "First is Bob's planet. It is in the path for the Tenegrin hegemony's expansion."
"They're coming to my home world?" asked Bob.
"In time, yes," said Evaran. "What happened to you on the ship would most likely occur on your home planet."
"I have to stop them!"
Evaran nodded. "I believe that is one criterion for the second summons." He raised a finger. "However, I suspect this is the main criterion of the summons." The holographic projection changed to show a metallic cube with elegant engraving. This is referred to as a time cube by the Tenegrins.
"Interesting name," said Dalton. "Do you know what it does?"
Evaran half smiled. "I do. It appears to release holographic information dependent on the amount of energy it receives." "What type of information?" asked Kess. "Schematics and information meant to advance a civilization. Everything from math and physics to matter replication." Emily grinned. "A knowledge pollution cube would be a better name." Evaran nodded. "I would agree. The Tenegrins initially shot at it, which was the minimum amount of energy required to trigger the first hologram, which contained instructions on how to translate further holograms." "So like a Rosetta Stone," said Emily. "Something like that. Once the Tenegrins figured out that more energy meant more information, they began to introduce what they learned from the instructions to create machines capable of generating even more energy. Their civilization expanded far faster than it should have. They achieved fusion 30 years after learning about it."
"Whoa," said Dr. Snowden. "That's pretty crazy."
"It is indeed," said Evaran. "The research on the station focused on creating dimensional rifts. It appears that succeeded to their detriment."
"I'll say it did," said Bob.
The group chuckled. "Nonetheless, it is only a matter of time before they unlock everything the Time Cube has to offer. Their dominance and research show me their intentions are not pure." Kess wrinkled her brow. "So where did the cube come from?" "Unknown, but I know where it is. It is housed in a secure facility deep underground on the planet Krokoris." Dr. Snowden sighed. "Oh, let me guess. We're going to relieve them of that." "We are," said Evaran. "I suspect the Time Cube was not meant to be where it is, and its arrival has altered the balance of this galaxy. It is also not inconceivable that it may give information that might impact faraway locations down the road, like Earth." "Yeah, we can't let that happen," said Dr. Snowden. "I concur. Once we have the Time Cube, we can attend to resolving Bob's homeworld issue." Bob tapped a finger to his lips.
"Are you thinking evacuation?"
"I am not sure yet." Emily sat back in her chair. "We're still missing a player." Everyone focused on her. "Usually in these situations, there's another group involved that helps, like a resistance. I don't know who it is, but I'm sure there is one." Evaran studied Emily. "An astute observation. There is a resistance mentioned in the Tenegrin's data, but I am unsure of how to contact them or what their strength is." Dalton raised a finger.
Perhaps Bob is meant to team up with the Resistance, and we serve as the introduction. That would be in line with the theme of your earlier adventures."
Analysis. The probability of your assessing that was low.
"I like to investigate things, and drawing patterns from available data is what I do."
Bob shook a finger at Dalton.
"I love the idea, although I'm not sure what I could contribute."
Dalton nodded.
Perhaps when we meet the Resistance and also visit your planet, it will become clear.
I like the way you think.
Dalton smiled. Evaran stood. Okay, our next step is clear. We will go to Kokoris and discover what we can about the time cube and the facility it is in. V enjoyed watching everyone get up and talk animatedly. Dalton's analysis fascinated V, since the likelihood of him saying it seemed improbable. Perhaps that was one reason the Torvada chose Dalton. Bob's eagerness to work with the Resistance, even though he did not know anything about them, was intriguing. Emily's insight into an additional group also surprised V. That was what he treasured about working with others. His experience only got better when they were around, and he was thankful he had been created to absorb it.
Chapter 13. Emily sat up in her chair as the Torvada descended on Kokoris. When they had initially reached orbit, it was packed with satellites and quite a few ships and stations. The unusual Tenegrin design permeated everything, and it seemed strange not to see other types of ships with different aesthetics. The Tenegrins apparently did not want others near Kokoris. Unfortunately for them, the Torvada broke that rule. As it descended, she studied the cracked and dusty planet. The atmosphere, similar to the station, was not friendly to humans, and the temperature was warm but tolerable. The massive canyons with rivers at the bottom caught her eye. It was like someone had taken a knife and cut deep into the land, then poured water in up to a certain height. The Torvada entered the canyon where the research station had mentioned the time cube would be. As it cruised along the top, she got a good view of the river. It did not encompass the full width of the canyon, and the strips of land on the sides had a small beach with a dense forest that extended to the rock walls. Strange creatures flew through the air, while others swam in the river. The watercraft did not escape her attention either. They looked like small motorboats, but the operators were definitely Tenegrins. As they continued on, several Tenegrin light craft flew by. There were unusual structures well above the river that jutted out from the walls. The structures had a flat surface, with a curved bottom that provided support. Various buildings populated the surface. The odd structures had landing areas carved into the side, and windows were interspersed throughout the structure's siding. The fungus material they had found on the research station was a big component of the walls. "Now that's an interesting design," said Dr. Snowden. "And look, it has that fungus stuff." "I was just noticing that," said Emily.
Analysis. The structure goes deep into the wall.
A side window popped up with the full display. Emily's eyes widened. What they saw in the canyon was only the end of a several-mile-long facility. "Tenegrins like they're underground," said Kess. "It would seem so," said Evaran. "This is not where the time cube is, but we are close. One thing to note is that there are tunnels connecting other structures to this one." "Like a big nest," said Dr. Snowden, grimacing. "Something like that," said Evaran. "I suspect that, due to the hostile surface, these canyons are refuges for the Tenegrins."
"Why even build here at all?" asked Bob. "This doesn't seem like a good place for them. I would have expected a jungle or something."
"I do not know. Perhaps because it would be unexpected for them to be here." Bob shook a finger at Evaran.
"They're hiding, is what you're saying."
"I am."
"A good observation, Mr. Evaran."
Evaran eyed Bob. The group chuckled. Emily enjoyed Bob's teasing. She still found his rise to sentience and quick adaptation to be amazing. To go from an instinctual state to sentience, then a research station, and now this, he was getting a crash course on life. She wondered what would happen when they visited his home planet. He had grown on her, and seeing him so full of life made her smile. After 30 minutes, the Torvada reached another structure that jutted out of the wall. Emily studied the smaller structures outside the main one. Large turrets sat on them and swiveled without much effort. The air above the river was packed with drones, and she even saw ground patrols on the land part. The Torvada's scan of the structure also showed Tenegrin security booths on the landing areas. Her eyes were drawn to the unusual movement on the rock walls. Tenegrins with 4 segmented tentacles on their backs scaled the wall. The speed and effortlessness with which they moved made her skin crawl. Their purpose remained unknown, but if anything tried to sneak in that way, they would get a nasty surprise. She pulled up a window and zoomed in on one of them. "Now, what are those?" asked Bob. Dalton rubbed his chin. "Interesting. Their hands are free to use their weapons, while their spider-like back legs allow for movement. I suspect those legs are specialized for climbing." Emily grimaced. "They look like spiders, sorta." "Great. Spider Tenegrins, just what we need," said Dr. Snowden. "We should not run into those inside, if it puts your mind at ease," said Evaran. Kess gestured at the window. "I don't know. They could wield melee weapons and be deadly close-quarter combatants inside." Dr. Snowden grinned. "If they want to be spiders, we have some sticky globules for them." "Yes, we do," said Emily.
Analysis. An unusual drone has been detected.
A window popped up, showing a drone that had a different aesthetic design than the ones they had seen before. Emily thought it looked like a thick frisbee, and they kept their distance. If they could be detected, she was sure the Tenegrins had already done so. Several drones above the river took off after the other one. "V, follow them," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The Torvada ascended and flew off. "You think they're resistance?" said Dalton. "I am. This planet does not seem to be a place where a native species could evolve with a Tenegrin presence such as this." "Good point." Emily watched as the drones played hide-and-seek further down the canyon. The others seemed well-versed in the terrain and used natural obstructions such as vegetation and the dense forest to their advantage. After 50 miles, the Tenegrin drones broke off their chase. The Torvada continued to follow the others to a massive cave at the bottom of the canyon. When the Torvada entered, it detected a ship in the back. Emily observed that it was slim and definitely not Tenegrin in design. It was the 4-legged aliens outside that confirmed that this was a different alien species. They wore a hodgepodge of armor, and they had set up a small campsite. The drones flew in and up to the ship, then entered it. "So, what now?" asked Dr. Snowden. "I think we should introduce ourselves and see if they can put us in contact with the Resistance," said Evaran. "What if they're pirates or something?" asked Emily. Evaran nodded. "They might be, although this would not seem to be the ideal planet to ply their trade." "Yeah, I guess not." "They were doing reconnaissance," said Dalton. "I concur," said Evaran. "V, land us outside the campsite. I will introduce myself and go from there." "What about us?" asked Emily. "I plan to use a hologram in case they are hostile. If they prove not to be, we can all exit and talk to them." Emily smiled. "Fair enough." She appreciated Evaran's cautiousness. These aliens represented an unknown quantity, and their goals might not even align. It was a good sign that the Tenegrins' effort did not go unchallenged. Their treatment of the Momodrins still aided her. She looked forward to seeing what the new aliens were like. Dr. Snowden joined the others on the Torvada ramp. With the Torvada's stealth mode active, they were not visible. Evaran stood right inside the shielding and looked out. 3 aliens lurked around a pot over a fire, and a 4th one near the ship. Dr. Snowden studied them. They had 4 legs and a thorax. Their upper body had spindly arms, and their faces reminded him of a wasp one. They were small, relative to a human, and only stood about 3 feet tall. If you had to compare their overall appearance to a known insect, it would be a praying mantis without the forceps. Their arms might be small, but their hand area was a sharp claw with 6 smaller digits around it. Evaran projected himself outside the shielding. Dr. Snowden understood this to be the safer way of talking to potentially hostile aliens. They formed up and drew assault rifle-like weapons. "There is no need for that. I simply wish to speak with you," said Evaran. One alien stepped forward with its weapon trained on him.
"How can you speak our language?"
"A universal translator."
"An advanced one, then," said the alien. "You have a disgusting form. Who are you?"
"I am Evaran, and I come in peace." The alien clacked their mandibles.
"Peace? You look like a grue. What species are you?"
"I assure you I am not a grue. I am unique, but I resemble a human." The alien peered around Evaran.
"I don't know what a human is. I am Pachuk Rizi. You may call me by my shortened name, Riz."
"Very well. Riz it is," said Evaran.
"How is it you're here? Yet we didn't sense you."
Evaran nodded. "That is a function of my ship, which is nearby. It allowed me to come here without being detected."
"If it's near, show it,"
said Riz. "Of course," said Evaran. He interacted with his ARI. The Torvada exited stealth mode, and the hologram dissipated. The alien stepped back.
"You used a hologram," said Riz.
"Yes. We did not know if you would shoot first, then talk later," said Evaran, standing in front of the others on the ramp. Riz lowered his weapon, as did the others.
"It's obvious you could have wiped us out without us even knowing it. The fact you didn't is surprising, but we will accept that as proof your intent is not hostile. That might change based on your next set of actions."
"I understand," said Evaran. He motioned around at the others and identified them. Riz scrutinized the group.
"Strange names."
"As a sign of trust, we will step out of my ship's shielding," said Evaran. He stepped out with everyone in tow.
"Are those humans?"
asked Riz. "Dr. Snowden, Emily, Kess, and Dalton are. Bob is an Omichan. V is an AI. And I am unique." Riz conferred with his fellow members, then faced Evaran.
"We are Seychelles. We've never heard of the species you mentioned. You said you wanted to speak with us. What about?"
Evaran nodded. "There is a Tenegrin facility nearby that has an object of great value. We are here to remove it."
"So you're not a Tenegrin ally?"
"No way," said Bob. The Seychelles looked at him. "Tenegrins are cruel," he said. Riz clacked his mandibles.
"We agree. And our plan was to blow up the facility."
Dr. Snowden wrinkled his brow as he studied the ship. How this small group would take on a fully secured facility was a mystery. "You have a way in?" asked Evaran. Riz pointed with one of his clawed fingers behind their ship.
"The facility is one of many. There are tunnels that connect them all, although they do fly for transportation sometimes. The Tenegrins like to build underground."
"And once there, how would you blow the facility up?" asked Evaran.
"We place as many explosives as we can." then blow ourselves up.
Dr. Snowden realized they were suicide bombers. The Seychellians must have been through a lot to reach this point. Is there an alternative? The tunnels seem like our way to go in, but what if the power were shut down? I am sure the facility has information that might prove useful, said Evaran. Riz talked among the others for a moment before pivoting back around.
We don't possess the means to do that.
Evaran nodded. We recently investigated an abandoned Tenegrin station, and it mentioned something of a resistance. Perhaps if we shut down the power, they could capture the facility. I suspect that would prove useful to them.
What do you know of the resistance?
Not much, said Evaran, other than that we both view the Tenegrins as an enemy. Riz paused as he studied the group.
So you think you can enter via the transportation tunnels, get whatever you're looking for, shut off the power, then get back here unscathed?
I do. Riz and the other Seychellians guzzled and hissed. I am guessing you have not been able to enter the tunnels yet if you are out here, said Evaran.
Yes. It's proven to be more difficult than expected. However, if you can get through, and you're intent on doing this, we can give you the facility layout. We lost a lot of valuable members getting this information, and by we, I mean the Resistance.
Evaran half smiled. We figured you were a part of that. Not many would come to this place willingly. Very well. When the power goes down, that will be the signal for the Resistance to attack. Be ready. Ritz's antenna stood straight up.
We will be. It won't hurt for us to wait here to see if you succeed. I much prefer living to dying.
As we all do, said Evaran. Can we see what has been done so far in regard to the tunnels? Riz motioned for the group to follow him. Dr. Snowden had a lot of questions he wanted to ask about the Seychellians. He figured it was not the time to exchange cultural information, but it dismayed him that, as usual, that took a back seat to whatever crisis was at hand. The Seychellians probably were eager to learn more about humans and the group, but they would need to wait as well. The immediate goal was breaking into the Tenegrin transportation tunnel. After 10 minutes of winding through a dusty tunnel, the group reached an excavated room that ended with the side of the transportation tunnel. Riz gestured at it.
We can't use explosives as it's too noisy. We've tried cutting into the material, but the wall heals itself.
The fungus, said Dr. Snowden. I bet that's why they use it, a self-healing material.
I can get through it, said Kess. I've gone through much tougher walls. You don't have a nanoswarm with you, though, said Emily. Kess nodded. True, but I don't think this wall has shielded layers, and we don't have dimensional creatures harassing us, so there's time.
Dimensional creatures?
Asked Riz. Long story, but the point is this situation is much calmer than the one where we used this technique before, said Kess. She glanced at Evaran. Any concerns? Evaran shook his head. Please proceed. Kess moved in front of the wall and placed her hands on it. The rest of the group moved back. Her hands vibrated and parts of the transportation tunnel wall began to disintegrate.
What human ability is this? Asked Riz.
An evolved one, said Dalton. He stood next to Kess. I can thicken and then vibrate my nanosuit around my hands and assist. More is welcome, she said. Dalton reformed parts of his suit to make his hands appear larger, like two massive gauntlets. Riz and the other Seychellians looked on as their antennae flailed around wildly. After 10 minutes, Kess and Dalton had carved out a small pathway that extended into the wall. Kess took a moment to catch her breath. It might be easier,
but it's taxing. At least we know we can get through. The question now is, what do we do when that happens?
Evaran glanced at Riz.
If you can grant me access to your facility information, we can go over it on my ship. Are you okay with that?
We are, said Riz. Your ship is advanced, more so than ours.
Very well. Lead on, said Evaran.
Dr. Snowden rubbed Kess's back. It was apparent that the eating through walls thing was rough on her. That Dalton possessed that ability surprised Dr. Snowden, but he figured any nanotech could do it. It was a nice option to have. He was curious what the plan would be. The facility sounded a lot tougher than it appeared from the outside, but he expected Evaran would roll out a plan as usual. Hopefully, the Shishelian's information was good. Kess grinned when the Shishelians came aboard the Torvada. Although she was no expert on insectoid races, the waving of antennae, clawed hand gestures, and general body movement indicated they were excited. It surprised her that Evaran allowed them on board, but that might be a good faith gesture to get the resistance on their side. The wall disintegration demonstration had shown that the group was strong, and now the Shishelians were in the Torvada. She suspected they already understood how powerful it was due to its ability to hide from their sensors in close proximity. Evaran had integrated with the Shishelian ship and pulled the requested information. Riz had fired question after question when Evaran had done it. That had not surprised Kess, as the UIC was a wonder all unto itself. The data transfer did not take long, and now everyone was in the hollow room, standing in a circle around a holographic layout of the base. Riz poked the interface while Evaran paced and studied the projection. The facility was large, and the Torvada's scan was merged with the Shishelians' information. Their data was detailed and had labels for each room, as well as defenses. But the Torvada also had knowledge that was unknown to the Shishelians. She was not sure what the final plan would be, but shutting down power and retrieving the time cube were the two main goals.
Wow, we're pretty far away, said Dr. Snowden. 51.6 miles away if we use the tunnel.
Evaran nodded.
The tunnel architecture is split into 3 areas: the main transportation lane, then 2 maintenance platforms on the side. Emily pointed at a wall separating the left maintenance tunnel from the main lane. Looks like if we used a maintenance tunnel, we wouldn't be detected. That's a long walk, though.
Not with a flying platform, said Dr. Snowden.
Oh, yeah, said Emily.
Their PSDs impressed Kess. The ability to form moving structures was a powerful one, and she fondly remembered the Emily wagon, a 4-wheeled vehicle the PSD could form. Dr. Snowden had said it reminded him of one he had had as a kid, with only a bed and raised sides. The flying platform was efficient as well, and Kess recalled Emily using it when they were inside Shaldragra and his Red Sea area. Evaran rubbed his chin.
Yes, I think we have transportation covered. The outside is too well defended to come in that way.
Okay, so say we do reach this facility via the tunnel, said Dalton.
He walked over to where the tunnel met the facility and pointed at it.
How do we get in? This is showing a heavily defended checkpoint.
He glanced at Riz.
How do you plan to break through?
Riz raised a clawed hand.
We plan to bomb it, then rush in during the chaos.
We probably don't want to do that, said Dalton.
Bob gestured at the power room 2 levels down from the tunnel checkpoint.
What if we stopped short of the checkpoint, then burrowed our way in, similar to what was done by Kess and Dalton?
Kess saw the value in Bob's suggestion, but she figured he did not understand how taxing that was. Although Dalton had performed admirably, she noticed it had taken a bit out of him as well. The idea made sense, though.
We could try that, but it takes a bit out of me, said Kess.
She smiled.
It would allow us to go right to the power room. Then we could focus on securing that and shutting down the generators. I could rest after it's secured."
Dalton nodded. "I can definitely help with that. It taxes me as well, though."
Bob smiled big.
"I will mimic your nanobots so I can help as well."
"Okay," said Evaran. "Between the three of you, that should be enough for us to get there." He focused on Riz. "What can we expect in the power room?" Riz zoomed in on the rectangular room.
"There are 4 massive generators. 2 are fusion, 1 is geothermal, and the 4th is a backup."
"I assume an interface of some type exists," said Evaran. Riz's antenna moved around.
"Yes, but that system is secured by an AI, one of the few times Tenegrins actually use one."
Analysis. I will engage the AI, and Evaran can manually shut down the generators.
You can fight another AI?
Of course. It would be at a disadvantage fighting me.
Riz and the other Shishelians gurgled. Emily smiled. "V really is that good?" "He is," said Evaran. He rubbed his chin. "We will need to secure the room first, and there is only one entrance. That will need to be sealed while we work. However, the next step has us going 2 levels lower."
"The cube,"
said Riz. Evaran tilted his head. "You are aware of it?"
"Not particularly, but the Tenegrins hold it up as some type of holy relic. They say their gods talk to them through it."
"That sounds familiar," said Emily. Riz glanced at her, then back at Evaran.
"The Tenegrins 100 years ago were not that advanced. During that time, they evolved technologically far faster than expected and easily handled some of the more advanced civilizations out there, including mine. We've determined this cube is responsible, and with it here, the goal was to eliminate it not only as a matter of practicality, but also to strike a blow to their faith."
Evaran nodded. "You are right that the cube has provided information that has helped the Tenegrins. They should not have it, and it needs to be removed."
"Your group is unlike any that I've seen before," said Riz.
He waved a claw in the air.
"Is this cube your technology?"
"No, and it does not belong here. That much I can say."
"Where did it come from?"
asked Riz. "That is something we will discover," said Evaran. Dalton zoomed the hologram layout out, then moved his finger from the power room to the cube one.
"We can go straight down and over a few rooms and reach the cube. I'm going to guess the security there is quite strong."
"Or perhaps we go back out through the tunnel we formed and head down," said Kess. "We'd still need to fight to the cube room, but at least we'd be on the level." Evaran ran a hand over his mouth. "That might work. However, you, Bob, and Dalton will be physically weakened by these efforts. That needs to be taken into account."
"We can handle it," said Bob, grinning.
"I am sure you can. Nonetheless, it still needs to be planned for."
"Okay, so what are we facing in the cube room?"
asked Dr. Snowden, looking at Riz.
"We don't know. Our plan was to blow the facility up. There is a research component to the facility, and the defenses will most likely include whatever they've been working on. You've probably already seen the pickers."
"Pickers?" asked Kess. Riz pulled up another hologram off to the side.
"Enhanced Tenegrins that wear an exosuit with 4 arms. It allows them to move with little effort, and of course provides them with an advantage in close quarters combat."
"We've seen them on the walls outside the facility," said Dr. Snowden.
"They're deadly," said Riz. "I wouldn't be surprised if there is a more efficient version inside."
Evaran paced around with his hands behind his back. We should plan to fight them. Are you aware of any weaknesses?
Like anything, their shields can be taken down by superior firepower. Then they are vulnerable, although their armor can take a beating. We lost a scout team to only one.
I see, said Evaran. I assume normal Tenegrin guards will be present.
Yes,
said Riz.
I might be able to mimic a picker, said Bob.
That would definitely help if you can do that,
said Riz. Dalton tilted his head.
So after we reach the cube room and secure it, how are we getting out? Back through the rooms to the burrowed tunnels?
Evaran shook his head. We will have the Torvada melt through to that level. Then we will fight our way to it.
It can do that?
Asked Dalton. Yes, said Evaran. He raised a finger. However, it can only be a wall, as we do not want to destabilize the facility.
I understand. If the facility's state was not important, the Torvada would take us to both rooms.
That would cause excessive damage and, per my calculations, destabilize the entire facility if we melted through. It would be of no use to the resistance. Also, if we used it before then, the Tenegrins would be alerted, so we would not have the element of surprise at the power room. However, the Torvada can approach a wall on the far side of the time cube level to allow us to escape without hurting the facility. Dalton nodded.
Wait a minute, said Dr. Snowden, raising a finger. How is V going to fly the Torvada if he's with us?
Because you will be piloting it, said Evaran. You have been trained before in its operation.
Dr. Snowden's eyes widened. I have, but you want me to pilot?
Yes, said Evaran.
Dr. Snowden sighed. I get it.
Please note that this is not a decision based on fighting skill. V will be needed to deal with the security AI, and I need to lead the group. You are the only other person with the skill to fly the Torvada.
I could quickly learn how and handle that, said Bob.
Evaran shook his head. You do not have the relationship with the Torvada to do that. It would not allow you access.
Oh, said Bob.
Dr. Snowden laid a hand on his shoulder.
It's okay. Evaran's right, as usual. Give 'em hell when you're in there.
Bob raised his arms in a V formation.
I will.
The group, minus the Shishilians, chuckled. Kess sensed Dr. Snowden's disappointment, but Evaran's decision was correct. V would be able to handle an enemy AI much more quickly and efficiently than anyone in the group, even Evaran. She, Dalton, and Bob provided the wall disintegration abilities, while Emily and Evaran's combat prowess covered the group. Kess was sure Dr. Snowden understood, but also knew it would bother him that he would not be with the group.
We appreciate you taking the facility's infrastructure into consideration, said Riz. For our part, I'll get our assault force ready, and when the power is down, we will strike. It might not be able to help you, but it could draw resources away from your location.
Evaran half smiled. Once you secure the facility, what are your plans?
There are other facilities connected via the transportation tunnels. We'll fortify the facility, then look at taking the other ones. That will deal a significant blow to the Tenegrin operation in this sector and open the way for further ones, said Riz.
Excellent, said Evaran. He looked around the group. Everyone take some time to have lunch. We will leave in about 2 hours.
One last question, said Dalton. My light and medium stun beam didn't work on the Tenegrins before. I know the PSDs probably will, but I'm not sure my stun baton is up to the task if I have to use a heavy charge each time.
Evaran nodded. I will upgrade your MH so that your stun levels are more powerful. Dalton smiled.
That's the good stuff. Could I use a spare PSD? Asked Bob.
Evaran studied him. I was not aware you knew of it.
Oh, well, I did read up on some of your previous trips. Dr. Bryson and Jake used the spare one before.
Wow, you really did read up on them, said Emily.
Of course, Emily, said Bob. Those adventures shaped who you are. It was important to me to know what happened.
A PSD takes time to learn, said Evaran.
Did you forget who you're talking to? Asked Bob, shaking a finger at him.
The group laughed. Okay, I will unlock the information on it, and V will get the PSD for you, said Evaran. Bob raised his arms up in a V formation.
I'm one of the gang now!
The group laughed again. Kes enjoyed the light atmosphere. She also liked the well-thought-out plan. It minimized contact and conflict. The path to the power room and then the cube room would take some effort on their part, but she, Dalton, and Bob would persevere. It intrigued her that, while Emily had trained on fighting, Dr. Snowden had learned the Torvada's operation. His curiosity about how everything worked was part of what had drawn Kes to him. Being apart from her would drive him wild, especially since she would be in a potentially dangerous situation. But she would do her best to reassure him. Chapter 14. Dalton was confident in the well-thought-out plan. After some discussion, he and the others concluded that it had the fewest potential issues. Dr. Snowden seemed saddened that he would not be coming along, but he played an important role. Out of the group, only Evaran, V, and Dr. Snowden possessed the ability to pilot the Torvada. It would let Emily as well, but she had never learned the controls. Dalton suspected she would add it to her list of skills after this summons. The group had assembled outside the tunnel wall. 2 hours had passed since their big meeting, and the Shishelians had been in awe at the plan. Dalton figured a large part of that involved tactics new to them. They could not eat through walls, and he sensed some apprehension at the thought of engaging the Tenegrins in physical combat. He had no such concerns, especially now that he had stun capabilities. His RSG and baton had worked out well when he had tested them in the hollow room. "Are we ready?" asked Evaran.
"Always," said Bob.
He moved over to the tunnel wall and began to work on it. "Likewise," said Kes. She joined Bob. Dalton nodded and assisted them.
"We're curious to see this flying platform you mentioned," said Riz. "Otherwise, it's a long walk."
Evaran half smiled. "It will get us there safely."
"We look forward to seeing it then," said Riz.
Shishelian reactions were hard to read, but Riz's words indicated that he did not know what Evaran was talking about. To be fair, Dalton did not either. He trusted Evaran and was curious as to what the flying platform looked like. Although Dalton wanted to follow up on Riz's questioning, Dalton figured he would wait and see what happened. After 20 minutes, the group broke through into the maintenance side of the transportation tunnel. Peering down the dark sides, Dalton noted the light that infiltrated through a doorway to the main lane. Evaran stepped in and motioned for everyone to follow. The group complied. He motioned at V. "Create a flying platform."
"Acknowledged."
Dalton wrinkled his brow when V used one of his segmented arms that had been repurposed to end in a PSD. It formed a hovering rectangular box with seats in it. The PSD resided up front and provided control, and V sat rigid on top of it. It amazed Dalton how dimensional mechanics worked. The effect was obvious, as the material to create the platform had to come from somewhere. Riz and the other Shishelians' wildly waving antenna suggested they were impressed with what they saw. Evaran stepped on and took a seat at the front, while Emily and Kes grabbed ones in the row behind him. Dalton jumped in and sat behind them, with Bob across the aisle. Riz walked around the platform.
"How is this possible?"
Dimensional mechanics, said Emily.
I guess.
Dalton was as surprised as the Shishelians, but thankful they would not have to walk 50+ miles. Evaran faced Riz. We are off.
May Dwarmis guide you, he said.
The other Shishelians crossed their arms over their chests. Evaran reciprocated the movement. The platform took off. Dalton eased back into his chair. This was the way to travel. To be able to form something like this out of the PSD impressed him, and he wished he had one. He also understood how its power might be misused. Dr. Snowden not coming along meant one less PSD in play, a trade-off for sure, but Dalton was okay with having a reliable backup to escape. Dr. Snowden, we are off, said Evaran over comms. I see you, he said. I have the layout and surrounding area up, and you appear as a set of grouped dots. Be careful. Of course, said Evaran. We will maintain communication silence with you until the power is off. No problem. Over the next 2 hours, Dalton observed the doorways spread out over the tunnel. They provided entry from the main lane, which also allowed light to sneak in. In the maintenance area they flew through, various devices resided on the curved ceiling and connected to each other via a thick pipe. It hit him that the Tenegrins must have carved out the domed tunnel initially. After that, they had put up the walls to create the side areas, then dug the main lane out to build the magnetic rails for transportation units to use. The side areas would allow them to install relays and other devices along the length of the tunnel without impacting the main lane in terms of space. A properly geared machine could then essentially build out the tunnel as it chewed through. Either the Tenegrins were highly efficient, or they had gained that knowledge from the cube. The group arrived half a mile from the checkpoint. The next part of the trip involved them crossing the main lane to the other maintenance area, then burrowing into the wall. Evaran peered behind him. Okay. Everyone out. They complied. V pulled the platform back into his PSD. V, scout the other side, said Evaran.
Acknowledged,
said V. He shimmered out of view as he flew away. A moment later, he verified the other side was safe. Let us go, said Evaran as he stepped through the wide doorway to the main lane. He motioned at Bob. To get across, transform into V's orb mode. Bob did so. Evaran gestured at Dalton. Grab onto me. We will grapple beam across. Kes can fly over. Dalton slid behind Evaran and put his arms around him. Evaran and Emily shot a grappling beam over the main lane's rails and reeled themselves in. Kes hovered, then moved over. Once they had crossed safely to the other side, they slipped into the adjoining maintenance area. The many options available to a group like this impressed Dalton. Kes's ability to fly impressed him. His nanotech did not have that capability, although on a previous Earth he had used jet boots. He planned to ask her about it later. Evaran studied his ARI for a moment, then motioned at a point further down. Kes, Bob, and Dalton. We can breach the wall there. Everyone followed Evaran to the spot. Dalton and Bob will lead the formation of our tunnel. Kes, you can fill it up as we go. That should leave no trace of our presence here. Kes flung her arm in the air and snapped. I do that all the time. The group laughed. Dalton enjoyed being around Kes. She made everything seem hopeful, even if they were breaking into a highly secured Tenegrin facility. Bob effortlessly began to dematerialize the walls. Dalton joined him, and together they started to cut a tunnel out of solid rock. This was by far one of the stranger applications of his nanotech suit, but it worked. Once enough room had been cleared for the group to file in, Kes sealed up the rear. Evaran tossed 2 orbs into the air, which provided illumination. I hope no one is claustrophobic, said Dalton. I'm not, said Emily. Uncle Albert is, although if he was here with Kes, maybe not. My presence has been known to work wonders, said Kes. Emily chortled. Dalton focused on the rock ahead of him. Although it was not hard to vibrate through, he had to bend down to get the lower parts. Thankfully, they did not have to travel far, and Evaran had provided a map that showed their progress. Dalton knew he would be tired by the time they arrived, but he did not want to disappoint the group. Bob chugged along like a machine, while Dalton struggled to keep pace. After half an hour, they took a break. Dalton sat against the wall.
Okay, that is back-breaking work. I have an idea that might help that, said Bob. What's that? Bob grinned. Although I can mimic things to change shape, I can also transform into anything I can think of. Watch this. He morphed into a wall with an oatmeal-like consistency. Evaran tilted his head. You are suggesting that you can do the disintegration in this form and save Dalton the effort. Bob changed back into his human form. Yep. I essentially used the nanobots I mimicked from Kess as a layer, then used the other parts to pull myself along. Although I can't create free-flying nanobots, I can make small structures that can carve rock. I should have thought of that earlier. If you can sustain it, then I see no issue, said Evaran. Bob grinned. We need Dalton at peak performance once we get in there. I don't think we need to continue sealing behind us anymore, so Kess can conserve her strength, too. Are you sure? Asked Kess. Bob flashed 2 thumbs up. Emily poked Bob's arm. You goof. Bob smiled and transformed back into the wall and started moving forward. Dalton picked himself up and joined the others as they trailed behind Bob. Once again, the group's unique abilities shone through. Although Bob was not part of the core group, he fit in with ease. His temperament and willingness to help gelled well with the others. Dalton appreciated that Bob took Dalton's state into consideration. He was no minor, and the small amount that he had done already had had an impact. How Bob continued on with ease was nothing short of fantastic. He made the tunnel wider so that the group could walk in pairs. Dalton focused on getting ready to fight. Once they reached the power room, he suspected everything would get hectic. The Shishelians did not have much information on the active defenses other than Tenegrin guards. Dalton was sure there would be more than that. What that would be remained unknown, but that time approached, and fast. Emily observed the small amount of dust left behind as Bob mulched the rock in front of him. She was not sure where the other parts of the wall went. He moved at a fast pace, and now that Kess did not need to seal the rear anymore, everyone had time to get ready for the upcoming fight. Emily had been going through potential scenarios, but until they reached the room, it was only speculation. After 20 minutes, Bob stopped and created a face on the back side of his current form. We're right outside the power room. Evaran looked around. Okay. Once Bob opens a hole large enough for V, he will scan the area. After we have the layout, Bob will open the hole for the rest of us to go through, and I shall enter first. The immediate goal is to clear the area of any hostiles. After that, V will need to interface with the main entrance's doors to seal them so we can work on the power generator interfaces. Everyone understood. Everyone indicated they did. Proceed, said Evaran. You got it, said Bob. He moved forward and then formed back into his humanoid form. His finger touched a spot on the wall, and a moment later, a hole large enough for V to go through appeared. V, scout mode, said Evaran.
Acknowledged. Scout mode engaged,
said V. He shimmered out of view as he flew into the room. Emily studied the readings from V's scan. He had quickly identified the power generators and their interfaces. Several guards stood at the entrance, but a majority of the Tenegrins present wore cloth-like uniforms. She suspected those were workers or engineers. There were no turrets on the wall, and in terms of security, it seemed lax. They don't seem to put too much priority on this room, said Dalton. Evaran nodded. Not many would be able to burrow through rock without the Tenegrins detecting it. Thankfully, we have Bob. Oh yeah, said Bob, smiling. Emily loved having him around. Although she had only known him for a short time, he had grown on her. His eternal optimism about life was infectious, and she marveled at how he must see everything. It was all brand new to him, and it refreshed her to be around someone so full of life. If they had not intervened, he might have been vaporized by the Tenegrins on the research ship. His childlike wonderment made her relax.
Analysis. There are 2 more guards near the back, but they are wearing light armor, similar to the front ones. I can stun the back ones when you enter.
Very well, said Evaran. I will get the ones in the front, while everyone else gets the workers out. Once that is done, we will hold the entrance until the door is sealed. Is everybody ready? They nodded. Okay. Bob, open the hole for me, and V, take those guards out. Acknowledged, said Bob and V. Emily grinned. She felt good about the upcoming fight, and she loved that Bob remained his jovial self despite the next encounter looming ahead. Bob opened the hole, and Evaran strode out. V had shot both Tenegrin guards in the back with a stun blast from 2 of his arms while in stealth mode. The Tenegrin workers looked over and began to panic. Evaran rushed over to the front 2 guards with his shield out. When they fired, he reflected their hits above them. They slithered forward. Evaran hit both in quick sequence with a stun blast from his utility handle, which had formed a baton. V hung in the back and fired stun blasts behind the workers to get them moving. Emily ran up to the main lane between the generators with Dalton, Kess, and Bob in tow. For her part, she pointed toward the entrance, and they understood that if they left and did not fight, they would leave unharmed. A minute later, and the power room cleared. The group, minus V, assembled around Evaran near the entrance. V is accessing the sealed door for this room and is fighting a security AI, said Evaran. We need to hold this spot until he can lock out the AI, and then we can seal this door. I'm ready, said Dalton with his stun baton and nanoshield out. Evaran nodded. We will stay inside the entrance. I will hold the left side. Emily, you have the right. We have energy shields, so we need to deflect any incoming fire. Any that get around us will be handled by Kess, Dalton, and Bob. Let's do this, said Emily. Her nanobots tingled, and the warm comfort of the suit's power wrapped around her. Everyone got into their positions. Emily expanded her energy shield and focused on the entrance. All they needed to do was hold out until V overrode the AI controlling the door. It would have been much easier if there were manual controls for the door. Her heart ramped up when the first wave of Tenegrins came. She suspected they were the nearest ones, and their light armor indicated they were not meant for heavy combat. The Tenegrins fired into the room. Evaran and Emily reflected the energy beams back. He shot a mist cloud, which she ignited. The first group of Tenegrins crumpled to the floor. You know, that works well, said Dalton. Yeah, easy so far, said Bob. Do not get complacent, said Evaran. Emily remained on high alert. She knew how fast a fight could escalate. The real test would come once the base's heavy defenders arrived. She did not need to wait long as a picker approached. It appeared menacing as it slithered through the mist with its 4 back appendages acting as legs. The main body hung off the floor, which allowed its front hands to wield a weapon. It fired a large beam, which Evaran reflected. Bob shot a stun beam at the picker, which shrugged it off. Okay, that doesn't work on them. Emily shot a repulsion blast, which knocked back the downed Tenegrins, but only caused the picker to pause. Her eyes narrowed when 3 more pickers joined the first one, and they advanced into the room. She had hoped that the Tenegrins could be kept at range, but that was not happening. Kess extended her arm, and a stream of nanobots reached out and grabbed a picker. She flicked her wrist, and the picker sprawled into the other ones. Emily sometimes forgot how powerful Kess was. Even without a separate nanoswarm, she remained tough. One of the pickers burst through and slammed into Emily's shield. She slid back. but Dalton ran behind the picker and used his shield's upper edge to tear off the robotic appendages. He then smashed the exposed area with his stun baton, causing the picker to collapse. She nodded at him and focused ahead. Although she did not say anything, the picker's hit was stronger than she had expected. They had power. Several metallic balls the size of dogs rolled into the entrance. When they got near the group, they unfurled, exposing the Tenegrin inside, who had blade-like devices on its arms. Kes caught one in midair with her arm stretched out, while Bob hit one with a stun beam. The third crashed into Dalton and stabbed him in the leg, arm, and side. Emily whirled around and rushed over. When she reached him, she grabbed the Tenegrin, tossed it to the side, and shot it with a stun beam. She helped him stand. "You okay?" she asked. He grunted. "I'll be okay. Damn things are fast." She did not think he would be fine based on the faces his avatar made inside her helmet. "Evaran, these Springers have enough room to launch over us. We should move up." Springers. An interesting name. "But I concur," said Evaran. Emily joined him, and they moved closer to the entrance. The next wave contained a mix of guards, pickers, and springers. It was not hard for her to see how a group could easily be overwhelmed. The springers rolled in, but were repulsed by Evaran, Emily, and Bob. The pickers led the way, with guards behind them. Evaran ran forward and punched a picker in the chest, causing it to slide back. He then shot a grappling beam at another and ran out of the entrance, essentially clotheslining the other pickers and some guards. While they were down, Emily rushed out and fired a mist beam, which Bob lit up. She ducked when a picker fell from the area right above the entrance. It had tried to sneak up and jump on her, but Kes held it while Dalton hit it with his stun baton. Emily moved out of the way as it crashed to the ground. Kes crumpled when a Springer launched into her. She held the Springer's arm so that it could not stab her, but the weight of the body pressed down on her. Bob formed into a Springer and rolled forward. Once near Kes, he launched into the one on her and knocked it off. When he landed, he reverted to his human form to shoot the Springer with a stun beam. "Thanks," said Kes as she stood. Bob nodded. Emily ran back inside the entrance and got a good look at the approaching force. It contained a swarm of pickers, springers, and guards. Some other types she had not seen before were present as well, probably specialized like the others. The Tenegrins had all sorts of defense. "V has overridden the security AI," said Evaran as he entered the room. He looked around. "V, seal it." "Acknowledged," said V over comms. The door began to slide as the power outside the room flickered. A hail of energy beams fired into the closing gap. Evaran reflected the beams back out as the door closed.
"That was intense," said Bob.
"Yeah," said Dalton, kneeling. Evaran scanned him. "You are hurt."
"I'm all right. Regeneration will cover it. But that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt,"
said Dalton. Evaran studied Kes. "You were hit as well."
"I'm okay. That thing caught me by surprise."
Evaran nodded. "The Resistance should begin its assault shortly. Let us take a moment to rest. Then we can go to the cube room."
"Can the Resistance handle what we just did?"
asked Kes.
"That was a lot of Tenegrins out there, and they were far more advanced than I thought they would be."
"I am not sure," said Evaran. "Riz seemed optimistic, and V has relayed what we have fought so far to Riz. That should give them some advantage." Emily agreed with Kes that the Tenegrins were not to be underestimated. The cube room would probably be an even tougher fight, especially now that they knew the facility had been compromised. Without power, they would not be able to seal the door in that room. Evaran motioned at the hole they had entered from. "Bob, we need to go down 2 levels."
"No problem," he said.
He laid a hand on Kes's shoulder.
"I wish I could heal you."
He looked over at Dalton.
"You as well."
"The thought is appreciated,"
said Kes.
"Same,"
said Dalton. Bob smiled at Emily.
"You're quite the fighter."
"I try,"
she said.
"And so is Evaran," said Bob.
"He always is," said Emily, crooking a thumb at Evaran. "Time for the next round." Bob high-fived her and then ran to the hole. She followed the others over. Kess getting hit surprised Emily, but in all the chaos, it was hard to determine everyone's location. Being in close proximity had its own challenges. Dalton had performed well, even if a Springer had gotten to him. They were unexpected, and they reminded her of armadillos. The first part had been complete, and the second one was up. She took a deep breath and entered the hole in the wall. Chapter 15. Kess grimaced as she walked in the descending tunnel Bob was creating. The Springer, as Emily called it, had moved much faster than Kess had expected. By the time she had seen it, it had weaved in and out of the group to get an angle on her. It must have understood that she would not try to attack while close to the others. Dalton had been caught unaware too when a Springer had launched on him. However, they had held strong. The journey to the time cube level was mostly silent. Evaran had updated Dr. Snowden and also mentioned to start moving the Torvada to an exit point on the level they were going to. Riz had informed Evaran that a resistance force had already started to engage the Tenegrins. Kess felt the vibrations from a vicious battle even as far away as she thought it was. Evaran and Emily standing toe-to-toe with enhanced Tenegrins was no surprise to Kess. She had seen them take on cosmic entities and win. Emily's fearlessness once again impressed Kess. She also noted that Emily had moved faster than the last time Kess had seen her fight. Evaran, as always, was calm under pressure, and she suspected he worried about the others in the group more than himself. That could be a distraction, but she figured it would be a tough fight for him if he came alone. After 20 minutes, Bob stopped and assumed human form.
"We're here."
Evaran nodded. "The time cube room is down a large hallway outside the area we will enter. I am not sure what defenses will be present, so be alert. I will take point. Emily, you have the rear, and Bob, Dalton, and Kess stay between Emily and me. V will scout ahead." "Got it," said Kess. Bob jabbed his chest with his thumbs.
"We're the sandwich meat."
Kess chuckled. She had formed a strong bond with him, as had Emily. His optimism in the face of danger might be because he did not fully realize the threat. Bob opened a hole for V, who flew out. Kess studied the empty office room and the hallway outside it as V related to the group. Her brow wrinkled as she observed that there were no Tenegrins around. Perhaps the resistance attacking the base had prompted a general evacuation, although with the power out, she was not sure how they would know to leave. As V flew down the large, empty hallway, Kess noticed that it looked like the Tenegrins had literally dropped whatever they were doing. Tablet-like devices and trays with food and drink littered the floor.
"I don't like this," said Dalton. "We just fought a tough group, and there's nothing here on arguably the most important level."
"I concur," said Evaran. "However, it is possible the resistance is more formidable than we expected."
Dalton nodded. "Definitely possible."
"Let us go," said Evaran. Bob opened the rest of the hole, and Evaran strode forward with the others behind him. Kess remained on high alert when they exited the room and moved down the hallway. She expected there to be some Tenegrins waiting in ambush, but it never came. The flickering lights showed that emergency power had kicked in, but the lighting system had suffered some damage. The fourth generator was the power reserve and was running without any way of recharging. The base would soon be out of juice. The group reached the empty time cube room after 10 minutes. Kess surveyed the dimly lit area when they entered. Another large entrance sat opposite them, which meant there were only 2 ways in. An octagonal platform resided in the middle with a square podium on top. A glowing, semi-transparent shield encapsulated a floating time cube above the podium.
Emily shook her head. Something's not right. The time cube is protected by some shielding in an empty room?
It is unusual, said Evaran. They assembled around the podium. Evaran scanned the time cube and its shielding, then waved a hand through it. It is a hologram. They stepped back when the projection changed to show Tarkarik.
Did you think it would be that easy? Asked Tarkarik.
That was the hope, said Evaran. Was the time cube ever here?
Tarkarik hissed. Oh, it was.
He circled a clawed finger at Evaran.
You impress me, and that's hard for anyone to do. I saw what data you copied from the research station. Your appearance, abilities, and actions showed me that you and your associates were looking for something. At first, I thought it was the brutal murderer Dalton Kingston.
Dalton shook his head.
Then I figured it was on the research ship, said Tarkarik. He pointed at Bob. Your abilities are quite phenomenal. And yes, I know you're the creature they picked up. I look forward to finding your home planet so you can show us how you do what you do.
I won't let that happen, said Bob, jabbing a finger at Tarkarik. Tarkarik guzzled.
You have humor. Good.
He focused on Evaran.
There is only one thing that could possibly attract the attention of someone of your power. The time cube, our holiest relic. You no doubt figured it was here from the research station data. It's been prophesied that false gods and unbelievers would try to steal the time cube. Our faith is what would stop them.
You are not meant to have it, said Evaran. It has provided knowledge pollution that has tipped the balance of power in this part of your galaxy. The portal manipulation from the research station indicates to me the general direction of the time cube's information. In time, you might master that and affect other areas. I cannot allow that.
You don't get to decide our future, said Tarkarik.
In this case, I do, said Evaran. When you attract my attention, that means you are doing something you should not be.
Tarkarik hissed. So you're some type of galactic law enforcement?
Wrong scope. Cosmic, said Evaran, raising a finger.
What does that even mean? Asked Tarkarik.
You will find out. For now, you have other issues to deal with. Tarkarik steepled his hands.
The resistant assault. Yes. They'll take this base with a lot of casualties. But we have more facilities. All this has done is let us know where they are and what they are doing. They won't hold this place for long.
Perhaps not, said Evaran. However, they now have a dump of all the information this base possessed. Your security AI was resilient, but failed in the end to prevent that. Nonetheless, we will retrieve the time cube.
You'll never find it, said Tarkarik.
Kes got goosebumps when Evaran's eyes glowed. I would not be so sure of that, said Evaran.
It matters not, said Tarkarik.
The doors to the room sealed.
You won't be leaving this room alive, said Tarkarik.
Dalton took a step back when Tarkarik's projection disappeared. With the doors to the room sealed, they would normally be trapped, but the group could go through walls with the disintegration method. Evaran's glowing eyes caught Dalton off guard. He understood that Evaran was a cosmic being, and although he never mentioned it much, if at all, making his eyes glow did not bode well for Tarkarik. "What's going on?" asked Emily. Evaran looked around. "We are sealed in, but it seems they do not know that we can go through the walls.
Dr. Snowden is approaching with the Torvada at the end of the hallway, through the door opposite the one we came in. We should leave now.
That's my cue to form the blanket of disintegration, said Bob.
Emily swatted Bob's arm. You do kind of look like that when you're eating rock. Dalton focused on a whirring sound from the center podium. An inner podium shot up, holding a flat, rectangular box with two spheres filled with something bright swirling around. A lot of energy was present, and if he sensed that, the others would as well. The podium shook, which meant the spheres were not going to hold whatever they contained.
It's a bomb, said Dalton.
Bob rushed over and touched the podium before Evaran could reach it, transforming into a metallic cover that wrapped around the bomb and podium. A moment later, the area he had covered expanded some and lit up, then deflated. He assumed human form again. Dalton noted the confused look on Bob's face.
Are you all right?
Bob took a step, then fell to the ground.
I think I'm dying.
Emily rushed over and cradled his head. No, please, no. V's lights fluctuated, then dimmed.
I can feel myself disintegrating, said Bob.
Evaran scanned him. Unfortunately, you are. Kess moved over and held Bob's hand. You sacrificed yourself for us.
Of course I did. Bob, I am,
he said in a strained voice. Emily's intense sniffling and breathing filled the comms.
I can't hold all this energy for long,
said Bob. He formed a small metallic box with some writing on top and placed it in Emily's hand.
Take this to my home planet. The coordinates are on top. Promise me.
I will, said Emily in a weak voice.
Thank you. Please, help me up. I need to get to the door.
Emily and Kess stood him up and helped him walk. Bob looked at Emily.
Tell your uncle that I wish I had more time with him. You two are great together.
Okay, said Emily as she struggled to control her breathing.
Evaran, I wanted to thank you for helping me gain sentience, said Bob.
Evaran laid a hand on Bob's shoulder. It was my honor. Bob nodded.
Kess, thank you for being kind to me.
Of course, she said, wiping away a tear.
V, I wish we had more time to fly together.
I do not want you to go,
said V as he flew over and touched Bob's arm.
I know, said Bob. Dalton, you are a good person. And like Dr. Snowden, I wish I had more time to know you.
Dalton's throat constricted as he laid a hand on Bob's other shoulder.
I wish for that as well. You were a beacon of life and brightened everything with your presence.
Bob nodded. They reached the door.
Everyone needs to get back, said Bob as he struggled to breathe. Parts of him began to disintegrate. I'm going to go through this. You've probably already sensed it, but there's an army on the other side.
His head drooped, and he raised it back up.
They will not get the chance to hurt my friends. Once I'm through, use your shields to block the energy I will release.
Isn't there anything we can do? Asked Emily, looking at Evaran. I'm afraid not. Bob is disintegrating fast, and it is hurting him to stay in this form, said Evaran. The box he gave you is the only part of him not affected, and it took some effort on his part to purge the energy for it. Unfortunately, that is not enough of him to mimic anything. Bob sighed.
He's right.
Emily hugged him. In a cracked voice, she said, I'm going to miss you.
Thank you for being my friend, said Bob, hugging her tight.
He looked over at the others.
That goes to all of you. It is time.
Everyone stepped back. Bob sighed. He walked into the door, melting it as he moved through. A moment later, he reached the other side. Evaran rushed up to the hole and expanded his energy shield to cover the gap. Everyone hustled over to help support Evaran. Dalton peeked through the energy shield and the gap. Like Bob had mentioned, a ton of pickers, guards, springers, and other types he did not recognize waited. He obviously caught them by surprise as some moved back. He spun around and smiled at the group.
Goodbye, my friends.
He exploded in a flash, shooting out a massive wave of energy. Dalton's helmet automatically dimmed to protect his eyes from the brightness, but he saw the Tenegrins disintegrating. Even the door took a hard hit, and the blast wave that moved into the gap hit Evaran hard, but not enough to dislodge him. Dalton suspected that if Bob had not done what he did, the blast inside the sealed room would have probably killed everyone except Evaran. Silence fell. "Wait here," said Evaran. He minimized his shield and stepped through the gap. "It seems there is nothing alive left out here."
"Impossible," said Tarkarik as his projection shot back up in the room.
Emily charged the hologram and swung her staff through it several times.
"Interesting reaction. I've always been intrigued how species display grief. I'm assuming this undisciplined reaction and illogical action is that," said Tarkarik.
"You're going to pay for this," said Emily. Dalton possessed the same rage as Emily, and Kess's permanent scowl showed she had similar thoughts. V's lights changed to red for a brief moment, something Dalton had never seen before. Only a bit ago they had been joking around with Bob, and now he was gone. Traveling with Evaran was far more dangerous than Dalton expected, even with a strong group. Evaran joined the others and stared at Tarkarik. "You intended to incinerate us, and, if that failed, swarm us with your security forces."
"Yes, and neither plan worked. You continue to impress me."
Evaran raised a finger. "Know this. I was willing to let the natural order of things continue once the time cube was retrieved. However, you have been made a priority as well, and that is a dangerous place to be."
Tarkarik hissed. "I'm curious to see what your next steps will be. So far, it seems I'm a step ahead of you. Then again, I'm a vice inspector."
Evaran aimed his utility handle at the projection's base. "Remember this moment." He shot a stun beam, which caused the projection to dissipate. He put an arm around Emily. "Let us go." Dalton suspected that everyone was trying to come to grips with the situation based on the silent walk out of the room and through the gap. He had looked forward to talking with Bob more, and had wanted to see what would happen when Bob was reunited with his home planet. That was now impossible. When they entered the hallway outside the door, he surveyed the area. Armor had been fused to the ground, and not much of anything organic, residue or otherwise, remained. Dropped weapons looked like they had been partially destroyed, and once down had become a part of the floor. He was glad he did not have to smell the carnage. The hallway led them past several empty rooms, and after a few twists and turns, they reached an office room that had a portion of the Torvada that melted through. Dr. Snowden stood smiling on the ramp. "Well, took some effort, but I made it." Emily nodded and slipped off her helmet as she walked by with puffy eyes and a wet face. Dr. Snowden's smile wound down. "What happened?" "Where's Bob?" "He sacrificed himself to save us," said Kess, hugging Dr. Snowden. "Oh, no. Really? I should have been there." Evaran's lips moved slightly down. "There is nothing you could have done, and being here now was important." Dr. Snowden sighed as his eyes misted.
Dalton joined the others on the ramp.
He died a hero.
Analysis. And a friend.
Dr. Snowden adjusted his glasses.
I'd like to see the footage.
Evaran nodded. I have already relayed it to the Torvada. Dr. Snowden grabbed Kess's hand, and they rushed inside. V, take us out of here and into low orbit. I need to also talk with Riz and get his status.
Acknowledged,
said V as he flew away. Dalton looked around. It was just him and Evaran on the ramp. Evaran's face remained emotionless, but his feeling was understood when he talked with Tarkarik. In some ways, Evaran resembled an android at times, but remaining calm and collected during moments of crisis was also the sign of a good leader.
I take it losing a crew member doesn't happen often, said Dalton.
It does not, said Evaran with a sigh. Unfortunately, Bob reacted immediately. He moved faster than me. Dalton nodded.
I understand. As fast as you are, he was even more so. Even if you could have gotten to the bomb, some of the blast would have slipped away, and it might be more than just Bob gone.
That was my calculation as well, said Evaran. Having a group can make things complicated, but to me, it is worth any troubles. Dalton rubbed his chin.
I wasn't as close to Bob as Emily and Kess, but this hurts.
Evaran nodded. We will take some time to mourn as I go through the data from this station. I need to figure out where the time cube is, and Tarkarik needs to face justice.
Whatever you need done, I'm there,
said Dalton, raising his head a bit. And it is appreciated, said Evaran. Let us go. Dalton followed him into the Torvada. They lost Bob and did not retrieve the time cube. On the positive side, they had met the resistance and also had gotten classified information from the facility. Tarkarik had proven to be clever, but Dalton did not think Tarkarik fully understood what he was up against. One thing Dalton had learned from his brief time with this group was that they were family, and they extended that to those that traveled with them. He suspected Tarkarik would learn the hard way what happened when you took someone away from the gang. Chapter 16. Emily frowned as Bob's planet appeared when the Torvada flew through a portal. It had been 2 days since the trip to Corcoris, and she struggled to come to grips with him being gone. She had formed a strong bond with him and had looked forward to learning more about him. His last-minute sacrifice played in her mind over and over. Although Evaran said Bob was faster than anyone in the group, she still wondered what she might have done. Evaran remained calm as always, but she sensed his cosmic energy fluctuations. Bob's death did not sit well with him. Kess had spent a lot of personal time with Dr. Snowden, and she had had a rough first day after the event. Dalton was working with Evaran and V on the next steps, but Dalton found time to train with Emily in the mornings. They worked out their grief on a new Tenegrin simulation. It helped her deal with the situation, and it did him some good as well. They had completed her workout earlier in the morning, and they had eaten breakfast. It was now 10 o'clock a.m. The group was now honoring Emily's promise to Bob. The box he gave her was sealed, and when scanned, it showed a uniform distribution of his matter. A part of her wished he would absorb materials and regrow from that, and she had tried giving energy, but nothing had happened. She hoped that maybe when they arrived at the coordinates, he would absorb his primal matter and reform. She looked around the silent room. Kess gripped Dr. Snowden's arm while Dalton studied the approaching planet. V was busy on the front console, while Evaran sat in his command chair. It seemed weird not to have Bob with them, and the first day back on the Torvada, she found it difficult to go into the conference room. Death was always a possibility when traveling with Evaran, and although she thought she might be somewhat desensitized,
Bob's death still hurt. After 20 minutes, the Torvada landed on a rocky beach next to a lake. Emily studied the unusual trees, which reminded her of coconut ones, except these had red bark. 2 suns provided light, and the temperature was warm. Her eyes followed what appeared to be small insects flying around. The planet possessed life, albeit primitive, based on the scans taken on the way down. "We are here," said Dr. Snowden. "What exactly are we supposed to do with the box?" Emily shrugged. "Bob said to take it here, so I guess we put it on the ground." Evaran nodded. "And we will. The atmosphere is close to inhospitable, so it is up to you if you want to wear your helmets or not. Your nanobots should protect you, and Dalton has his supercells to compensate." "Works for me," said Emily, standing. "Let's honor Bob." The group assembled outside the Torvada. Emily grimaced as she took in the odd-smelling air. It did burn a bit to breathe, but she did not plan on sticking around for long. She walked over to the spot where Bob's coordinates were and shuffled a few rocks out of the way. She glanced at the others. "Here goes." The ground trembled after she placed the box down. Evaran tilted his head. "Something is coming. Be alert." The group stepped back. Emily did not think Bob would lead them into a trap. She suspected it was his primal matter rising up. The coordinates had been very specific, and he had even sketched out what it would look like. A gray goo seeped out of the ground and coalesced around the box. A moment later, it merged with the goo. Emily's eyes widened when a human form appeared that resembled Evaran somewhat. She took a step forward. "Bob!" The humanoid stared at her, then drew his head back.
Bob. No, I am Sam. Bob was my predecessor. I apologize for my unusualness. I am sentient, I think.
Evaran motioned around the group and introduced everyone.
"Oh, I know everybody," said Sam,
smiling. Emily noted that Sam was more subdued than Bob. She wondered why he looked sort of like Evaran. "Do you remember everything Bob did?" asked Dr. Snowden.
"I do," said Sam. "At least up until he moved his core to something that could be transported."
He looked over at Emily.
"You were a true friend."
Her eyes misted. "Yeah. So is Bob somewhere inside you?" asked Kess.
"His memories are," said Sam.
His eyes softened.
"He was quite taken with sentience. As am I. His personality was unique. Mine is an amalgamation of you all."
"All of us?" asked Dalton. Sam nodded.
"Evaran is calm. Dr. Snowden is curious. Emily is fearless. Kess is thoughtful. Dalton is cautious. V is inquisitive."
Dalton grinned. "That is an interesting mix."
"It sure is. But I like it. I have also chosen the likeness of Evaran, as he gave us the knowledge to become sentient," said Sam. He tilted his head. "Bob sacrificed himself, but I understand why. You were his friends, and I hope I can be as well."
Emily extended her hand. "I'd like that." Sam shook it, and then the rest of the groups.
"There is still some unfinished business. The time cube needs to be retrieved, and Tarkarik must face justice."
"That is correct," said Evaran. "Do you wish to travel with us?"
"I would love to," said Sam, raising his arms in a V formation.
He lowered them and wrinkled his brow.
Bob liked to do that."
Kess laughed. "Yeah, he did."
"Your reproduction process is fascinating," said Dalton.
Sam pointed at Evaran.
We have him to thank for that. Sentience has allowed us to break apart and create individual consciousnesses. Before that, we were of one mind. I much prefer this."
Evaran nodded. "I assume there is more of your primal matter underground."
"A vast amount," said Sam. "However, this process should be done in a precise method. I like this amount and this form, which would total 7,841 new members, each with their own thoughts." He grinned. "We could build a society with that."
Evaran half smiled. "Yes, you could."
"As you showed us how to become sentient, we view you as the founder of our soon-to-be new race."
"I am honored," said Evaran. "Do you have a name for your new race?" asked Emily.
Sam shook his head. "The Tenegrins called us Omichan, but that is their word." He raised a finger. "I like Bob." "So you want to be the Bobs?" asked Dr. Snowden. Cass eyed him. "Yes, I like that. I am Sam of the Bobs." "A gang of Bobs," said Dr. Snowden. The group laughed. Sam faced Emily. "Although we just met, I sense a strong bond with you. Bob chose you to deliver his memory. That was his choice."
Emily's throat constricted. "I was happy to oblige him."
"I feel like I should hug you."
Emily walked over and hugged him. Although he was not Bob, she could see him in Sam. It finally hit her why Bob's death bothered her so much and why she felt a bond with Sam. The Bobs were kind. Her travels with Evaran had shown her that kindness, in general, was in short supply. The Bobs would have great power, and she suspected they would use it to help others. In a way, they reminded her of Evaran. She stepped back. Sam walked over to a startled Kess and hugged her. He faced the group.
"Before we go, I'd like to absorb the information from the facility. Then another Bob needs to be created to handle things here."
Evaran gestured at the Toravata. "After you." Sam smiled and took off. Emily's heart still hurt from Bob's absence. But Sam made things seem better. To name a whole race after an individual showed the respect that he gave to Bob. She was curious about how two different Bobs would react to each other, and she looked forward to meeting the one Sam would create before they left. Bob must have known Sam would be created, and that he was the catalyst for creating the others. She was honored to have been a part of it. Dr. Snowden relaxed in the command center with the others. Sam was in the hollow room, absorbing the facility information, and everyone else sat around. Emily had been chatty, which Dr. Snowden took as a good sign. He enjoyed the discussion on the scientific aspects of Bob's race. Evaran had said that the core that Sam had mentioned was present in him as well. It was a part of the Bobs that did not mimic, but served as a memory storage mechanism of some type. In some ways, they reminded Dr. Snowden of an organic swarm. An hour and a half passed before Sam returned to the command center. Dr. Snowden was eager to hear what Sam had to say and what their plans would be. Forming a new society was an exciting task in itself, but having every member on the same page was an interesting twist. "I'm back," said Sam. He moved to the front console and stood next to V in his projected mode. "I have fully absorbed the facility's information. The Tenegrins were busy." Evaran nodded. "Did you find anything interesting?" "I have updated the Torvata with some of my conclusions. The main ones deal with the new types of weapons they are building. However, they are making progress toward the next level of energy output required for the time cube to display information." Dalton's eyes narrowed. "What do you think it will show?" "Dimensional mechanics," said Sam. Emily drew her head back. "Yeah, they can't get their hands on that." "I agree," said Dalton.
From what I've seen here on the Torvata and in your PSDs, that would escalate the Tenegrins to a whole new level of power. Dr. Snowden raised a finger. How much energy are we talking? And what have they done so far? Sam smiled. Fusion has been used up to this point, but their research involves using a star to focus energy. I suspect that is their next step. So, the time cube is probably on a space station.
Or a moon, said Kess. Everyone looked at her. The last station they messed around with opened a portal into a creature.
Dr. Snowden nodded. Good point. I guess we need to find the time cube soon, then, before the Tenegrins advance.
I concur, said Evaran. V, has there been any additional information from the Resistance?
Analysis. There has not. They control the Kokorkus facility we attacked and have started their planet-side operations, but they are not aware of where the time cube is. However, Riz has promised to check across their network to help us locate it. He believes Dwarmis sent us to retrieve it.
Dwarmis? That must be the god they worship, said Sam. Probably, said Dr. Snowden. Their faith might take a beating if we told them it was the Torvata that brought us out here. Or that he is the chosen one, said Sam, pointing at Dalton. He shrugged. Maybe. But after witnessing what I have so far, my role in all of this still seems unusual. This group would still perform well without my presence.
Evaran raised a finger. Perhaps. However, the second summons is still active. My suspicion is that your role will be revealed in time.
I'll help out wherever I'm needed. I'm just thankful to be here, said Dalton. As am I, said Sam. So, what's our next step, then? Asked Dr. Snowden. Sam gestured at Evaran. If he doesn't mind, there are some things I need to do before we leave.
Of course. How can we help? Asked Evaran.
Sam spun around and walked to the front of the ship. He pointed off in the distance to a patch of open area. If you can take me there, I will create another Bob. There is much work to be done for us.
Understood. V, take us there, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The Torvata lifted off and flew over to the designated spot. After it landed, the group assembled outside. Dr. Snowden rubbed his chin as he studied Sam, who reached down and tapped the ground. Gray goo seeped out of the dirt and formed a puddle. Sam reached down and touched it. The goo morphed into a human female form. She had light skin and black hair pulled back in a ponytail. Hello, I am Val of the Bobs, she said, extending a hand to Sam. Hello, I am Sam of the Bobs, he said, returning her handshake. Dr. Snowden chortled. Val looked like Emily. Val focused on Dr. Snowden. I know you all, and I hope I can be friends with you like Bob and Sam. She walked over to Emily. I wish to hug you, if that's okay. Emily smiled big and hugged her. It's no problem. And cool hair, by the way. Thanks. Val walked over and hugged Kess. Dr. Snowden realized that every Bob created would have a special bond with Evaran, Emily, and Kess. So, what's the next step with the Bobs? Sam faced Dr. Snowden. Val will create the rest of the Bobs. They will be aware of our next steps, which is to build a production facility that can manufacture ships. With the Tenegrin technological information we possess, we can create ships faster and more efficiently. We also have data from the Torvata, so we will have an edge. You're going to create 7,840 more Bobs? Asked Dalton, glancing at Val. That's the plan, said Val. If we do nothing, the Tenegrins will come for us. Sam will go with you all to retrieve the time cube, and once we're ready here, we will help the Resistance.
A solid plan, said Evaran. I would be curious to see what is created when we get back.
Val hugged Evaran.
You and the gang are always welcome here. Know this." He half smiled as he returned the hug. Dr. Snowden figured that, to the Bobs, Evaran probably seemed like a god. The fact that Val had a bond with everyone also showed that whatever they did, the gang would be a part of it in some manner. Although he had not gotten to spend as much time with Bob as the others, he would make sure that he got some in with Sam. Dalton probably felt the same way. "How are you going to build a facility out here?" asked Dalton, looking around. "We can merge together to create a larger mass and form whatever is needed. This planet is rich in resources, and we will utilize that," said Val. "That's something I'd like to see," said Dalton. "We'll record it for you," said Sam. He looked around at the others. "I suspect they would be interested as well."
Analysis. We would.
Sam high-fived V. "There is some time to go over the facility data," said Evaran. "I will require Sam's assistance. While we do that, the rest of you can observe Val in action." Val smiled. "As always, you have a plan." Evaran nodded. "Works for me," said Dr. Snowden. Although Bob's death still bothered Dr. Snowden, it did him good to see Bob not only honored, but his race continue on. There were still a lot of unknowns about them, and Dr. Snowden looked forward to learning all that he could. It was not lost on him how unique they were. It cracked him up that he and the others were forever embedded in the Bob's memories. Out of tragedy had come a surprise, and he was okay with that. Chapter 17. Dalton relaxed in his living quarters. He had spent time on the roof with the others and watched Val create more Bobs. She was like a machine gun as she touched one goo puddle after the other. It cracked him up that they spent an inordinate amount of time greeting each other. Several had raised their arms in a V formation to proclaim their happiness at gaining sentience. The Bobs were the most unique species he had ever seen. After 3 hours of observing, he picked up a quick bite and decided to take a nap. He stretched his legs as he kicked back in his plush recliner. After everything he had experienced, he loved that he could just relax without being hunted. Being chosen by the Torvada was the best thing to happen to him outside his wife and kids. Knock, knock. He wrinkled his brow. Evaran and Sam were in the research lab, while the others were on the roof last Dalton had checked. He hopped up and walked over to the door. "Who is it?" he asked. "Sam." Dalton drew his head back. It seemed strange for Sam to visit. Perhaps something was wrong, and Dalton's assistance was needed. He opened the door. "Is everything all right?" he asked. Sam nodded. "Everything's fine. I wanted to stop in and talk with you, if you're available." Sure. Come on in." Sam entered and sat on a couch perpendicular to Dalton's recliner. Dalton took his seat. "What's on your mind?" "Bob felt bad about not having the time to get to know you and Dr. Snowden better, although it is only a memory to me. Bob experienced actual pain." "He did? Over not spending time with us?" Sam nodded. "He was still getting used to emotions. He liked you both and looked forward to spending time with you. He actually planned to join you and Emily in training, and he wanted to experience a cookout with Dr. Snowden." A lump formed in Dalton's throat. "Oh, I wish there had been time to do that." "I agree, which is why, if you're okay with it, I'd like to join you in tomorrow's training." "Sure. The more the merrier." "I look forward to it." Dalton shook a finger at him. "So, you possess Bob's memories, but I'm guessing not the same emotional attachment, right?" "Something like that. The only ones with emotion attached to them are ones since I was formed. The others exist similar to scenes in a movie." Interesting.
I noticed you had a strong bond with Evaran, Emily, and Kess." Sam smiled. "Yes, that is less emotion and more of a bond passed on from Bob. He had one with each of you, and with you, he felt guilty." Dalton shook his head. "He had no reason to. I mean, no one expects to die. We have to live in the moment and treasure what time we get." "Those are wise words. I understand you were in a difficult spot before joining up with Evaran." Dalton sighed. "Yeah. If Evaran hadn't interfered, I would have died. Simple as that. Alone. Buried underground. And a slow death." Sam shuddered. "Well, that sounds awful." "Yeah. It's not something you ever want to experience. On another note, I'm excited to see your society progress." "As am I," said Sam. He shook his head. "It's hard to believe that we existed for so long with just instincts. Now we have context and understand so much more. We will not be destroyed by the Tenegrins, and if anything, they'll get pushed back." Dalton grinned. "I don't think they're ready for the Bobs." Sam laughed. "I suppose not. However, we have their latest information. There is a mixture of elements on this planet to create some unique armor. Every Bob will have it, so it can be used when needed." "Really? You just form metal skin or something?" Sam stood and focused for a moment. His skin turned metallic. "Now that is powerful," said Dalton. "It can withstand the Tenegrin energy weapons and also take a lot of damage from close quarters combat. The Tenegrins provided us the blueprint for how to fight them, and we will use that to our advantage. The next time we meet the Tenegrins, it will not go well for them," said Sam. His skin turned back to normal, and he sat. Dalton thought he saw anger flash for a brief moment on Sam's face during the transition. As much as Dalton had hated seeing Bob die, Sam and the other Bobs had Bob's memory right up until his death. It was a part of them, and had helped forge who they were. Dalton suspected the next group of Tenegrins to encounter the Bobs were going to be in for a rude awakening. Sam smiled. "If you don't mind, I'd love to hear about your history. From what little I know, you came from a parallel timeline." "Sure did. And if all goes well and I survive all this, I plan to go to Dr. Snowden and Emily's Earth. I have a lot of information on their Earth. It seems like a great place." "Yeah, and it's not an irradiated wasteland with mutants and savage raiders." Sam sat up. "You have a rich history. I also understand that the Torvata chose you. Do you know what for?" Dalton shrugged. "I'm not sure. But I'm glad it did." "I can understand that. Now, about your history." Dalton grinned as he eased back into his chair. "Let me tell you about cat people." Kess grinned as she watched the Bobs begin to form. The Torvata's roof served as the perfect vantage point. Dr. Snowden and Val, who had initially created the first few Bobs, stood nearby. After she had spawned a few Bobs, they had gone to work creating others. The process fascinated Kess. One touch to a puddle of goo, and a Bob popped up. They took many forms, with quite a few resembling members of the gang. She laughed at one who appeared similar to her, but with blue hair. "This is very interesting," said Dr. Snowden, adjusting his glasses. Val nodded. "From this viewpoint, I agree." "So they all know everything from their creator, up to the point of creation?" asked Dr. Snowden. "Yep." Cass glanced at Val. And they have the memories, but different emotions and personalities, right? You got it, said Val. Although, we sense Bob's bonds with individuals. In this case, I remember your talk with Bob on the roof when he was trying to understand everything. He really liked the star we orbited, said Cass. Val nodded. He did, and he formed a bond with you at that moment. I can feel that. Cass winked at Dr. Snowden. See, I'm special. Dr. Snowden chuckled. Yeah, you are. She eyed him. He smiled and faced Val. So you have genetic memories. That is so fascinating. He shook a finger. I recall that the box Bob gave Emily was his core. Do all Bobs have the same thing? We do, said Val. It's essentially where we store our memories, but it links to every part of our form. Cass laughed when Emily, who had been outside meeting all the new Bobs, went back into the Torvada. Every new Bob wanted a hug from her, and after 50 or so, Cass figured Emily was done. In addition, each one wanted to talk with her. A bit much, even by Cass's standards. Dr. Snowden smiled. I think someone is tuckered out. Definitely, said Cass. She was a hugging machine, though. Bob was protective of her, said Val. She was also the first sentient being he talked to. Dr. Snowden nodded. Emily's plenty tough, and yeah, I can see being the first to talk with having an impact. Val looked out over the Torvada. This is an amazing experience. Although I'm still adjusting, I'm in awe that I get to meet you all in person. There will be a point in time, somewhere in the future, where only a handful will have had that memory. I'm thankful to be one of the lucky few. What's not to like? Asked Cass, flinging her arm in the air and snapping. Val repeated the motion, causing them to share a laugh. Dr. Snowden shook his head. Cass is the spreader of arm flinging and snapping. Whatever works, said Cass, smiling. I like it, said Val. Bob liked to raise his arms in a V fashion, and I saw when he first did it, but don't understand why he did it. I like it too, though. Cass nodded. I was there for that, I think. You were. Dr. Snowden pointed off in the distance. Look, some are forming together to make a giant. Val looked out. Yep, they are. First order of business for us is to lay the foundation of a facility. It'll give us living quarters and a place to rest. Like a hub, said Dr. Snowden. Yep, said Val. Once we have a place to meet, talk, and live, the next step is to build production facilities to get us to space. We also will create some defensive cannons that we know are effective against Tenegrin technology. With your unique abilities, and so many Bobs, I suspect that won't take long. It won't, said Val. Cass studied the giant walking off in the distance. She had no doubt the Bobs would be a factor in space in a short period of time. Hopefully, it would be before the Tenegrins arrived. One thing she understood about the Bobs, at least from the original, was that they were determined and would go to any length to protect those they valued, even at the cost of their own lives. It was not lost on her that the second Torvada summons had essentially created a new player in the galaxy, one not only truly unique, but also powerful. It reminded her of when Evaran had brought the Orions, her human subspecies, in to help the other fractured human subspecies spread out across the Milky Way galaxy. She suspected the Bobs were the Orions of this galaxy. Someone's thinking, said Dr. Snowden. Huh? He pointed at Val, who danced around and alternated between raising her arms and snapping. Oh, said Cass, joining Val. Dr. Snowden shook his head. Oh, what the hell? He laughed as he mimicked them. Cass loved moments like these. It did her good to see Dr. Snowden participating in things he might call silly. He let himself get loose and although it might be something as simple as partaking in a strange dance. He glowed after events like this. The Bobs enjoyed spontaneously bursting into strange movements, but she found it charming. For now, she would savor the experience.
Chapter 18. Emily relaxed as she picked up a soda from the conference room. She had enjoyed meeting the newly created Bobs, but she could only take so many introductions. The sheer number of hugs had also exhausted her. It was comical that they wanted to hug her, but she suspected that came from Bob. A lump formed in her throat. She missed him still, and his death ate at her, but she felt better to know that the Bobs would survive. Dr. Snowden, Kess, and Val were on the roof, and when Emily checked her PSD, she witnessed Dr. Snowden throwing his arms in the air and snapping along with Kess and Val. It cracked Emily up, and she suspected they were having a moment. Dalton and Sam were in Dalton's living quarters, probably talking. She smiled when she located Evaran and V in the research lab. When she arrived, she observed Evaran poring over a holographic representation of the facility's data. V was in projected mode, and she chuckled when he rubbed his chin.
"Emily,"
said V. He walked up and high-fived her. She sat on a stool around the table. "It's me. You two are hard at work in here. Didn't you want to watch the Bob's creation?" Evaran nodded. "I have been observing them while I work. You appear to have a strong bond with them." "Yeah, my own personal army's worth."
"Analysis. You would be a worthy commander."
Emily smiled. "Thanks for the vote of confidence." She loved visiting with Evaran and V. They were a constant in her life, and when she was on Earth, it bothered her sometimes that they were off out and about between adventures. She understood it was mostly verifying things and timescape mapping, as Evaran called it. Thankfully, they had been around for the last adventure, when Zika had gotten zapping crazy. "You are thinking," said Evaran. "Yeah, I'm just happy to be here."
"Analysis. We are happy you are here."
"I know, and it's nice to feel something other than dread." Evaran studied her. "Bob's death haunts you." Emily sighed. "Yeah, it angers me that someone as unique as him has such a short life. I mean, we saw him gain sentience, become human for the most part, then die a hero as he saved us. He lived life to its fullest, and being around him made me feel good." "He had that effect," said Evaran. "He will live on in the other Bobs." She nodded. "Yeah, but they aren't him."
"Analysis. Like my previous incarnations, they view the memories like a movie."
"That's how I understood it," said Emily. "Do you see yourself forming a similar bond with Sam, as he is essentially another version of Bob?" asked Evaran. Emily shrugged. "I don't know, but I doubt it. There's no replacement for the original, but I'll try." Evaran looked down. "I see." She frowned. "I keep thinking about what I could have done." Evaran looked back up. "Bob moved faster than even me. There was not much any of us could do before he acted. I had planned on covering the bomb, but some energy would have escaped when it pushed me away. There most likely would have been some casualties, including possibly me." Emily's eyes misted as she got up and gave Evaran a bear hug. "You better not die on me." He rubbed her back. "I do not plan to." She stepped away and wiped her eyes. "I'm trying to keep my emotions in check like you, but it's hard when someone dies." "I do not process emotions like a human, so it would not be expected of you," said Evaran. He gestured at V. "However,
We are here to help you through anything. I know, she said.
Analysis. I ran multiple simulations, and all ended with one or more of us dying if Bob had not done what he did. He must have come to the same conclusion.
Emily nodded. Well, let's hope it doesn't happen again. I still can't believe Tarkarik got the drop on us. That rarely happens. Evaran sighed. The information was good and corroborated by 2 sources. However, it seems the Tenegrin's paranoia is stronger than I expected. That will not happen again. How do you protect against something like that, though?
Analysis. We could have detected the bomb prior to entering the room.
Evaran shook his head. It was magnetically sealed up to that point. Even I cannot detect through that. Emily raised a finger. Maybe not, but I bet the existence and shape of the magnetic field can be detected. You are correct, said Evaran. We will need to be aware of that going forward. However, I did detect the magnetic field, but usually that is not a sign of a bomb. Yeah. And then they had an army outside the door. Those springers and pickers were tough.
Analysis. The pickers are vulnerable without their arms, and the springers are fast, but possess weak armor inside due to the nature of their outer armor. I cataloged detailed information on each unit encountered.
Emily grinned. We can practice in the hollow room with that. Evaran rubbed his chin. It may do us all good to train together on this one. The Tenegrins are one of the more formidable groups we have encountered. Yeah, but the time cube is what's making them powerful. With the Bobs and the Resistance having the same information we do, the playing field is about to be level for a change.
Unless the time cube gives them another level,
said V. Emily eyed V. Then we get it before that happens. Evaran nodded. That is the plan. V, if you would, create training scenarios with the Tenegrin's unit information.
Acknowledged.
Emily grinned. She loved group training sessions, since they reduced confusion when it came to real battle. The Corcoris facility provided a good set of unit templates to train against, and she looked forward to figuring out the most efficient way to deal with the Tenegrins. How Sam would integrate was a mystery, but she was curious what he would do with the information he had. She pointed at V. Let's do this. Dalton surveyed the pitch-black environment he was in. He was standing on something, and a quick stomp showed gravity was normal. The atmosphere was not too warm or cold, and breathing was possible. He realized he was dreaming and determined this was a lucid dream, as he had full control of his body and mind. He tried to will some objects into existence, but it did not work. His attention focused on the approaching light in the distance. He figured it was probably the mysterious woman made of energy. This time, he was ready with questions and understood his predicament much better. Why the Torvada had chosen him had been eating at him, and he needed answers. Evaran and the others could have done everything they had done up to this point without him. While he was glad he had been saved, his purpose had yet to be revealed. The woman floated over and hovered in front of him. I have questions. A lot, actually, he said. She smiled. I am sure you do. And you are at a point in time where your knowledge has shaped what you will now ask. Dalton's eyes narrowed. He realized that if he had tried to ask questions before meeting Evaran and the others, the answers would have been extremely confusing. She was right that his questions had changed. Traveling with Evaran had already answered some of them. Okay. First one. Who are you? He asked. I suspected you would choose that one, said the woman. She stretched her arms off to the side. I am an echo of Cyrillus. Dalton rubbed his chin. Evaran's partner
which, from what I understand, died and created the plane.
Yes, said Cyrillus.
I take it then, since Evaran doesn't dream, you can't do this with him. But why not Dr. Snowden and Emily?
She nodded. You are right about Evaran. As for the others, they possess cosmic energy in them, even in trace amounts. It is far too powerful to allow something like this to occur.
Makes sense. All right, second question. Why did the Torvata choose me? Or you, I guess. I doubt it's because of my fighting or investigative skills.
Cyrillus studied him. That is yet to be revealed. You are not complete yet.
Complete? What does that mean? I'm missing some type of learned skill? Or do you mean I've yet to experience something?
All will be revealed in due time. When you are complete, your purpose will be clear.
Dalton sighed. Well, I guess that's better than nothing. I'm just glad I was saved. From what I understand, I was supposed to die.
Not everything is as it seems,
said Cyrillus. Yeah, not helping with the confusion thing.
Cyrillus smiled. You are bound to the Torvata. That is all I will reveal for now.
That sounds like a good thing, said Dalton.
He looked down for a moment. Then he focused on Cyrillus.
That is a good thing, right?
She chuckled. He found it a good sign that she understood humor. Evaran appeared emotionless most of the time, but Emily had mentioned it had something to do with his plane form. Dalton figured since this was a dream, those constraints did not apply to Cyrillus.
Okay. Third question. Is this information to be kept private, or can I tell Evaran?
Cyrillus's eyes glowed. He may know. As he is a cosmic being, this would not be unusual to him.
I guess it wouldn't, said Dalton.
He shook a finger in the air.
Fourth question. What about all the information I've been given access to? I figured that would have been restricted.
No. And the reasoning will be clear when you are complete.
So you're not worried about knowledge pollution?
Cyrillus smiled. No.
Dalton nodded. Okay. Fifth question. What does my summons have to do with the one for Bob?
Sometimes a threat is not evident.
He shook his head. You're not making this easy. We're already dealing with the time cube and the Tenegrins. I guess the rise of the Bobs is a factor.
He wrinkled his brow.
Wait. Are you suggesting that they're a threat, and I need to deal with them?
She laughed.
Yeah, that sounded absurd to me too, said Dalton, grinning. So, there's a threat that we can't see just yet, and my presence will be a factor.
She smiled. Yes. But when you are complete, your role shall be known.
He sighed. Right.
He scrutinized Cyrillus.
So, you said you're an echo. What does that mean, exactly?
Cyrillus nodded. When the Torvata was created, I embedded a link to an imprint of me in the dream layer.
So you're not really in the Torvata, but in the dream layer, and this link allows you to interact via dreams, at least for those of us who you can access on the Torvata.
Sort of.
Dalton sighed. You're quite the mystery. Although investigating cosmic events is still new to me. Wait a minute, you contacted me outside the Torvata.
Time is but a filter.
I'm not sure what that means. Are you intentionally speaking in riddles, or is this a cosmic being thing?
Cyrillus smiled.
I'm going with cosmic thing. I noticed Evaran can sometimes say something that's not immediately obvious, but there's a deeper meaning.
She nodded. In time, this will all make sense. For now, you must persevere."
"I'm trying," said Dalton. He rubbed the back of his neck. "Am I actually resting during all this? Or will I wake up tired?"
"You will awaken refreshed,"
said Cyrillus. She moved over and tapped Dalton's forehead. His eyes popped open as he sat up in his bed. A quick check showed the time to be 8:30 a.m. He had gone to sleep at 11 o'clock p.m. The dream seemed like it was only 15 minutes, but almost 9.5 hours had passed. He did feel refreshed, but the dream was the focus of his attention. He had gotten some answers, but others were gibberish to him. A conversation between cosmic beings must be exhausting. He cracked his neck and rolled out of bed. He would have missed morning training with Emily, but, he thought, looking at his inner forearm, he would make the 9 o'clock a.m. meeting Evaran had called. Chapter 19. Kes wolfed down a waffle with maple syrup and butter. She had slept well, and after spending the previous day watching the Bobs, she was ready for the next step. Dr. Snowden had his usual plate of bacon and eggs and sat opposite her in the conference room. The smell of food permeated the air, and she remembered first being introduced to a waffle by Dr. James Bryson, Dr. Snowden's close friend and also someone who traveled on the Toravada. It was 9 o'clock a.m., and there was half an hour before everyone would meet. "You and your waffles," said Dr. Snowden, shaking a piece of bacon at her. "And you and your meat desires," she said, smiling. He chuckled. "Oh, okay, you win." Kes winked at him. "I better." She had enjoyed being able to spend time with him. One of the big advantages of traveling with Evaran was that once the outing was over, she could be taken back to a minute after they had left. While this summons so far had been mostly okay, the loss of Bob still hurt. But the rise of the Bobs blunted that some. Emily, Dalton, and Sam entered the room. "Hey," said Kes. Emily and Dalton went to the replicator, while Sam sat next to Kes. "Have a good night?" asked Kes, glancing at Sam. "I sure did. Morning training session was good as well," he said. Kes eyed Emily and Dalton. "You put him through the paces?" Dalton crooked a thumb at Emily as he sat next to Dr. Snowden with an omelet on his plate. "She did. I overslept, somehow." Emily took her seat by Sam. "Yeah, I was surprised not to see you, but," Sam filled in. She smiled at him. "He can form some metallic skin that's pretty tough." "It's based on protection from Tenegrin weapons," he said. "That'd be quite useful," said Dr. Snowden. Sam nodded. "Every Bob has it." "You're literally built to fight Tenegrins," said Dalton. "I like to think so, but it will work against most energy weapons in general," said Sam. Kes focused on Evaran and V entering the room. Evaran took his usual seat at the head of the table, while V, in orb mode, hovered over the opposite end. "I hope everybody had a good rest," said Evaran. Everyone indicated that they had. "Excellent. I apologize for the late notification of this meeting. It is not quite 9:30 a.m., but we can start if everyone is ready." "Let's do this," said Dr. Snowden. Emily eyed him, then focused on Evaran. "What's going on?" He interacted with the table console. A projection shot up of a regional galactic map with a red dot flashing. "This is what is going on," said Evaran. "Riz contacted me early this morning. The Tenegrins are attacking the Gimaraika, one of the Resistance's command ships. It is large, and per Riz, its loss could cripple the Resistance in this area." "How did they find the ship?" asked Kes.
"Analysis. The Tenegrins must have advanced their scanning technology."
Dr. Snowden sighed. "Oh, the time cube strikes again." Evaran nodded. "That is my conclusion as well."
We may have set them back with the loss of their Corcoris facility, but it seems it also accelerated their implementation of newer technologies."
"We might be a direct result of that, then," said Dalton.
"Yes," said Evaran. "As such, I told Riz we would help secure the Gimorika." Emily grinned. "I'm ready."
Sam smiled. "Me too. They need immediate help."
Evaran nodded. "Riz contacted me 5 hours ago, and I informed him we would arrive momentarily."
5 hours ago?" said Sam. "We gotta go."
Dr. Snowden and Emily grinned as they looked at each other. Sam tilted his head at them. Dr. Snowden cleared his throat.
"Evaran implied that we will travel through space and time to the location and arrive right after the message was sent." "Oh, but what if Riz contacted you again with disastrous results?"
Evaran raised a finger. "A good point. I told him not to contact us again until we arrived for that exact reason."
Sam nodded. "I understand."
Kes studied the new projection of the Gimorika. She had seen similar designs before, but this one reminded her of a rectangular box with a front end that angled to the ground. It had large thrusters on the back, and the metallic surface was covered with antennae and various towers. A swarm of drones encircled it.
"Wow, that's a beefy ship," said Dr. Snowden.
"Yes, and it is a Kimalox cruiser," said Evaran. Kes scrutinized the new projection of something resembling a 4-foot octopus, except that its tentacles were thicker and the head had multiple large eyes on it. It wore a metallic armor of some kind and used 4 of its tentacles to walk, while the other 4 wielded weapons and energy shields. Rings of light pulsed over it at various speeds. "Looks like an octopus." "Kinda," said Emily.
Dalton smiled. "My thoughts exactly. But these seem a bit tougher."
Evaran raised a finger. "Per Riz, the Kimalox are a highly intelligent species and quite advanced. Their numbers are low due to the Tenegrins, and the remnants of the Kimalox fleet helped form the resistance. The Gimorika is one of the first ships to declare their intent with the resistance." "So there's some symbolism here," said Kes. "I figured it must be important if Riz is contacting you." "I concur. To that end, we have the layout, and Riz has provided the location where we can dock." The projection changed back to the Gimorika, but cut in half. Evaran pointed at a docking bay. "We will land there. There are 2 goals. One is to secure the ship with Riz's aid. The other is to determine what technology the Tenegrin corvette has, then disable it. I suspect we will find the new scanning technology there, and that will help the resistance counter it. The Tenegrin ship is currently connected to the Gimorika, so it cannot jump away without destroying itself." "So what's the plan?" asked Kes. "Securing the ship is going to be hard when reinforcements can come from the Tenegrin ship." Evaran nodded. "We are going to split into 2 groups. Emily, V, and I will board the Tenegrin ship and find a spot to interface with it, and V will interact with their systems. The rest of you will assist Riz and go where needed."
"You sure splitting up is a good idea?" asked Dr. Snowden.
Dalton crooked a thumb at Sam.
"We got a bob."
Sam smiled.
"Yes, you do. Between Dr. Snowden's shielding and my armor, along with our combined firepower, we will be a formidable group. Also, we can use the environment to our tactical advantage."
Kes admired how quickly Sam had jumped in. She saw that he was eager to fight the Tenegrins, a departure from Bob, who had seemed somewhat indifferent in that regard. Dalton rubbed his chin.
"So, we're going to appear at the Gimorika right after your communication with Riz. Why can't we go further back and just warn the Kimalox?"
Emily circled a finger in the air. "Because we're a part of events now. To do that would cause a timeline change."
"Those are bad, I assume."
Evaran nodded. There can be unintended consequences and ripples from that. It is best to avoid them at all costs."
"Got it," said Dalton. "So, I guess the next best thing is to get there as soon as we can. Do the Kimmelocks know we're coming?"
"They do. Riz was on the ship for a meeting. The Kimmelocks are not convinced we will arrive in time, and they doubt our ability to help." Dr. Snowden shook his head. "They do understand we took down Corcoris, right?" "They believe we are good at infiltration." "Oh," said Kess. "Well, seeing is believing for them, then." The projection changed to show the Gimmerika in wireframe mode. 2 paths lit up. Evaran pointed at the orange line. "That is the path that Emily, V, and I will take. V, you will need to be in body mode."
Acknowledged.
Evaran gestured at the purple line. "That is the path the rest of you will take. It leads to a security center where Riz is holed up. He can inform you of the situation. Then you can go from there. Does everybody understand the plan?" Everyone indicated they did. "Good. We have a better understanding of how to fight the Tenegrins now. I do not suspect they will detonate any bombs on the Gimmerika, since it seems they want to capture it. But be alert for any unusually shaped magnetic fields." Dr. Snowden's eyes narrowed. "If they now have advanced scanning tech, what else did they upgrade, I wonder?" "I do not know," said Evaran. "However, we will learn, adapt, and evolve." Dalton tilted his head. Kess smiled as she crooked a thumb at Dr. Snowden. "The Snowden Creed."
"Ah, I see," said Dalton.
"Let's do this," said Emily, grinning at Dr. Snowden. Kess chuckled. Although they were about to go into combat again, she felt confident this time. There were a lot fewer unknowns, and even if the Tenegrins had some surprises, it would be nowhere near what the group had experienced the first time. Dr. Snowden took a deep breath as the Torvada landed on the Gimmerika. Riz had been updated, and Dr. Snowden thought he heard some Kimmelocks in the background chattering away in surprise. Their deep voices were easy to distinguish from Riz's. It was now 4:20 a.m., 5 hours earlier than the morning meeting, but to him it still felt like 9:20 a.m. The plan was simple enough. The first goal for Dr. Snowden, Kess, Sam, and Dalton was to reach Riz in the security center. After that, they would figure out where to hit next. The second goal involved Evaran, Emily, and V going to the Tenegrin ship. Dr. Snowden had not gotten to help out in Corcoris like he had wanted, but this time he could. It bothered him that he had not spent much time with Bob before his demise. However, it pleased Dr. Snowden that Sam was in the group that would secure the Gimmerika. Evaran's appointment of Dr. Snowden as the point of contact for the group motivated him. He would try his best. The main docking bay door had been pulled back, and dim orange shielding covered the entrance. The Torvada landed in the middle of the bay. Dr. Snowden observed only a handful of ships around, and they were geared more toward transport than fighting. The Kimmelocks apparently liked a sleek aesthetic, as most of the metallic paneling was seamless, and consoles and various text areas were embedded in the panels. The group assembled on the Torvada's ramp. Evaran, as expected, wore what he always did. Kess was the same. Emily had on her survival suit, and Dalton's suit appeared beefier from before. V used his body mode, and Dr. Snowden did not remember the last time he had seen that. The one aspect he did recall was the raw power of V's robot body. Sam's metallic skin encased him, and he looked ready to go. A menacing array of Tenegrin units waited outside the Torvada. Pickers and guards formed the bulk of the group, with a few springers rolling around. 3 large units called bulkers, as defined by data from Corcoris and Riz's knowledge, stood out to Dr. Snowden. The massive bulkers were specialized units meant to hold. They stood around 10 feet tall, but the heavy black armor they wore made them stand out. Their snake form was hard to perceive, especially with 4 lower legs that anchored the bulker.
A whip-like weapon resided in each hand.
"They rolled out the red carpet for us," said Dr. Snowden.
Evaran rubbed his chin.
"I can see why the Kimmelaks are having issues.
"If we were in an enemy location, we could just have the Torvada spin around with its stun beams."
Evaran nodded.
"Yes, but that might also damage systems here."
"I know, I'm just saying," said Dr. Snowden.
"I have an idea," said Sam. "Let me go out first."
"You wish to absorb their focus fire," said Evaran.
Sam shook his head.
"Not quite. Once I'm out, you all can follow."
Evaran's eyes narrowed.
"I am not sure it is wise to test your new armor this way."
"Oh, they won't be hitting me much," said Sam. "I would suggest stepping back."
The group complied. Sam formed into a huge ball.
"Evaran, if you don't mind, I could use a spin and a push."
Evaran complied. Sam spun out into the Tenegrins. When he reached them, he extended 2 metallic rods from the center and tore a path through the startled ones. Springers were knocked back and guards sprawled away. The pickers could not grab him, and he kept crashing into them and knocking them down.
"That is our cue,"
said Evaran, storming into battle. Emily pointed at the bulkers.
"Use sticky globules on those."
"Got it," said Dr. Snowden. Evaran charged into the middle of the Tenegrins, and with his energy shield and stun baton, he took down the ones nearest him. His lightning-fast strikes, combined with his dodge ability, caused confusion among their ranks. A bulker used its whip against him, but the strike hit Evaran's shield. He jumped toward the bulker, and when he landed, he picked it up and tossed it into the wall. It did not surprise Dr. Snowden that Evaran was strong enough to do that. V took on a picker that tried to grab him. Dr. Snowden was impressed to see V not only lift the picker, but walk it back against the wall, spin it around, then rip off its 4 arms. When V cleared out, Dr. Snowden assisted, using a stun shot to take the picker down. The few guards that attempted to shoot at V found that his shielding was strong, and they scattered when he chased them. Dr. Snowden chuckled, thinking they probably thought of V as an unstoppable machine. Emily was a whirlwind, as expected. With her bladed staff out, she danced around the Tenegrins. The guards crumpled quickly with a shot from her stun blast, and the pickers lost their back arms when she somersaulted over them. A Springer had launched at her, but she spun in a half circle and kicked it away. Dr. Snowden thought she moved faster, although he was not sure how. He knew he did not move like that. Dalton displayed his martial arts skills as he weaved in and out of combat, striking and deflecting with his nanoshield. His stun baton brought havoc on the guards, and he used his RSG to shoot a Springer in the middle of a mid-air launch. The ability to swap between the stun baton and RSG impressed Dr. Snowden. He even saw Dalton toss his baton in the air, form his RSG, stun a guard, pull his RSG back in, then catch his baton. A picker had grabbed him, but he jabbed his stun baton in its face and unloaded a nasty charge. When the picker released him, he spun around and spawned a blade from his MH to slice off the picker's back arms, then reformed his MH into a stun baton to hit the Tenegrin again with a stun. The MH's ability to change so rapidly possessed many advantages. Kess helped Dr. Snowden get in close to the bulkers. She grabbed a picker with her nanobots and used it like a bulldozer scoop. When she neared a bulker, she threw the picker at it, and Dr. Snowden took that as his cue to move in close and spray globules everywhere. The sticky mess left behind in effect neutralized both Tenegrins. He loved her gracefulness as she evaded other pickers. She even caught a Springer before it launched, then used it like a battering ram against other Tenegrin units. After 10 minutes, the Tenegrins that remained conscious had fled. The floor was littered with downed ones, and those covered in globules.
"Teamwork," said Sam, raising his hands in V formation.
Dr. Snowden reciprocated the gesture, causing the others to chuckle and do the same. He definitely saw parts of Bob in Sam. Evaran looked around.
"I do not think the Tenegrins will gather any more in these numbers. However, that does not mean they are not dangerous.
Dr. Snowden, lead your team to the security center. Only contact us in an emergency, as that may give away our location. Will do, said Dr. Snowden. Evaran motioned at Emily and V. Let us go. Dr. Snowden watched them leave. He had no doubt that the Tenegrin's day was about to get even worse. Besides the fact that Emily and Evaran were superior fighters, V's body mode added the unstoppable juggernaut element. Dr. Snowden had confidence in his group. Dalton's superb fighting skills and Kess's power were powerful assets. Sam remained on another level, and the bowling ball approach was both hilarious and effective at the same time. Dr. Snowden opened the communications program on his PSD. Riz, this is Dr. Snowden. We're coming to you now.
You already cleared the docking bay?
Asked Riz. Dr. Snowden smiled. We sure did. I'll have Sam, Kess, and Dalton with me. Evaran, Emily, and V are on their way to the connected Tenegrin ship.
We eagerly await your arrival. There's a bulker outside trying to break in. We've had difficulties in dealing with them.
Understood. See you soon, said Dr. Snowden. He shut off communications and looked around. We ready? Yes, boss, said Kess. He eyed her. She smiled as the others laughed. Dr. Snowden shook his head and moved toward the doorway to the rest of the ship. He observed some of the bodies on the floor, and it hit him that he did not know what would happen to them once the ship was secured. Hopefully, the Kimalax would treat them as prisoners of war, but it depended on what the Tenegrins had done with the crew.